for Bethany and Luke. Chapter 1, 2nd of April 1980. No one has to tell Leon that this is a special moment. Everything else in the hospital seems to have gone quiet and disappeared. The nurse makes him wash his hands and sit up straight. "Careful now," she says. "He's very precious." But Leon already knows. The nurse places a brand new baby in his arms with his face towards Leon so that they can look at each other. "You have a brother now," she says, "and you'll be able to look after him. What are you, 10? "He's nearly 9, says Leon's mom, looking over. 8 years and 9 months. Nearly. Leon's mom was talking to Tina about when the baby was coming out, about the hours and the letters and the pain. "Well," says the nurse, adjusting the baby's blanket, "you're nice and big for your age, a right little man." She pats Leon on his head and brushes the side of his cheek with her finger. "He's a beauty, isn't he? Both of you are." She smiles at Leon, and he knows that she is kind and that she'll look after the baby when he isn't there. The baby has the smallest fingers Leon has ever seen. He looks like a doll with his eyes closed. He has silky white hair on the very top of his head and a tiny pair of lips that keep opening and closing. Through the holy blanket, Leon can feel baby move on his belly and his legs, and then the baby begins to wiggle. "I hope you're having a nice dream, baby," Leon whispers. After a while, Leon's arm begins to hurt, and just when it gets really bad, the nurse comes along. She picks the baby up and tries to give him to Leon's mom. "He'll need feeding soon," she says, but Leon's mom has a hat bag on her lap. "Can I do it in a minute? Sorry, I was just going to the smoking room." She moves off the bed carefully, holding on to Tina's arm, and shuffles away. "Leon, you watch him, love," she says, hobbling off. Leon watches the nurse smiling at his mother walk away, but she looks at Leon, she's smiling again. "I'll tell you what we'll do," she says, placing the baby in the crib next to the bed. "You stay here and have a little chat to your brother and tell him all about yourself. But when your mommy comes back, it will be time for his feet and you'll have to get off for him. Alright, sweetheart?" Leon nods. "Should I wash my hands again?" he asks, showing her his palms. "I think you'll be alright. Just stand here, and if he starts crying, you come and fetch me, okay?" "Yes." Leon makes a list in his head and starts at the beginning. "My name is Leon, and my birthday is on the 5th of July, 1971. Your birthday is today. School's alright, but you have to go nearly every day, and Miss Sheldon won't be let proper footballs in the playground. No bikes, but I'm too tall for mine anyway. I got 2 Easter eggs, and there's toys inside one of them. I don't think you can have chocolate yet. The best program is the Dukes of Hazzard, but there are baby programs as well. I don't watch them anymore. Mom says you can't sleep in my room till you're older. About 3, she said. She's bought you a shopping basket with a cloth on it for your bed. She says it's the same basket Moses had, but it looks new. My dad had a car with no roof, and he took me for a drive in it once, but then he sold it." Leon doesn't know what to say about the baby's dad because he has never seen him, so he talks about their mother. "You can call her Carol if you like when you talk. Probably don't know, but she's beautiful. Everyone was always saying it. I think you look like her." "I don't. I look like my dad. Mom says he's color, but Dad says he's black, but they're both brown because he's dark brown and I'm light brown. I'll teach you colors and your numbers because I'm the cleverest in my class. You have to use your fingers in the beginning." Leon carefully feels the downy fluff on the baby's head. "You've got blonde hair and she's got blonde hair. We both got thin eyebrows and we both got long fingers. Look." Leon holds his hand up and the baby opens his eyes. They're a dusty blue with a deep black center, like a big full stop. The baby blinks slowly and makes little kissing noises with his mouth. Sometimes she takes me to Auntie Tina up on the next landing. I can walk up to Auntie Tina's on my own, but if you come, I'll have to carry you in the basket. The baby won't be able to speak until it's much bigger, so Leon just carries on. "I won't drop you," he says. "I'm big for my age." He watches the baby, blowing him kisses, and lays into the crib and touches the baby's lips with his fingertip. His mom and Tina and the nurse all come back all at the same time. Leon's mom comes straight over to the crib and puts her arm with Leon. She kisses his cheek and his forehead. "2 boys," she says. "I got 2 beautiful, beautiful boys." Leon puts his arms around his mom's waist. She's still got a round belly like the baby was still in there, and she smells different. Or maybe it's just the hospital. All the babiness made Leon's mom puffed out and red in the face, and now she's near back to being herself again. Everything except the belly. He carefully touches his mother through her flowing nightie. "Are there any more in there?" he says. The nurse and Tina and his mom all laugh at the same time. That's bad for you, says the nurse, all charmed. But Leon's mom bends down and puts her face close to Leon. No more, she says. Just me and you and him, always. Miss Tina puts her coat on and leaves 10 cigarettes on the bed for Carol to have later. Thanks, Tina, she says. And thanks for having Leon again. Think I'll be out on Tuesday by the sound of it. Carol shuffles up in the bed and the nurse puts the baby in her arms. He's making little brief noises that sound like the beginning of a cry. Leon's mom begins to unfasten her cardigan. Isn't he lovely, Leon? You'll be good, alright? As she kisses him again. The whole of the baby's head fits into her hand. Come to mommy, she whispers and cradles him against her chest. Tina's flat is very different to Leon's, but it's exactly the same as well. Both maisonettes have 2 bedrooms, a bathroom upstairs, and a kitchen and living room downstairs. Leon's house is on the ground floor of the first block by the jewel carriageway, and Tina's house is up on the next landing. The jewel carriageway has 3 rows of traffic on each side, and the cars go so fast that they put a barrier up by the pavement. Now, if Leon and Carol want to cross the road, they have to walk for ages to go to a crossing and press a button and wait until it starts to beep. The first time was exciting, but now it just makes it longer to get to school in the morning. Tina lets Leon sleep in the same bedroom as her baby. She always makes a bouncy, comfortable bed where Leon stays. She takes 2 cushions off the sofa and then wraps them in a blanket and puts a little baby's quilt over him. When he's lying down, she throws some coats on top and covers everything over with a bedspread. It's like a nest or a den because no one would know he was there, like camouflage in the jungle. His bed looks like a pile of clothes in the corner, but then, there's a monster under it and it jumps up and kills you. Tina always leaves the light on in the hall, but tells him he has to be very quiet because of her baby. Her baby is big and wobbly, and his name suits him, Bobby. Wobbly Bobby. His head is too big for his body, and when Leon plays with him, he always gets some of Bobby's dribble on his head. Bobby's wobbly dribble. Leon's brother won't be like Bobby and just suck on his plastic toys all day and get his bib soaking wet. He won't topple over on the sofa under the weight of his big head and stay there till someone moves him. Leon always sits Bobby up, but then Bobby thinks it's a game and keeps on doing it. Bobby loves Leon. He can't talk, and anyway, he always has a dummy in his mouth, but as soon as Leon walks in the door, Bobby wobbles across the carpet and holds Leon's legs. Then he puts out his arms for Leon to pick him up. But Leon's brothers all they're going to be played together, soldiers and action men. They're going to both have machine guns that run over the house shooting at targets. Bobby can watch. Tina's house always has a window open and smells of baby lotion. Tina looks a bit like a baby herself because she's got a round face with puffy cheeks and round eyes that bulge. She makes her hair different colors all the time, but she's never happy with it, and Carol keeps telling her to go blonde. Tina always says, if I had your face, Carol, it wouldn't matter so much, and Leon thinks she's right. Tina has a leather sofa that's cold and slippery on Leon's legs and a sheepskin rug in front of the gas fire and a massive telly. She doesn't let Leon call her Tina like he calls his mom Carol. He has to call her Auntie Tina, and he has to call Carol Mom because she says children have to have respect. And she doesn't let Leon eat in front of the telly. He has to sit at a wooden table in the kitchen where there isn't much room because she has a big fridge freezer with ice cream in it. Bobby sits in his high chair smiling at Leon, and Tina puts 2 scoops in Leon's bowl and 1 for Bobby. Leon's father will probably only get half a scoop because he'll be the smallest. Sometimes Tina's boyfriend comes, but when he sees Leon, he always says, "Begin," and Tina says, "I know." Chapter 2. The first day when Carol brings the baby home, Tina and Leon and Bobby are waiting by the door. Carol holds the basket carefully with both hands and walks in whispering, "He's just gone off." She puts the baby on the floor in the living room and Leon tiptoes over. The baby has grown and his face looks different. He's wearing a new outfit in pale blue with a matching hat, and he has a yellow fluffy blanket over his legs. Tina and Bobby go home, and Carol and Leon sit on the top carpet and watch the baby. They watch the baby turn his head and open his lips. They watch the baby move one of his miniature hands, and when the baby yawns, they both open their mouths and yawn with him. Carol tilts her head. "Isn't he beautiful?" she says. "Yes." Leon and Carol lean back against the sofa and hold hands. "Aren't we lucky?" she says. All that day and the next day, the baby is like the television. Leon can't stop watching him and all his baby moments. He hardly cries, and when he does, it sounds like a little kitten or a puppy. He watches Carol change the baby on a special plastic mat that's got rocking horses on it. The baby has got a really small willy but big balls. Leon hopes the baby's willy will catch up. Baby's poo is a funny color. It's not brown, it's creamy yellow. And Carol has wiped all the poo off with special new baby lotion. Carol and Leon bath the baby together. Carol holds him in a few inches of water and Leon splashes his belly and his bum. The baby's got a special white towel all to himself, and when he's wrapped in it, Leon thinks he looks like the baby Jesus in his manga. Maybe that's why his mom bought him Moses' basket, because it's come from God. The baby blinks slowly and stares at Leon like he's trying to work out who he is. "I'm your brother," says Leon. "Big brother." The baby doesn't say anything back. "Big brother," says Leon. "My name is Leon. I'm 8 3/4. I am a boy." The baby stretches himself out to say he understands. Leon tells everybody at school about his new brother. His teacher says he can tell the class, so Leon stands up after assembly. "I've got a new baby brother. He's really small and sleeps nearly all the time. That's normal because he's concentrating on growing. My mom says all babies are different. Some sleep and some cry. She said that when I was a baby I was as good as gold, except when I was hungry. I'm the one in charge of my baby when mom's not there. When the baby was born he had a funny shaped head, but now his head has gone round again." Everyone claps and then Leon draws a picture and takes it home. His mom puts it on the fridge with a magnet next to a proper photograph that Tina took at the hospital. After a few weeks, Carol says Leon can't go to school because it's too wet and rainy. That means Leon can't play all day and put the television on and make toast if he's hungry. Carol leaves him in charge when she goes to the phone box, and when she comes back she's out of breath and asks him if the baby's alright. Leon would never let anything happen to the baby, so she worries for nothing. When Tina comes round, she knocks the door and then lets herself in with a key. She always says the same thing. "Carol, it's me, Tina, only Tina." And when Leon was little, he thought that only Tina was her name. She brings loads and loads of clothes from Bobby and a bag full of toys. Some of the toys are quite good, even though they are for little kids, and Leon has the best ones in his room. Tina and his mom are in the kitchen. "You still look tired, Carol. Is the baby keeping you up?" Tina sounds like the nurse at the hospital, or a bit lossy. Carol starts crying. She's always crying these days. "It's not like last time. I feel sort of down, you know. I'm alright. It's just things getting on top of me." Tina is saying "shh" all the time, and then he can hear her making a cup of tea. Sometimes when Tina comes to Leon's house, she does some washing up as well and makes him beans on toast. "Get yourself to the doctor, Cal. Honest, you got to." I will. You got Leon to think of as well as the baby." "Leon's alright," Carol says with a sniff. "He's a good kid. Just gets on with it. Loves the baby, he really does. But everything else goes over his head. All he thinks about is guns and cars." "You reading?" Byron came out every day when Leon was a baby. He used to do all the cooking. He was brave with Leon as well. Gave me a bit of a break. Leon can hear Tina running the tap and moving the dishes into the sink. "If it was me, Cal, I'd see the doctor." Then when he went inside, I got the quest. They wanted me to go to some bloody center twice a week. Me with a baby at home, feeling like shit. Feeling like this. "I'll come with you if you like. Bobby's the nursery every morning now. We could go first thing. Them tablets gave me nightmares as well." "You need something, Cal." "I know." Later, when Leon's in bed, Carol comes to his room. "I just got him off to sleep," she says and sits down. "Did he wake you up?" "I can't sleep, Mom." "Try," she says. "I can't. Can I have a story?" Carol says nothing for a few moments, then he thinks she might say no, or that she's too tired, but she takes a deep breath and starts. "This is a story my dad used to tell me." "Is it scary?" "Scary?" Carol shakes her head and smiles. "No, listen. Once upon a time there was a mother with 2 boys. One was a baby. The oldest boy was very noisy. He had a very loud voice, and he used to shout and bang his drum and kick the door and sing at the top of his voice, and the mother used to tell him off. 'Shh,' she would say, 'you'll wake the baby.' And the boy's teacher would say, 'Shh, we can't do our lessons.' And the minister at church would say, 'Shh, we're in a holy place.' And the boy felt lonely, like nobody loved him. He started to run away, but when he got to the edge of the village, he saw a big bad wolf coming to eat everyone up. He was too far away to run back and warn everyone, so he opened his mouth as wide as he could and roared, "There's a wolf coming!" and saved the whole village and his mother and his brother. Nobody ever told him to be quiet again. Is that the end? Yes, they all lived happily ever after. Sleep down now, snuggle down. School tomorrow, sweetheart, she says and strokes his forehead. Am I sick? I might be sick, he says. No, you're not sick. Definitely school tomorrow. Carol says this every night, but it's been 5 days since Leon went to school. If you don't go to school, you won't learn anything, Leon. If you don't learn anything, you can't get a good job and a nice house and lots of toys. You like toys, don't you? I saw you. I saw those toys you took up to your room. Eh? Eh? Carol starts scrubbing her fingers on his chest, making him laugh. And anyway, you get bored at home and join me potty. I can't help with the baby, Leon says. Jake. His name is Jake. You said it's his dad's middle name, but I changed Jack to Jake because I like it better. Do you, Leon? She kisses him before she turns off the light, but Leon doesn't kiss her back. She promised he could call the baby Bo from the Dukes of Hazzard. Bo's got a red car and blonde hair. His real name was Bill Regard Duke, and he's the best one in the whole program. Jake Regard sounds stupid. Leon doesn't know anyone at school called Jake, and no one off the telly called Jake. There is a shop on the other side of the Juke carriageway called Jake's Bakes, where they sell pies and chips, and when the baby goes to school, he's going to get teased about it. Leon wonders if he can get his mom to change her mind. Jake is the worst name he's ever heard. Chapter 3. Leon has begun to notice the things that make his mom cry. When Jake makes a lot of noise, when she hasn't got any money, when she comes back from the phone box, when Leon asks too many questions, and when she's staring at Jake. It's the third night that Leon and Jake are both sleeping at Tina's. It keeps happening all the time. Carol takes him up to Tina's, and then she leaves them there for a few days. Last week was 2 nights, and before that it was 3 nights, and sometimes it feels like they never go home. Jake's basket goes next to Leon's damn bed. Leon watches Jake for a few minutes before he makes special whistling noises when he breathes out, and he makes his little hands into fists like Muhammad Ali. Jake opens his eyes and doesn't even cry. His eyes have become bright, singing blue, but the middle is so perfectly black, like a drop of ink in the sea. Leon and Jake like to just look at each other for a while, and then Leon sings a baby song or whispers something. Are you alright, Jake? Sleepy time, sleepy time. Close your eyes. You're alright, Jakey. It's alright. Sleepy time, Jakey. It's peaceful and cozy in the bedroom with Jake and Wobbly Bobby and the heavy weight of the coats. He watches a smear of light on the wall, listens to the babies breathing, hears the sizzling tires on the white road outside. The next day, Carol comes to collect them from Tina's. She sounds excited and happy and stays for ages in Tina's kitchen, so Leon creeps into the hall. I found him. Yeah, I went to his mate's house and I just kept knocking. I knew someone was here, and I shouted through the letterbox that I just wanted to give him a message. I kept on knocking, and then he answered the door. Tony did, just like that. I was really surprised. So was he. I told you he wasn't avoiding me. He just didn't realize I was due. I told him, but he forgot. He said he was walking away, and anyway, he's not very good with dates. Tina isn't asking questions like she usually does, so Carol just carries on. He said he couldn't talk for long because he had to get home. He's still living with that cow, but I don't know why he's still with her. Neither does he. I told him he could move in with us. I know he wants to see Jake, but he's got to be careful, because if she finds out, she should stop him seeing his little girl and he dotes on her. She's done it before. She just uses his daughter to keep him. I'd never do that. Tina offers Carol a biscuit. Tina's biscuit tin is always crammed full. Sometimes, if there are lots of broken ones, she lets Leon pick them all out and eat them. No thanks. Anyway, he said he's moving out. She doesn't know, and he's not moving out until he's got everything in place. At his age, he wants to settle down for good. His age? He's 39. You'd never know before. He's not old or anything. He's nearly 40. 39. Honest, he doesn't look it. He looks our age. 25? Well, early 30s, but anyway. Yeah, he said it hasn't been right for years between them. You know me, Tina. I never meant to hurt anyone, but he wasn't happy even before he met me. If he was, he wouldn't have given me a second look, would he? He told me once he's got family in Bristol and Wolverhampton, so he's not sure where he's going, but when he gets there, he's It's gotta be just me and him. And the kids, says Tina. Yeah, of course, that's what he means. He, him, and the kids. What about his daughter? She'll come as well. Right, says Tina after a while. And he told you that? We only had a few minutes, but yeah. Leon goes back into the living room to check on Jake in his basket. He's nearly 4 months old and he's getting too big for his basket. He keeps hitting himself on the side and trying to get out, and then he gets angry and makes noises like a cat. Leon got told off for trying to help him stand up, so Leon just watches now and tells Jake about different things he thinks he should know, like who's the best football player. But he doesn't feel like telling Jake about living with a girl and a cow in Bristol because Jake will probably start to cry. Chapter 10. It's clear to Leon that Salma is mistaken and there aren't lots and lots of families looking for babies because February half-term comes and goes and Jake is still reigning over 43 Old Croft Avenue. Leon still has to share his toys and Jake still has to sleep on Leon's legs. The only thing that's changed is that Jake has 2 teeth coming at the bottom, and when he keeps dribbling onto his chin, it's sort of in a rash. Leon has to be careful, otherwise Jake cries for ages and no one gets any peace. Then one day, Maureen comes to collect him from school on her own. Where is Jake? He asks. Salma and a nice lady and her husband are looking after him for half an hour. Just you and me. Great, isn't it? Leon knows she's pretending. Maureen takes his hand when they cross the road and she hasn't done it for ages. She says that they are going the long way home on the subway and through the park. She walks very slowly and keeps stopping to look at houses and plants and asking Leon about school. Then she produces from her pocket a small packet of chewing gum. Here you are, love. Have this, but spit them out before you get home. I don't want gum on my carpet. There's only Salma and Jake at home when they get back, and Leon sees Salma nod at Maureen as soon as they get through the door. It was a nod that puts Maureen in a bad mood for the rest of the day. The next day, Saturday, so Leon plays with Jake as quietly as he can, and they both watch baby programs on the telly. By the afternoon, he thinks Maureen's bad mood has worn out because while Jake is having a nap, she calls him into the kitchen and puts 2 chairs close together. She sits down on one and makes him sit on the other. You know Jake's been having some visitors this week, don't you? While you've been at school, he's had a nice man and a nice lady spending some time with him, playing with him, and taking him to the park. Leon says nothing. Well, those people are coming for Jake today, love. She brings his head down onto her shoulder and begins walking backwards and forwards. Leon feels a little bit sick from the walking and he thinks he must have put the warm vest on because all his clothes feel warm all of a sudden. He's very uncomfortable sitting too close to Maureen. He'll say goodbye to Jake and then you and me can have a good old cry if you want. She's very hot. Leon tries to sit up. He wants to ask her a question and it's the same question that he's tried to ask Salma 3 or 4 times, but he knows that when he's asked the question and he gets the answer, then everything is going to be worse. And until he asks this question, everything will stay the same. But now, because the people are coming for Jake, Leon knows he's running out of time. He manages to pull back so he can see Maureen's face. It's all pink and blotchy and her chest is going up and down. She started crying without him. Am I going with him? Maureen doesn't say anything straight away, but she swallows something down. Then when she does start talking, she sounds funny and her bottom lip is wet and loose. No, Pigeon, no. You stay with your auntie Maureen. Almost as soon as she says that, the bell rings and Maureen gets up. She puts her hand on Leon's shoulder and squeezes it hard. Salma and 2 other people come in. They keep smiling at him and they are all taken at the same time, trying to see who can say the nicest things to him, and considering Jake is asleep upstairs, they are all being much too loud. First of all, Maureen breaks down a small blue check suitcase and gives it to the lady, who gives it to the man, who says he'll put it straight to the car. Then Maureen goes back upstairs and gets Jake, who's just waking up. If you let Jake sleep and sleep and sleep without being disturbed, he wakes up in a great mood. He starts smiling before he even opens his eyes, and the blue middle bit is so sparkly and bright, and the black middle bit is dark and shiny. He starts waving and shouting, and even when he had his smash, he would be laughing about nothing at all. When Leon sees Jake, he goes straight over to him, and Jake leans out of Maureen's arms and pulls Leon's hair. Careful, Jake, the lady says. He doesn't hurt, says Leon. He always does it. He wants to play with me. The lady doesn't look at Leon, she only looks at Jake, and her blue eyes are sparkly and bright as well because she's trying not to cry like Maureen. Leon uncurls his brother's face and kisses it. Jake's trying to get out of Maureen's arms, and Leon knows that he's seen his yellow truck on the carpet. Suddenly, Leon's trousers are too tight, and he wants to free, and his legs feel bendy, and he's very angry with Maureen. He picks up the yellow truck and gives it to Jake and tries to stand still. Something inside is telling him to run away or to hit the lady, but Leon stands still. Everything goes quiet. Maureen hands Jake to the lady as someone strokes Maureen on the back. The man keeps saying thank you and touching Jake on the top of his head. No one notices when Leon goes into the kitchen. No one notices when he takes the golden tin into the garden, throws the plain biscuits over the fence, and stuffs 7 chocolate digestives into his pocket. When he goes back inside, Selma and Maureen are standing at the door waving. "Come on, babe, love," says Maureen, but Leon walks right past her and up the stairs and into his room. He takes the biscuits out of his pocket and slams them on his chest of drawers. He wants to eat them, all of them, one after another, or even together all at the same time, but he doesn't seem to have any room in his throat, or in his chest, or in his belly. Leon begins to hum. He clumps his mouth shut, but lets the noise whiz out of his nostrils and between his lips. He hums the music to the Dukes of Hazzard, and while he does it, he pulls all the blankets off his bed. He hums the music to Jake's baby program and kicks the wardrobe door open and throws all his clothes on the floor. The lady that took him is in for a surprise if she lets that dummy drop out. Leon knows all the words to that baby program, so instead of humming, he begins to sing. He sings as loud as he can. He shoves and shoves his mattress until it slides off the bed and onto the floor and sings until his throat feels gravelly and sore. He rips his clothes out of his chest of drawers and flings them across the room, singing and singing. He piles a blanket over his head and sits on the master's bed and sings until he lets out every word and all the space comes back into his chest and his belly, until he isn't angry with Maureen, so that when she opens his door, he doesn't want to hit her. She doesn't say anything for a few moments, and then she steps away his mattress and closes the curtains. "Coming down for your tea, love?" He knows she sees the biscuits that have fallen on the floor. If she tells him off, he'll have to be angry with her again. But she picks her way through the mess, gathers them up, and puts them on his bedside cabinet next to a photo he's only just noticed. It's of him and Jake on like cream shag power carpets before Jake had his rash, and Maureen has put Jake's big red bear next to the photograph frame. "You need something to remember your brother by. Jake won't need big red bear where he's going. He'll have lots more." Maureen picks up big red bear with its pale blue satin ribbon and tries to smuggle it next to Leon. She pretends that big red bear can speak and moves it from side to side. "Time for tea," says Maureen, trying not to move her lips. "I'm not hungry." "Nor me," she replies. Then Maureen kisses him on top of his head, which she has only done once before when he had a nightmare about drowning. She touches him lightly on his neck back. "Come on," she says in her own voice. "We'll skip our tea today. Skip tea and go straight to ice cream. We'll tidy this up later." Leon shuffles off to the bed and follows Maureen downstairs. At first, Leon thinks he's in a dream about fighting a dragon, but then Maureen is shaking him and he can't seem to open his eyes. "Leon? Leon?" Somehow he is sitting next to her on the bed, and when he opens his eyes, you can see from her face that something's wrong. "You're grinding your teeth again, Leon. It's 4 o'clock in the bloody morning. Wake up." One side of his face hurts and he feels that he hasn't been asleep all night. He was fighting an evil monster that was picking up people with his claws and eating them. Blood dripped from the monster's lips and surface splashed on Leon, and then the monster saw him and started chasing him. Leon ran, and then when he couldn't run anymore, he turned around, and just when he was about to stab the monster Maureen woke him up. "Honestly, Leon, I wish you could hear yourself. I never heard nothing like it. It goes right through me. Leon, don't go back to sleep. Leon." First of all, she makes him have a wee, even though he doesn't want one. She stands at the door, and the bathroom floor is cold on his bare feet. She tells him to sit down to wee because he's too tired to stand, so it's really hard to concentrate on making the wee come out, but she won't let him get off the toilet until he has done one. Halfway through, he nearly falls down, so he has to hold on to the sink with one hand. Then the stairs feel wobbly under his legs, and he's grateful when Maureen says he can sit on the kitchen chair and have a biscuit. "Now, where's this all come from, She says, filling her spotted mouth with boiling water, as if I didn't know. Leon tries to rest down on the table, but she's having none of it. She makes him sit up straight like he's in school and drink his juice. He tries to eat his biscuit, but it feels too heavy and drops on his lap and onto the floor. Leon is so tired and so angry with Maureen. Right, says Maureen, poking him in his neck back. I know you're upset, but you and me are having words. Take this and wipe your face. She hands him a tea towel for his tears. It smells of mashed potato. In there with you, on the sofa, and get the green blanket over you. Come on. He does as he's told and puts the green blanket over his legs even though he isn't sick. Maureen sits down next to her and puts her coffee on the floor. Right, mister. You awake now? You listening? Leon nods. Answer me this. How many children have I fostered over the years? I know you know the answer because I saw your earring the other way when I was talking to the new neighbors. So go on. How many? 22, he says. Bang on. So I fostered 22 children. How many children have I got of my own? Not counting stepchildren, and we'll come to that in a moment. Robert and Anne. 22 and 2. 24. How many kids have Robert and Anne got between them? Leon scoops up his eyes so he can think. 3, Leon, 3. Now I don't see them as often as I'd like on account of the fact that they live abroad, but we're going to count them because I did look after them when they were here. So we were on 24 and you're adding 3. 27. Good. How many stepkids? 2. 27 and 2, Leon. I know you're half asleep, but pay attention because this is important. 29. 29. We're going to round it up to 30 because that's you. You're number 30. So do you think I might know something about children, Leon? Yes. Do you think there's anyone that knows more about children than me? A teacher? No, not a teacher, because the teacher's job finishes at 3:30, and my job never ends. And my job never ends because I look after you even when you're not here, because I think about you, and I care for you, and I love you. You are all the children that I've ever looked after. Do you understand, Leon? Yes. Right. Now listen carefully because I want you to understand something, and I don't say this to all the children because it's not always true, but with you it is true, so you have to believe it. And when you believe it, you will stop grinding your teeth, and I might be able to get 5 minutes skip before sunrise, alright? Yes, it will be alright. Maureen wipes Leon's face with the corner of her dressing gown, but because it's made of the same silky stuff as the cushions, his face is still wet and begins to itch. You will be alright, Leon. You will be alright. Leon uses a tea towel again because it's better for tears. And one day, she says, you will see your brother again. He will find you, or you will find him, and you can tell him all about what you've been doing, about your football and your toys and your programs. You can ask him all the questions about what he's been doing because he's not as grown up as you, so he'll still be doing baby things, won't he? You'll be able to help him with his toys. It might not be for a long time. You might even be grown up and you won't be playing with toys anymore. But you will see Jake again. He hasn't gone forever. She goes into the kitchen and gets him another biscuit, but this time it's got chocolate on it, and Leon realizes that he didn't hear her taking the lid off the golden tin, so Maureen has a secret hiding place. I'll keep saying it until you believe me, Leon. You will be alright, and that, mister, is a promise. I know you miss him, Pigeon, and that the future seems a long, long way away, but I know what I'm talking about. Right, you can have one more sip if you choose, then go and have another beer so you don't wet the bed. On the way up the stairs, he thinks of a question, but by the time he gets into bed, he's forgotten it again. He was something about how long away the future was, but he can't think of the exact words to say. Maureen kisses him, and just before she turns the light on, he hears her talking to him. I should have gone to Polash's bloody teeth. Chapter 12. Alright, Selma, love. Come in. Leon stands at the top of the stairs just out of sight. There's a little gap in the banisters where if he keeps his head dead still, he can see who comes to the door. If he's in his room playing with his toys and he hears the bell, he sits to the slide off the bed and treads carefully on tiptoe along the brown carpet to the very top of the stairs. He catches out, and if they are not whispering, he can hear what they say. He's heard Maureen swear lots of times, like when she called Margaret Thatcher a bloody cow because of the miners. And once she said Margaret Thatcher could kiss her ass, and Leon laughed and got caught earringing. Maureen says that if he keeps listening to people's private conversations, his ears will shrivel into prunes and chop off. Leon always checks his ears at night, just in case. Maureen takes Selma straight into the kitchen. She'll make coffee for Selma, and then they'll talk about him. He gets down the stairs in his socks to the sitting room and sits quietly in front of the television. Salma's bag is on the sofa. Salma always has a handbag and another leather bag that she keeps the files in. The files are sticking out and her handbag has the zip open. You can hear her read his sad voice. His last school report was a bit of a concern, I agree. Bit of a concern. He's got no friends. Spends his break on his own. Doesn't do his work. It's not like he's sick. He's grieving, if you ask me. I'm sure he'll settle down, Maureen. It's got to be a shock for him, but he'll confidently done the right thing. It's not just about him. Separately, they've got a chance, but together, Maureen slots. Jake's got a chance, you mean? You split them up, and in my books that's a sin, and I won't change my mind on that. Why would you have done that, Maureen? Have neither of them adopted? Because that's a choice. I had no idea what I would do, Salma. Maureen is washing the dishes and making them clank together in the sink. That's why I'm not a social worker. Anyway, how is he? Leon pulls the straps on Salma's handbag until it's right next to him. He eases his hand inside and feels for her purse. His eyes are on the door. His ears are in the kitchen. Good. New mom and dad are delighted, obviously. He's settling you now. Well, as can be expected. It's early days, but it looks like a good match. Leon unzips the purse and he pokes 2 fingers in. He feels the cold metal of a coin with sharp corners. 50 pence. He plucks it out, puts it in his other hand, clenches his fist around it, zips up the purse, and feels the cold sweat drip down his back. He pushes the bag with his elbow into his back where she left it. He can hardly breathe. Salma is still talking. Mom and Dad have taken him to the park, introduced him to the family, taken lots of photographs. They make a lovely family, Maureen. They got a big garden. Big garden, eh? Says Maureen. How lovely. She backs his husband into the sink. And what about this letter he's supposed to get? Hang on, let me just check on Leon. I want to talk to you about something, Salma. The kitchen door opens quickly, but Leon is prepared. He's standing by the television, pressing the button to turn it over. He doesn't turn around. What now? Says Maureen. She goes back into the kitchen and the door clicks shut. Leon dashes upstairs faster than a cheetah. He slips the 50 pence under his mattress. He'll move it later. He comes downstairs so quickly and so lightly that he's out of breath again. But he lands in his seat and lays on a cushion in 20 seconds. He can't hear anything from the kitchen but the droning of the 2 women. He shuffles over in his seat next to someone's leather bag so he can be nearer the door, but it's no good. Nothing. All Salma's files are sticking out of her bag, brown cardboard files with white paper inside. These are the files that the social workers hold whenever he asks about his mom. They look through their files and check dates and addresses, but they never let him see for himself. And he's a good reader. He flicks through the corners of the files. He sees his name and his birthday. He sees Jake's name and birthday. He sees his mom's name and her birthday. He squeezes his hand between the pages and pulls. Due to Carl's itinerant lifestyle and mental health issues, it was being difficult to make a full and detailed assessment. Carl was given the opportunity to attend a weekly access to visit to Leah and Jake to assess her commitment and capacity for caring for her children. She failed to attend these appointments without explanation. She has also failed to attend access visits arranged at the foster carer's house on 4 separate occasions, again without explanation. Carol Wyckoff did attend the family center without appointment where she stayed for 20 minutes speaking to the social worker about her new life and plans for the future, which did not appear to include caring for Leon and Jake. The most recent psychiatric assessment of Carol Wyckoff, undertaken by Dr. Anne Mulroney, attached, concluded that Carol Wyckoff has an emotionally unstable personality disorder which presents in maladaptive behavior that has formed the background to her mental health problems. She presents with a range of behaviors including anxiety, restlessness, stupor, and transient mood swings into hypomania. She reports previous episodes of mild to medium clinical depression following the birth of her first child, Leon, who has consequently spent several short periods in various foster care short-term placements. She also reports that her mother and maternal grandmother both had psychiatric disorders, but this could not be verified. She is unwilling or unable to provide any details of either child's biological father, although limited information has been obtained from Tina Moore. See later. Carol Wyckoff's current condition is complicated by her dependence on prescription drugs and alcohol use. Her personality disorder is also manifest in Carol's high level of self-interest as opposed to the interest of her children. The psychological assessment concluded that Coral Rycroft is unlikely to be in a position to care for either child unless she is willing to undertake further psychological input for a period of no less than 18 months. He tucks the paper bag where it was and opens the kitchen door. When am I going to see my mom? Salma puts her face up close to Leon and smiles. Remember we talked about this, Leon? Remember we said, why do I have to wait all the time? Well, it's because I'm hungry, he says. Salma smiles again and grabs his shoulder like he's falling over. Of course you are. Salma goes back to sipping her coffee while Maureen takes the lid off the biscuit tin. Tea's in half an hour, she says. Leon nibbles the biscuit and stares at them. What? Says Maureen, folding her arms. You've been listening at the doors again? You'll hear something you won't like one of these days. She touches his cheek. Not today, though. It's all good today. Go on, off with you. Half an hour of telly and I'll put the tea on. Sausage and mash. Now hop it. She closes the door after him and he sits down by the papers that say horrible things about his mom. He knocks Salma's bag over with his elbow and when it falls on the floor, everything spills out and he kicks it with his foot so that the papers get jumbled up. He stares over the mess and dribbles the soggy biscuit from his mouth onto the papers, a brown sticky mess with crumbs in it. Then he gathers them up and puts them back in Salma's bag. Chapter 13. When Leon wakes the next morning, the house is very quiet. Outside, there is a car running its motor in the avenue, and far off, he can hear a train on a track. Leon's never been on a train, but he knows they can take you all over the country faster than a car. He saw an advert about it. One day, he's going to get on a train and find his mom. He can hear the trilling of a bird in the tree next door. There are birds that trill and birds that coo, and sometimes Leon would make bird noises for Jake, and Jake would pull Leon's lips like he was trying to grab the sound before it came out. Jake was always touching something. If it wasn't Leon himself, it was his cars and his toys, and when Jake was going to sleep, he would hold on to Leon's fingers. Sometimes thinking about Jake makes Leon feel sick. Even before he opens his eyes, he can tell that Maureen is still asleep because his room is above the kitchen, and the first thing she does in the morning is make a cup of coffee. She calls it Rich Brew, and once she lets Leon taste it and he agrees with her. She has to put 3 sugars in to make it taste nice. But the reason Maureen is still in bed is because there is nothing to get up for. Jake used to wake them up every morning, and without Jake, Maureen has been staying in bed later and later. She says it's because of her chest, but Leon knows what it really is. The empty sound in the house is louder than Jake crying for his bottle. It's louder than his laugh, louder than his baby drums. And if Leon turns around and looks at Jake squat in the corner of the room, he knows that he will get angry with Maureen, so he picks the scratch in the wallpaper and puts the pieces in his mouth. They taste of fish fingers. Leon goes downstairs and still Maureen is in her room. He makes some Weetabix and eats it in front of the telly with the sound down low. He has the room to himself and he can watch what he wants. He doesn't have to have the baby programs on, and Jake isn't screaming or trying to pull his hair. He makes some more Weetabix and sprinkles it with massive sugar. Then he eats 3 of Jake's special yogurts without bits in. Maureen comes down and tells him to clear up his mess, but when he goes into the kitchen, she grabs him and snuggles him until he wants to cry. Right, mister, she says as she tidies up. What's me and you doing on this miserable Saturday? Leon shrugs. We got that Dumbo video for later, she says, and I've got some shopping to do, but that won't take long. Shame is raining. Maureen stands in the doorway with her special pink hot mug of coffee. Tell you what, we'll go for a little bus ride, she says. We'll go and see Sylvia. Haven't seen her for ages. Maureen's sister lives very far away and they have to take 2 buses. The first one stops on a busy road where there are lots of shops and too many people. Maureen holds his hand tight and people will think that Maureen is his mom. She's fat and her hair is too orange and he doesn't want anyone to think that his mom isn't beautiful, so he tries to get his hand back and put it in his pocket. Maureen keeps stopping to look in shop windows and saying how expensive everything is. The only good shop has lots of toys in the window. Clash of the Titans figures with Charon and Calibos, but Maureen won't wait because they have to find the second bus and that takes ages. They pass factories and shops and enormous houses that are broken down and boarded up. Eventually they get off the bus and stand at the bottom of a steep hill. Maureen looks up to the very top, shakes her head and takes a deep breath. Here goes, she says. She starts slowly, stopping every few steps and holding up to gates and grasping at ledges because she can't breathe. She tells Leon to carry her shopping bag as she shuffles along the pavement with one arm on her chest and others finger in the air. She has the same face as she cries, and Leon hopes she won't start until she gets where they're going. They take ages to get to the top and walk down the path to the bungalow. Sylvia gasps as she opens the door. What on earth? Maureen, get in here. She helps Maureen inside. Maureen can't speak and tell anyone what's wrong, so Sylvia gets her a glass of water. What happened? She says again, lodging a cigarette in the corner of her mouth and feeling Maureen's forehead. Leon has seen Sylvia once before when she came for Christmas dinner. She smoked all the time and didn't say one word to Leon. She didn't even bring him or Jake a present. She doesn't look like Maureen. She's very skinny and she has dark purple hair that looks like it's licked onto her skin. She has long nails that match her lipstick and black ties with little holes all over them. She's wearing the same shoes that Carol wore once when she went out at Christmas with Tina. But if you added Tina's age and Carol's age together, they still wouldn't be as old as Sylvia. She turns suddenly to Leon and points a cigarette at him. Did you see what happened? Leon shakes his head and sits next to Maureen, who pats him on his back. It's all right, Leon, love, she whispers. She's not blaming you. Have you got a bad turn, Mom? Sylvia asks. Got a tight chest, that's all. Got a sort of wheezing rattle or something every time I try and do anything. Maureen sips the water and makes an ugly face. Coffee, Sylvia, if you don't mind. 3 sugars. It'll be that sugar that's got you raising, if you ask me. Sylvia goes to the kitchen and Maureen winks at Leon. She's alright, is Sylvie. Wants to know for 50 years. Leon plays on the floor with his action man while the horse racing is on the telly. Maureen and Sylvia spend the day laughing, and sometimes Maureen can't wait because she thinks the joke is so funny. Remember Jeanette? Jeanette Blythe, coach of the spine with that funny nose? Says Sylvia. Yeah, she's got married to Gordon. Gordon? We're talking about the same Gordon? Yeah, Gordon. Goldfish Gordon with the lips. No. Yes. No, I can't believe it. Imagine their kids. They're 2 awful kids, Sylvia. I know, but imagine. Then Sylvia makes an ugly face, pulling her lips down and showing her bottom teeth out, and Maureen has to lie on the sofa and keeps saying, Don't. Don't. Even though Leon takes his action man, it's very boring at Sylvia's house. All they do is talk about the olden days when they were young and about all Sylvia's boyfriends and different people they know and who is married and who is separated and who is playing around. Sylvia takes a photo album and tells Leon to sit between her and Maureen. Wait till you see our Maureen some days, she says. The album is heavy on his legs, so he has to put his feet up on tiptoe to stop it falling to the floor. Sylvia turns the pages when Maureen is next to him. There she is. Sylvia points to a black and white picture of 2 girls in tight polka dot dresses and funny hair. He can't see their faces because it's all blurred. That's so. What do you think? Sylvia keeps nudging him, but he doesn't know what to say because it doesn't look like Maureen. It just looks like an old film from the Second World War. Look at this one, Sylvia says, turning another page, and Maureen gasps. God, I haven't seen that before. Where did you find that? Where was it taken? Savannah? Not Savannah. That was when we went to the beach with Percy and Bob. It's Savannah, Sylvia takes a photograph out and points at the back. What does that say? Morton's Holiday Park, Hastings, June 1949. Blimey, I'm skinny there. And look at me. Sylvia's laughing. I look like a bloody tot with my tits out like that. Maureen frowns at Sylvia and looks at Leon. She needs a swear boxes, doesn't she, Leon? But Sylvia is turning pages and paying no attention, and this goes on for ages, taking the photographs out and reading the address on the back and talking about where they were taken and where they live and who is thin and who is fat and who is still alive and who is dead and who was handsome and who's got no teeth now. It goes on and on until they tell Leon he could put the telly on and see if there's a football match to watch. Then, when they think he isn't listening, they start whispering. Maureen talks about Carol and tells Sylvia all over again what she's already told her on the phone. She tells her about Jake leaving and how upset she was and how Leon was grinding his teeth, and she tells Sylvia about Carol not coming for them, and Sylvia smokes and nods and shakes her head, saying things like, you wouldn't credit it, or never, like she hasn't heard it before. Leon asks if he can go to the toilet. It's down the hallway, love, says Maureen. In Sylvia's bungalow, there are no stairs, just a long corridor with bedrooms and a bathroom. Leon opens all the doors one by one. One bedroom is decorated in pale blue with a frilly bedspread and matching curtains like a princess lives there. Sylvia's too old to be a princess, but it smells of a fusty old perfume. The other bedrooms have single beds with pink carpets. Then right by the bathroom there is a tall cupboard with sheets and pillowcases and towels and cardboard boxes. On the way back from the toilet he passes the door that leads to the garden. The key is in the lock, so he turns it and goes outside, walking slowly, looking left and right. Some people have dogs in their garden, but there is no dog, just a square patch of grass and a great plastic tub of yellow flowers. Sylvia's knickers are on the line, and they're the same color as her bedspread. Maureen and Sylvia are talking. They chirp like birds when they're together. He goes quietly up to the sitting room window, but he can't say anything through the net curtains. Social workers are a waste of space, if you ask me more. Some of them. I can't stand them. Had my fill of that lot when I walked in at home. Going out and looking after people is one thing. Having them in your own house is another more. You've got social workers in and out with all them bloody visits, checking up on you, trying to catch you out. They're coming for a coffee and spend half the day talking about themselves. If I want friends, I'll make my own. And I don't know why you're still bothering at your age. I'm good at it. Anyway, it's for the kids. That one will get adopted, won't he? What's his name again? Leon. Not a chance. That's what they say. Well, alright, it's a shame for him, but you're still running yourself ragged. That's all I know. Leon drops down by the window ledge and goes back inside. He locks the door and puts the key in his pocket. When he goes back into Sylvia's living room, they both shut up. Wash your hands, says Maureen. Leon nods. Maureen struggles up on her 2 feet. Sylvia hugs her and grips her shoulders. Promise me more. The doctor. I will, Sylv. I know what you like. No, I will, really. I haven't felt right for a few weeks. Promise me. Yes, I will. Tomorrow. Sunday? Monday, then. Swear it, because we've been here before, you forget all about it. I swear, yes. Leon will remind me, won't you, love? Leon nods and Sylvia pokes him in the back. You make bloody sure. If you don't and anything happens to her, you'll be sorry. The next day, Maureen doesn't get up and she lets Leon make her richest brew and toast. He's careful with the brew because he has to pour the kettle and stand on a chair to make sure it all goes into the mug. Then he makes the toast and puts apricot jam and butter on it and then puts it all on the tray. He carries it all the way upstairs and into her room. Maureen eases herself up in bed and smooths the blankets on her lap. She takes the tray off Leon and shakes her head. You're a star, you are, Leon. My best and lovely boy. Can't believe you made this all by yourself. 9 years old and we've already got a chef in the house. She points everything out. Toast, jam, little plate, coffee in my special mug and not a single chip on the tray. Good lad. You got a job for life, you know that, don't you? Leon smiles and she takes his hand. It will be alright, love. You and me together. We will be alright and you can stay with Auntie Marie for the foreseeable as far as I'm concerned. You're not to worry. You had to go to the doctor, says Leon. Tomorrow you had to go. Yes, yes. See how I'm feeling in the morning. But Leon can hear the crackling sound that comes from her throat like a cough that won't come out, and her face was the same color as the sheets. He can tell when Maureen's trying to be happy and when she's worried, and he knows now why Sylvia kept making a promise. Chapter 14. Leon. Leon. Maureen has had her no-nonsense voice on all day. She was using it even before Leon was properly awake, talking on the phone in her bedroom and saying bad things about his mother. Again, Leon heard her. She must have got a bloody surprise when she rang social services. She had two when she bugged off. Now there's just the one, and he's got a virile temper when he's roused. No wonder life is sad. She's been sick apparently, so the social worker said. Sick in and out of institutions. Yeah, go somewhere up north, then Bristol, and God knows where else. Well, I don't know, some sort of breakdown. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I'd had to be pretty sick to keep me from my kids, you know what I mean? But Leon doesn't understand why Maureen should be talking about his mother all of a sudden. She's never even met her. Leon's the only one who really knows about Carol's life, and even he hasn't seen her for a long, long time. Leon, come down here, I said. He's nearly as tall as Maureen and looking her straight in the eye. Come on, someone's coming to see you today. Who? Maureen pulls him all the way to the kitchen and tells him to wash his hands while she watches. Properly, Leon. I'm standing right there. She folds her arms and, as she does, Leon sees the softness creep back into her face. Come on, love. Don't take all day. You're having a visitor. I wasn't sure whether or not she'd come, so I haven't said anything until now. We've been here before, haven't we? Her saying she's coming and then not coming, yay? Well, she's on her way apparently, so look sharp. Leon says nothing. Maureen often says nice things and nasty things both at the same time. She passes him the towel and while he dries his hands, she puts her hand to his cheek. Your mom's been very ill, love, and it's been a long time, hasn't it? Nearly a year, and that's forever at your age. So just take it slow with her, alright? She might be, well, different, not like you remember, alright? Leon feels sick, but he can't tell Maureen because then she might say he can't see his mom. Want a Kit Kat? She says. He nods. Go for a wee first. You know what you like if you get excited. Toilet first, then have a Kit Kat. They wait together by the window. It's the sort of day where it never gets properly bright. It's not raining, but the pavement is wet and looks like dirty metal in the misty light. Maureen is squeezing behind him, holding the net curtain out of the way. These need a good soak in the bath, she says. We'll take them all down tomorrow. Wipe these sills as well. Want to earn some pocket money, Leon? Maureen always talks when he's trying to concentrate. Suddenly, a sports car pulls into the road, slows down, and stops right outside Maureen's home. This is it, she says, and she lets the curtain drop. Leon shakes Maureen's head from his shoulder. Inside the sports car is Carol and a man. The man is white, so he knows his dad hasn't come, but it doesn't look like Jake's dad either. Leon and Maureen both go and sit on the sofa. They are not speaking. Leon is waiting for the bell to ring and Maureen is waiting to tell him to answer the door. It takes ages. Why won't she come inside? Why hasn't she come for him? Maybe she will drive away and Leon will never see her again. Lots and lots of words, most of them bad, coming to his mouth. Leon has to swallow them down as usual. She's not coming in and anyway, he hates her. Leon gets up and starts towards the back door. Wait, Maureen whispers. He hears a car door slam, then another. He rushes to the front door and opens it and she's there. Honestly, really, truly there, walking down the garden path towards him. The man's with her, a few steps behind, walking with his hands in his pockets. Carol is smiling, but she's crying as well, and Leon wants to run to her to make her better, but before she can move, she seems to crumple down onto her knees, and the man catches her under her arms and helps her up. Thank you. I'm alright. I'm alright. I want to go on my own. She puts her arms out and Leon walks slowly in case he makes her collapse again. She wipes her sleeve across her face before she kisses him. She's trying to say something but nothing comes out. Leon is glad she's crying because now Maureen will know that she cares. Come in, chick, shouts Maureen from the doorway. Come in and bring your friend. The man shakes his hand and starts walking back to his car. Be back in a bit, Carol, love. You alright? Carol waves him away and they all go inside and sit on the sofa. Carol kisses Leon again, much too hard, and Leon decides not to say anything, just in case it comes out wrong or he starts to cry as well. How's my little boy? Carol says, but she isn't looking at him. She's trying to find her cigarettes. She always does this, and Leon has to take the bag and look for her. He tries to take the bag off her, but she snatches away and he sees Maureen frown. He knows that later Maureen will be on the phone to her sister saying bad things about Carol, about her crying and smoking and coming with a man. So he sits close to his mom because he belongs to her and she belongs to him. I've got something in here for you, Carol says. I bought this for you. It's a pencil and pen set in a wooden box. It looks like it belongs to a teacher or a professor. I didn't get a chance to wrap it, Leon, love. Do you like it? Carol has her cigarette poised at her lips, her hand frozen like she can't continue until he says yes. Yes. Good. She squeezes the lighter and then blows the smoke out really hard. When Carol starts speaking, Leon can see how she's changed. Her teeth and her fingers are yellowy brown like mustard and her cheeks glowing like a skeleton, and she smells different. She keeps putting the cigarette in her mouth and leaving it a long, long time, and then when she talks, all the ash drops off the end and wisps of smoke go around her words. You alright? She asks and she nods to tell him what the answer should be. Maureen brings in 2 cups of coffee. There you go, 2 sugars. Carol takes the cup and Leon sees it shaking her hand. Can't control things these days, she says, trying to laugh. Not as bad as I was, though. Not by a long chalk. I never knew nothing about nothing, she says. I was so ill I couldn't tell you my own name. Maureen shakes her head. They said I had that postnatal depression when I had my baby. My mom was the same when she had me and they sectioned her. They gave you electric shock treatment in them days. Leon watches her trying to hold the cup with 2 hands and smoke her cigarette at the same time. Then I lost touch with Tony. That's Jake's dad. I thought he was the one. I really did. And anyway, I just went to pieces. No one's fault. Took me months to get better. I was in hospital for a bit, and then they gave me a room in the Maybird Center. Maybird Center? Asks Maureen. There's two on-site social workers round the clock. It was so noisy I felt like I was going round the twist, so I moved out. Thought it was best for everyone if I stayed clear, get myself straight. And I'm getting there. I am. But when I got in touch with the social, they said they'd given my baby away. Broke my heart. They were all quiet. They took my baby, she says and starts crying again so that her coffee shakes in the cup. My baby. Maureen puts her hand on Carol's and squeezes. Leon took it very badly too, Carol, says Maureen. Leon wants to tell Maureen to mind her own business. She should leave him and his mom to be alone. Carol sniffs. I don't know what to do. It's one step forward and then I can't cope. Maureen takes the cup out of Carol's hand and gives her a tissue to wipe her tears. Leon gets the biscuit. Leon's Mr. Love. Haven't you, Leon? Maureen says with a fake noise. Leon says nothing. He's hoping you can get back on your feet. He's doing well at school, but we've had one or two setbacks with meeting his targets. Nothing is serious, but it's been hard on him, hasn't it, Leon? No. Maureen shakes her head. Are you moving back here now then, Carol? Now you're a bit better. His mom isn't listening. She's staring at the dead eye of the television. She looks like she's reading the paper because her lips are moving. Maureen and Leon look at each other because neither of them know what to say. Eventually, Carol finds her words. It was the best day of my life when I found Alan. That's who brought me. He's that good to me. He has his own business. Snooker Hall. She passed Leon twice on his jeans. You want us all to go out to the seaside. We can go in his sports car. You like cars, don't you? He said he's going to take you on the Dodgems. Would you like that? Leon doesn't say anything. He doesn't want to share his mom all the time. He doesn't want to share his mom with Maureen. He doesn't want to share his mom with Alan. Anyway, she continues, I'm trying, that's the point. I'm aware of my issues and behaviors. She speaks like she's just learned some new words. I'm addressing things, trying, and I've got to take it slow. I can only come when Alan can bring me in his car because I'm not very good at the bus. Makes me ill. Leon sees Maureen raise an eyebrow and fold her arms. Makes us all ill, love, she says. Anyway, would you like to see Leon's bedroom? He's been collecting football cards. She motions to Leon to stand up. You'll lead the way for your mom, Leon. Leon helps Carol up and takes her to his bedroom. It's funny having her in this room. She doesn't know where to sit. It's nice, she says. She looks at these posters on the wall and then she looks out of the window. I wonder what time it is, she says. She looks at the football cards that's been collected and sticking on his chart. She keeps saying, that's nice and lovely, and she's placed so it's neat and tidy. You like everything in its proper place. You used to be good at tidying and making things nice. I do remember, Leon. I remember you taking care of me. She bends her head to his, and their foreheads touch. She puts her hands on his cheeks and moves them slowly around his neck, drawing him in, but as suddenly she draws back and takes a deep breath. Is it warm in here, or is it me? She says. She opens his wardrobe and stares at his clothes like she's counting them. She fiddles with the knob on the door and then notices the certificate he got from school for living with a day for a whole term, and she says she can't believe how big his feet have become. They're enormous, Leon. You're going to be tall like my dad. He was 6'4", and she catches sight of the picture of Jake on the white carpet and crumples down on his bedroom floor. Mom! Mom! Leon shouts, but she's walking to and fro with her hand outstretched towards the photo. Leon runs downstairs to tell Maureen to come and help him get her up. They sit her on the bed and she starts crying and saying, oh, oh. Maureen has a different voice when she tells her to calm down. You're frightening him, Carol. Put yourself together. Carol goes to light a cigarette. I don't allow smoking upstairs, neither. Maureen helps Carol up and takes her arm. Come on, up you come. You go down together. Me and Leon will help you. They sit her on the sofa. Can I have that photo of my baby? She says. It's his birthday next week, and I haven't got a photograph of him. No one's even given me a photograph. Maureen makes a funny face like she's trying to find the right words to explain. No, Carol. No, you cannot. That picture was taken by me, for Leon. Paid for by me. He hasn't got much else, has he? He's not at home with you where he should be, and he hasn't got his brother, which he's finding bloody hard, if you don't mind me saying. Maureen folds her arms like she's finished, but she hasn't. And you say you're not well. That's also hard for a little 9-year-old. I know because he lives with me and I see it. Carol stands up suddenly. He's falling behind the school, hasn't made any friends, have you, Leon? And he's starting to get light-fingered. I'd be worried if it was mine. Carol draws the net curtain back and peers through the glass. Eleanor will be here in a minute. I better get ready. She puts her coat on, puts her hand back on the crook of her arm, and opens the front door. Leon stands next to her as she takes his hand in hers. She squeezes his fingers and he can feel her love traveling all the way down from her heart into his. It's like a special electricity, a secret. They watch for the sports car. His mother used to smell of shampoo and the old house. She used to smell like her bed and her sheets. She used to smell of different cigarettes. She used to smell of beans on toast and bath time. But all he could smell now is Maureen's air freshener, stronger than the smell of his mom and where they used to live. Maureen comes and stands behind them. Leon can feel all the words she's keeping inside that she wants to say and all the things she feels about his mom. She only lets a few of them come out. "You've got a lovely son in Leon, you know. He's as good as gold and he misses you." Carol looks up and down the street and fidgets with her handbag like she needs a cigarette. She keeps squeezing Leon's hand, but she looks the other way and he knows she's trying to speak with her fingers, telling Maureen to shut up and telling Leon that she's got good memories of when they were all together and that she still loves him, and why did they have to take Jake away? Maureen speaks a bit louder. "My house is always open to you if you want to visit him." Carol steps out onto the garden path. "Alan's looking after me, Leon. You've not to worry." The sports car stops outside, and before she walks away, Carol puts their foreheads together and kisses him. Leon tears away, upstairs into his bedroom, takes a photograph of Jake quick as he can, and runs up to her. "Mom, wait! You're a little angel," she says. She holds the photograph against her heart and walks slowly away. Leon stands on the street and watches her get into the car. She says something to the man and he laughs. Then the sports car turns the corner and is gone. Leon stands on the concrete step in Maureen's house at the curve of the avenue looking at the empty space where his mom was. He feels a dark star of pain in his foot and a last month of her touch on his fingers. When Leon goes inside, he turns the television on and sits on the sofa. Maureen tells him off for having the volume too loud. "You're a good boy, Leon. A bloody good kid considering. You don't deserve this. I know it's not her fault, but Jesus Christ Almighty. It's not a fair world, I can't tell you. And that photo was for you, not her." She tries to give him a hug, but he's very angry with Maureen for not liking his mother and not believing she's really ill. Leon saw with his own eyes how she fell apart when she saw Jake, and he knows what his mother knows, that someone else is holding Jake and kissing him. Someone else is looking into the perfect blue of his perfect eyes. Someone else is smiling at him and touching the soft skin on the back of his hand. Late that night, when Leon lies on his bed, he misses a photograph of Jake and he has to close his eyes to remember it. He holds on to a big red bear and thinks about all the things he didn't say to his mom. How long will it be for her to get better? When is she coming back for him? What happened to the rest of his toys at the old house? Will she come back? Where is she? Where is Jake? What will he have for his birthday? What is wrong with her? Why doesn't she come back? Then, he says under his breath, so Maureen won't hear, all the bad ones he has stored up all day since his mother came and took the photograph and drove away without him. Chapter 15. It's the middle of the night when the ambulance comes. Maureen wakes him up, calling and calling and calling. Leon springs out of bed, puts the light on, and runs into her room. Her face is like cold porridge and her hair is wet, stuck to her head. She's half sitting up and she has an old man's voice. 999, she says. 999, now. He stands by the front door like the operator tells him to, and he's glad because he doesn't want to see Maureen when she sounds like a dying man in the middle of the night. He wants to wee so badly his leg starts moving all on its own. The ambulance comes with the flashing lights and he lets them in, shows them the way to Maureen's bedroom. While they go in, he runs to the bathroom and does the longest wee of his life. He waits downstairs in his pajamas and they tell him he's a good boy and that he's done a brave thing, and he decides he might be an ambulance man when he grows up. They sit him in the back of the ambulance and put a mask on Maureen's face. Morton speaks into a walkie-talkie. It crackles and hisses and Leon wishes he had one. Maureen holds her hand out for him, but he's scared to touch her in case she dies. This might be the time that there's no one to look after him. At the hospital, a woman's police officer asks him all about Carol and Jake. He tries very hard not to cry, but when she gives him a little hug, it's like spilling a glass of pop. Everything comes out in a rush, and he can't stop the tears and the noise that comes out of his heart. The policewoman takes him into a room on his own and gives him a paper hanky. She tells him that Maureen isn't going to die. She's not going to die, Leon, sweetheart, but she can't stop, and right at this minute, you can't see her. That doesn't mean anything bad. You're not seeing her. It means doctors and nurses are looking after her while I look after you. Yes, says Leon, and when she's better, they'll let you know because you're the brave one that saved her life. Now, isn't that something to smile about, eh? You'll be able to tell everyone at school all about it, won't you? You'll be a hero. You are a hero. A brave hero and a clever boy. There it is, a little smile. It's the smallest smile I've ever seen. Is there another one in there? A bigger one? That's it, that's the one I was looking for. Then everything gets a bit better because the policewoman takes him to the cafe and buys him a jam donut and a hot chocolate. Someone else gives him a comic, and then he sits in the panda car and presses the buttons that make the light come on. The policewoman shows him her walkie-talkie and lets him say, come in, but no one answers. She says she's going to tell everyone at the police station how brave he's been. The policewoman is a bit like the nurse at the hospital when Jake was born. When she says something, you believe her. They sit in a waiting room with a black and white film on the telly. There are four gangsters in an old-fashioned car chasing a man who's hanging off the back of a truck. The car is skidding all over the road, and just when the gangsters are having a showdown, Sylvia bursts into the room. She crouches down by his chair and squeezes his arms. You saved her life, Jake. Good boy, thank you. She kisses him, and he can smell her cigarettes and her special old lady smile that's Boston Marine. The stick makes him want to push her away, but she holds his hand and shakes it. You are a proper little man, you are. Later on, the emergency social worker comes, and soon there's a huddle of them standing together in the corner of the room. A doctor, the nice policewoman, the social worker, and Sylvia, all talking about him with their arms folded. One by one they look at him and shake their heads, and even when he tries really hard he can only hear a few words. Bronchial pneumonia with complications. Weeks rather than days. Appropriately accommodated. Police checked. And Sylvia keeps saying, I could, I'm only part-time at the supermarket. I could. He's a good lad. He saved her bloody life, he has. She always said he was a good kid. More did. I'll have him. Yes, I will. Bless him. The social worker starts writing on some paper and says, short term, we'll talk in short term. They all come towards him at the same time. The social worker kneels down until her hair is a few inches from Leon's. She has glasses that make her eyes look massive like she's an alien. Right, she says, you're going back home to Maureen's, to your own bed with Sylvia, and she will look after you tonight. She's been a registered carer before, so you're quite happy she knows what to do. You like Sylvia, don't you? Good. You've been very good all up, Leon, and everyone is really proud of you. Maureen will be in hospital for a little while, and tomorrow we will work out what will happen to you long term. Obviously, we will try to keep you at home. I think you've had a pretty rough time lately, and we don't want to add that, do we? She looks around at the others, and they all nod. Sylvia lights a cigarette. So, you're doing our best. We want you to know that, alright? Goodbye. In this video, you'll be reading even more. My name is Leon, like the ball from chapters 16 to 18. Chapter 16. There are too many things that Leon doesn't like, and he's made a list of them in his head. Sylvia's house. Having to move to Sylvia's house, even though they said he could stay at Maureen's house, but they lied. Sylvia only stayed one night in Maureen's house, then she said she was sick of it and she was going back to her own house, and he had to go with her. The sheets on his new bed in Sylvia's house. They're pink. The way Sylvia keeps going to visit Maureen in the daytime, and he said his new school. Again, Sylvia calling Maureen more all the time, or all more to leave Leon out. Nobody letting him talk about Jake. Maureen used to let him talk about Jake, and she would join in. No one remembering that he's got a brother. 2 girls in his new school made him swear and get into trouble. Sylvia's cereal. The way on Saturday, Sylvia keeps telling him to go outside to play when all the best programs are on. He smiled. His mom not coming to get him. All the toys he couldn't bring to Sylvia's house because of the mess they make. No one's talking about Jake for his birthday because they forgot about him, but Leon hasn't. His new social worker because they keep changing and this one has had bad rap and she keeps saying I'm new. Bedtime at Sylvia's house because it's too early and he can't sleep when it's light outside. Sylvia's laugh when her program is on. People pretending all the time. All the things he doesn't like keep coming one after another and eventually Zebra turns up again. She says what the other social workers have said before, that living with Sylvia is only temporary and then when Maureen comes out of hospital he can go back to live with her. For ages he didn't take anything out of his rucksack because he believed what they said, but then it got to 8 days and they said a bit longer and then he had to go to a new school. So Leon came up with a good idea. If they could find his mom, then he could stay with her just until Maureen gets better. He could look after Carol because he studied before. It would be even easier because it would just be the two of them now that Jake has gone. But when he tells the Zebra his good idea, she just says no. We've talked about that already, Leon. Your mom moved to Bristol and she's living in a halfway house. She needs a lot of support. She's seeing doctors, taking some new medication, and talking to people about how she feels. She's trying to get back on her feet, but it takes time. They don't allow children there, and anyway, Leon, we will have to make sure that your mom could look after you properly, even if she wanted to. Leon turns away while she's still speaking. The Zebra's got a new hairstyle. Now there are two white stripes at the sides as well as the back. She thinks she looks great, but she doesn't. The Zebra's black suit is too tight and the white shirt is tied to bust open. But out of all the social workers he's ever had, she looks like him the most. And when he looks away, she stops speaking until he runs round. Leon picks a scab on his finger because he can tell that he's going to cry or get angry. If he concentrates on something else or makes a little pain on his finger, then it stops the tears. If it's anger that's coming, the best thing to do is pretend it's not happy or have some space or find something to play with. Sometimes he takes 10 pence from Sylvia's purse. Why? Asks Leon. Why what? Why can't I look after her? I did it before. Because that's not being a child, Leon. You're a young boy and your mom is an adult and she has to look after you, not the other way around. When she can't look after you, we make sure there is somebody else that can. And right now, that person is Sylvia. Sylvia stands in the doorway, listening, smoking, and tutting. Sometimes Sylvia is like a robot. Her arm puts a cigarette in her mouth and then takes it out and holds it in the air. Then the arm does the same thing over and over until the cigarette is finished. When she's not paying attention, the ash lands on her blouse and she doesn't even notice. Why can't I see Maureen? I just said why. She's still not well, Leon, and she's got a virus. They turned me away when I went. No one's allowed in. I told him 10 times, Sylvia says, and you told him. It doesn't seem to go in. The Zebra stalks Leon's arm. It's sad, isn't it, Leon? She says. But you know what? Come with me. Come on. She gets up and opens the front door. Leon follows. She goes to the boot of her car and lifts the lid. She leans in and pulls out a bike. Who do you think this is for? It isn't new, but it's definitely a BMX. Leon stands out of the way while she puts it on the pavement. He looks at the Zebra because he isn't sure if it's true, that she really means it. Go on then, she says. You can ride a bike, don't you? He jumps on and turns around and runs in a circle. See, he shouts. My dad showed me. Lovely. You be careful now. But Leon doesn't want to be careful. He must ride as fast as a car, faster than a car, fast as a rocket. He pedals downhill, away from Sylvia's house, and the bike gets faster and faster. The wind's in his eyes, in his hair, ripping through his t-shirt like cold fingers on his skin, and he keeps going, sailing right to the bottom of the wall, feeling his legs pumping hard, hurting, a nice pain in his belly. All the bad things and halfway houses are behind him and can't catch up. He swoops in a tight curve at the end of the road and then bumps back, uphill, faster than all the cars stuck in the traffic, passing houses that blur into one another, plunging his feet down and rising up again, down and up, to the very top of the hill, straight past Sylvia's bungalow this time, straight past the Zebra on the pavement, all the way to the traffic lights, and then he starts to get his breath. Everything feels loose inside him. He is longer and stronger, and even though he is panting, he is full of air, dizzy and light. He smiles as he sees the black man on a racing bike, pumping hard just like Leon, slinking in between the cars and buses. His back is bent low, curved, no shirt on. He has a shiny bald head and white yellow sunglasses. He looks like a wasp. His bike is red like Leon's, but it's faster with narrow wheels, slick as a bullet. The man angles his bike so his knees are almost giving the road. Then, just as he's about to topple over, he turns the corner in one swift and beautiful movement. Gone. Leon pedals slowly back to Sylvia's. The zebra is standing outside with her hands in her pockets. She's the best social worker in the world. There you go, she says. You were made for that bike, Leon. She opens the door to her car. I'll come back next week, and if she's a bit better, we'll see about and visit the marine. I'll take you myself. Chapter 17. After school, the next day, Leon asks Sylvia if he can go outside with his new bike. She's got the curtains drawn because it's sunny outside and she's watching her programs where people had to answer hard questions. She thinks she knows the answers when she doesn't. The man with the wig on the telly asks the questions and Sylvia says the answer right at the same time as the contestant, like she's clever. She didn't even know who won the football. Eventually, Sylvia tells him to be careful of the traffic and not to stay out too long. Leon backs up to the traffic lights. He parks at an angle to the corner, sits back on the seat and folds his arms. People in the cars look at him. Kids on the back seat can see his bike, his new BMX. He gets off, squats down, checks the tires, gets back on, twists the wheels and watches people watching him. He looks big for his age, 12 or 13, and now with his new bike he could even be 14. As he sits, he tries to remember the way Waspman meant. He crosses the road and turns the corner into a long busy street. He pedals on the pavement between stacks of vegetables outside the Pakistani shops. There are lots more black people than where Sylvia lives and lots of shops sell funny looking vegetables in dark purple and pale green. Things he's never seen in blood red and milky white. Everything piled up on milk crates spilling out onto the ground. He pedals over a squashed black banana and his front tire skids and slips. Clusters of old Indian men in turbans sit on little stools outside the shops, their long white beards dancing in the wind. Two black men sit on a square of grass with a chessboard between them, talking over loud music from a record shop. Black women in bright African headdresses walk slowly, holding the hands of their children, their big silver earrings swinging as they go. Some of the black men have locks standing up or hanging down their backs like very black rope. Because the road is so narrow, all the traffic goes slow and people in the cars shout at each other when they can't move forward. No one notices Leon. He comes eventually to a crossroad. Down a narrow lane behind rusty iron railings, there is a huge flat garden with lots of huts. He goes up to the sign, Rookery Road Allotments. He pedals slowly past, down a little path that branches and curves, and everywhere he looks there are tidy rows of flowers and vegetables, garden sheds, greenhouses, cooked buildings made of corrugated iron and old windows, plastic tunnels with plants inside them, and right by the gate, an old man is swinging a big curved knife, cutting down a bush. Leon watches him. That's the best knife he's ever seen, and even though the man is old, he's cutting through the bush like a soldier in the jungle. Right, left, left. The bush is hacked down to a naked, gnarled trunk. Whoosh! Suddenly, a bike skims past Leon so close that he nearly falls. It's Waspman with his bald head and yellow glasses. Easy, Star, he shouts. The man with the knife turns around and raises his arm in the air. Not in here, he shouts. Not in here. He points the knife at a sign that says, no dogs, no ball games, no cycling, no unaccompanied children. But Mossman is still going fast along the little path, so Leon gets off his bike and follows him to the edge of the allotment near a wooden shed. Leon wheels his bike right up to him. Yo, my friend, says Mossman. You looking for somebody? Leon stares. The man is wearing tight black leggings and no top. His skin is brown like the wood on the wayside board, brown like his dad's, but shiny and muscly like the Hulk. He has 3 scars across his shoulder like he's been shot or attacked, another scar on his cheek. He's a warrior. He lifts his yellow wasp glasses. His eyes are black, and when he smiles, he looks like he's got too many teeth for his mouth. You lost? He asks. No, says Leon. I've got a bike like yours. Yeah, that's a good bike style. Let me see. Wasp Man bends down. He handles the bike and runs along the ground and back a few times, turns the pedals with his hand. Hold it, he says and takes the spanner out of his bag. Good job, I was just coming from work. He unscrews something and pulls the seat up higher. He unscrews something else by the handlebars and pushes them down. He tightens everything up and pushes it toward Leon. Now you'll go faster. It's a bit small for you, but this will fix it. Leon sits back on and he's right. It is better. He rides around in a little circle. Yeah, says Waspman. You got it. Then suddenly he says, get off. Quick. Now. The man with the knife walks over to them and looks at Leon first. Who are you? Leon says nothing. Top of the morning to you, sir, says Waspman. He smiles a big smile and salutes. Mr. Burroughs, says the man, pointing the tip of the knife at Leon. Jordan laughed aloud. Meaning? Meaning that whoever he is, he's not allowed in here unaccompanied. Especially not riding a bicycle. Neither, for that matter, are you. I need to be accompanied too, says the man, still with a smile. The man with the knife closes his eyes. When the knife has been chopping at the hedge, there are sticks of green on the sharp blade like alien's blood. The handle is made of black wood with a blue tassel on the end. It is so long that it nearly touches the ground. The man raises the knife and points the tip at Leon's neck. You know what I mean. Riding a bike, cycling within the allotment boundary. Sorry, says Mr. Burroughs, turning his ear towards the man. I didn't catch that. I'm not too good with Irish. Doing what? It's Gaelic, not English, and on this occasion I was speaking English. The man takes a deep breath and repeats his voice slowly. Cycling within the allotment boundary. Ah, says Mr. Burroughs. You like your rules, don't you, Mr. Devlin? They're not mine. I'm on the committee, and incidentally, so was your father. Yeah, well, he's not here, and I am. I just come from work, and anyway, cycling is no crime. Don't worry yourself. I am not worried. Regulations, Mr. Burroughs, they are not made by me, as you well know. They are committee regulations, and they're made to be adhered to. Ah yes, sir, I understand, I do, says Mr. Burroughs, and he tries to say it the same as Mr. Devlin with a funny accent. Mr. Devlin stares and Mr. Burroughs raises a finger. Oh, and by the way, Mr. Devlin, I think you finished your sentence with a preposition. He wags his finger in the air. Against the rules. The two men look at each other like they're about to start fighting, but Mr. Devlin has a dangerous weapon and Mr. Burroughs doesn't. Just when Leon thinks something is going to happen, Mr. Devlin walks away and Mr. Burroughs makes a monkey face behind his back, just the way Leon does when Sylvia tells him off. That man, he says, has nothing else to do but lord it over people. Thinks he owns his place. So busy spying he forgets to live his life. Leon watches Mr. Devlin. He has a bit of a limp, but from the back he could be young in his army boots and camouflage jacket. He is much older than Mr. Burroughs, and his white skin looks dirty or brown by the sun, but he looks strong. Maybe he's got scars as well under all his clothes. You want a drink, Star? Come. Mr. Burroughs follows the door of his hut. He starts to his side with folded up chairs stacked at one end. A tall metal bin half full of water has cans of pop floating on the top. On a little metal table, there is a set of dominoes in a wooden case. Leon's dad used to have a set of dominoes, and his name was engraved on the lid. Byron Francis. His dad used to let him play with them and line them up end to end, matching all the numbers. He picks up the case and rattles it. You're too young for them, says Mr. Burroughs and lifts them out of his hand. Big man's game. On one side of the shed there are posters and pictures, and on the other side there are 3 white windows, and under the windows there are rows and rows of little plants in black plastic trays. The shed smells of warm earth, sweet and fresh. Leon puts his face right up to one of the plants. The silver-green leaves are so thin and delicate that he can see threads of tiny veins like the veins on Jake's hands. And there are brown seeds instead of the trays that have burst open and white stems are bulging out, trying to escape. With the very tip of his finger, Leon presses down on the soil. Easy, easy, says Mr. Burroughs, and he leans down to look at what Leon has done. See this? He says. Courgettes. I don't even like them, but they grow in good and strong. Yellow flowers. He points to another tray. And there's this mangetut. Say, mangetut means eat all. You can eat the whole pot. Sits in everything. Wasn't there? Nothing yet. That tray is ready for runner beans. Come. Leon follows Mr. Burrows back outside. Cream soda, he says to Leon. Kids love cream soda. Cool you down. Leon pulls the ring off the can and glucks it back. You needed that, eh? Leon nods. What's your name? He asks. They call me Tufty because of my thick hair, says Mr. Burrows, and he waits until Leon starts to smile. Yeah, lost my hair when I was your age. Never grew back. Didn't know this what my mother named me, but everyone calls me Tufty except that man over there. He thinks he's the boss, the general in a one-man army. While Tufty drinks, he kicks at the stony soil. I got watering to do, reading. Sits the plant, hoeing. Day like today, he says. Ain't really no digging day, Star, but you got to work with the seasons. Wait. Tufty goes back into his shed and comes back with two folding chairs that he sets in the shade. Come. Leon sits next to Tufty and kicks the dry stony soil like Tufty did. The pepper soil under his feet and a bloom of grey dust settles on his palms. Tufty's body covers the whole seat. He looks like he's sitting on nothing. He unlaces his special cycling trainers and takes off his socks. He places his naked foot on top of the trainer and wiggles his toes. The sun, he says, closing his eyes and turning his face to the sky, is a healer. When the sun comes out, everybody smiles. World looks different. You can manage in the sun what you can't manage in the rain. That's what my father says. That's why he don't live here no more. Leon looks up and closes his eyes as well. He remembers the day when his mom was pushing the pram in the rain and Leon was holding onto the handle. She forgot the plastic cover and Jake was getting wet as she was washing, bouncing the wheels in the puddles and splashing everywhere. By the time they got home, they were all upset. His mom made a bottle for Jake, and then when he was asleep, she kissed Leon over and over and said she was sorry. She let him stay up late and watch the telly with her under a blanket on the sofa. Then when he was in bed, she kissed him again. You're such a good boy, Leon. I'm sorry if I'm not the best mom. I love you, you know. That's what the sunshine feels like. Leon opens his eyes and looks around. There are no fences between the gardens, just straight edges in the soil or grassy paths. There are other people gardening apart from Mr. Devlin. There's a woman in a pink sari in the next garden with her husband in a black turban. They are bending over, pulling weights, talking to each other all the time in their own language. The woman keeps standing up and holding her back so her husband points to a chair. She laughs and shakes her head. Waits at a white woman wearing a vest who's digging her garden with a heavy iron fork that she stabs in and kicks, then turns over. She's the same age as Maureen and the vest is very tight on her chest. She's wearing a long, flowing skirt and a yellow bandana around her hair. She sees Leon looking and she waits. All help welcome, she shouts. The more Leon looks, the more people he sees, and he realizes how huge the allotments are. They go on and on as fast as he can see. Tufty suddenly picks up a big iron fork and marches off to one end of his plot. Work to do, he says. You take care, Star. Leon watches him for a while and cycles away. He tunnels between the little gardens, taking his time to see what people are doing. Some people only have flowers and are a little alone like Sylvia with deck chairs and parasols. Other people have long, straight rows of plants, bushy and neat. There are lots of plots like Tufty's, and intersections with a different plant in each section, and some sections with nothing but dusty brown soil. There are no swings or slides, but it's better than a park because everybody has their own bit of land to look after and they can do what they like with it. If Leon had his own patch, he would make it into a football pitch or he would make a secret dam in an underground tunnel. Eventually, Leon cycles back past Tufty towards the entrance and sees the man with a knife, Mr. Devlin. He's piling the branches and leads into a wheelbarrow with the knife lying at his feet. Leon gets off his bike and goes a bit closer. Stay off that bike, says Mr. Devlin. What's that? Asks Leon, pointing at the knife. The man turns his head slowly. Kanetsune, he says. Can I touch it? Asks Leon. No, says the man. And if you remain here much longer, you'll be trespassing. Are you from the army? Leon says, making his bike balance on its two wheels. The man picks up the wheelbarrow and marches away. Leon follows him down a little gravel path and sees him park the wheelbarrow and go inside a hut, except this hut is made of bricks with a proper roof and a chimney. It has two windows with iron bars across and a wooden door with three steel logs. All around the hut is a strip of glass with flowers and wooden barrels. There is stuff everywhere: a rusted wheel, a pile of pots stacked inside each other, the twisted branch of a dead tree, an old armchair with a seat missing, and a washing line with a blue shirt hanging on it. Leon wonders if Mr. Devlin lives in a halfway house. He waits and waits, but the man doesn't come, so Leon pedals away, back to the corner, through the busy street, with the vegetables on the pavements, over the traffic lights, and down the hill to Sylvia's house. Chapter 18. Sometimes on Sunday mornings, Leon can hand the television all to himself to watch Tiswas and Swab Shop. If the cartoons are on, Sylvia will watch them with him, but she talks all the time or paints her toenails, making a horrible smell. Everything Sylvia likes is purple because she wants it to match her hair. Afterwards, they had to go to the shop where Sylvia works part-time to collect her money. She always spends ages talking to the man that gives her the brown packet. He holds on to it until she tucks it away with a fake smile, and when they get outside, she calls him a bastard. On the way back, she always gets a magazine and some cakes, and Leon has a comic. Sylvia sits at the kitchen table and licks her fingers and turns the pages and eats the cakes and licks her fingers again. She always buys Leon a ring donut, but he can't have it until after lunch. Once Sylvia bought herself a bunch of flowers wrapped in a crinkly pink paper with a ribbon around it. She looked angry when she was putting them in the vase, but when she saw Leon looking, she smiled and said, "If I don't, who will?" "My mom and dad have a massive garden," he tells Sylvia when she puts him to bed, "with lots of trees and glass and flowers and a shed. I used to grow everything with seeds that I planted myself, courgettes and mangoes. I used to chop down trees if they got too big and dig the weeds out. My dad gave me a sharp knife and I used to help him. It's hard work, but I don't mind. There's no one to look after it now if I'm not there." Sylvia turns out the light. "Bob, why don't you go straight to sleep and have nice dreams about your garden? Night night." Leon hates it when the curtains move in the breeze, but he's too scared to get out of bed and close the window. He turns over and tries to think of nice things like McCall had a special bouquet for his birthday. It was wrapped in plastic with a bowl made of white satin, but because she didn't have a base, she had to pop the flowers up in the sink and then in the bath. Every time she looked at the bouquet, she would say, "Must have cost a fortune." Later on that night, when his dad gave Leon her receipt, "Byron, stop it," but she was laughing, so he didn't have to worry. All Sylvia's housework jobs last until lunchtime, when she makes him a sandwich and he can have his donuts. But since he got his bike, Leon doesn't want to watch his programs. "Can I go out on my bike, please?" He stands near the back door with his hand on the knob. He always takes his rucksack because he shows Tufty the football cards he's collected or a picture of a bike, because Tufty knows everything about them. He knows the way out by heart now, and he knows how to get off his bike at the gate if Mr. Devlin is around. "There," she says, squinting because of the smoke from her cigarette. "Just on the walls, on the pavements." "All right then, but only around the block. You go up the lights and right, and then right again, and you come to the bottom of the hill. Show me which is right and which is left." He holds up the hand he writes with. "Right," he says. "Okay then, now you watch that traffic. And if you get lost, you ask a policeman. Second fault, if you get lost, ask a lady, any lady. You give them this address and you tell them to show you the way." "Okay," says Leon, and he opens the door. "Hold on. What is this address, Leon?" She puts her hand on one side, looking like a teacher. 10 College Road. Sylvia raises her eyebrows. "Off you go then. Back for your tea." He puts his rucksack on and wheels his bike through the entry between the houses and out onto the road. He goes out to the traffic lights, crosses over along the busy road and all the way to the allotments. He gets off his bike at the railings in case Mr. Devlin is there and wheels it along the path by Mr. Devlin's brick shed, and then, when he's absolutely sure Mr. Devlin isn't around, he gets back on so he can ride fast for 37 seconds right up to Tufty's wooden hut. It's a bright, bright day, and because it's been raining, all the green looks greener and all the blue looks bluer. The blood-red flowers in Mr. and Mrs. Atwell's garden have fallen over in the wind, and bits of water drip from the cherry blossom onto Leon's back as he speeds past. Tufty waves when he sees Leon and calls him over. He hands him a packet of seeds. I can't read them, little voice star. Read this for me. Leon reads slowly but nice and loud. Red-flowered runner beans scarlet emperor is excellent for freezing and for showing. Runner beans are a good source of vitamin C and iron and have a high fiber content. Height 3 meters, 10 foot. Spread 30 centimeters, 12 inches. Says Tufty. What does it say about when you're planting? It says, ideal for the kitchen garden. Flowering time July, August. Sowing months April, May indoors. Transplant outdoors when the risk of frost has passed in full sun. Tufty nods. Okay, good. Has the risk of frost passed? Well, says Tufty. Never can be sure, but it's the 16th of May, sunny and warm, and in my little shed they'll be safe. Yep, today's the day. He goes back inside his hut, and when he comes out, the cycling trousers have gone. Tufty's wearing baggy shorts, a jumper, and dusty beige boots with no laces. He puts a knitted hat over his bald head. Come in, he says to Leon. You'll learn something. Leon steps through the door and into Tufty's shed. The hut still has its special smell, like the gardens, but stronger and sweet. Even with the folding chairs, there is lots of room inside. Even there is a little paraffin heater, a stool, a cooking pot, a metal plate, and mugs. If there was a bed, this could be a halfway house as well. But there is dust and dirt on everything, and piles of earth on the floor. Tendrils of plants pushing from the outside. Leon takes his rucksack off and looks carefully at the pictures on the wall. They are all posters of black men. One in a suit and a tie with a mustache, one who looks like a king, and another one with his fist in the air and a medal around his neck. Leon looks at them all one by one. They are all serious, not like Tufty with his wide smile and big teeth. The man looks down at Leon and he imagines how they might talk and what they might say, and if any of them would help him find his brother. He reaches out and touches the man with the medal. The poster crinkles and the man's chest contracts like he's breathing. Underneath the man, in big writing, it says Black Power. Leon makes a fist and holds it up. Tufty turns around and sees him. Yeah, he says, he was a brave man. Now watch. Tufty rips the top of the packet of Scarlet Emperor seeds. Hold out your hands. Tufty tips 5 seeds onto Leon's palms. Press 1 seed into each compartment. Like this. See? Leon presses the smooth brown seeds down into the soil. Make sure it's covered over with the compost. You have to put them to bed so they can wake up. Keep them warm. Leon carries out until all the compartments have 1 seed, but there are still some left in the packet. Tufty folds the top over and puts them on the shelf. There are lots of other packets of seeds on the shelf, and Leon takes one now. It has no writing on it. These? What are these? These, says Tufty, looking inside. He takes 1 seed out and holds it up to the light. He squints and shakes his head. Call them Take a Chance. Take a chance, says Leon. Yeah, you plant them and water them, but you don't know what you're getting. You just hope for the best. Tufty puts the seed back in the packet and hands it to Leon. Keep them. Thank you, says Leon. He folds the top of the seed packet over like he saw Tufty do and puts it in his pocket. Look now, says Tufty. You got your seeds, but you got to look after them. They got their blankets, they got food in their belly, but what else do they need? Something to drink, says Leon. Right, says Tufty, slapping on the back. Yeah, man, you got it. You do gardening at home? No, but you're a natural there. Right, water is what we need. See that? Take it and fill it up from the pop pocket. Leon fills a miniature watering can and dribbles water on the seeds, drop by drop. Not too much, says Tufty. Good, good. How big will they grow? Taller than me and you, says Tufty as he walks outside. Work to be done. Watch yourself, Star, she says. Close the door after you. Leon sees a 10-pence piece by the seed tray. It's got dirt on it and probably no one even knows it's a 10-pence. He grabs the coin and takes his take a chances out of his pocket. He puts them both in his rucksack and goes back outside. He sees Tufty pick up the big garden fork and plunge it into the earth. Leon watches for a long time. Tufty sinks in himself as he breaks the soil and turns over, throwing stones over by the hedge. It's easy for Tufty because he's got big muscles. Leon feels Tufty's arm and wonders when his muscles will grow. Then Leon gets on his bike and rides carefully along the little path. The Indian lady waves at him and he waves back. He goes right to the end of the allotments where there's a tall wire fence, and then he cycles on a different path towards the gate. He stops when he sees Mr. Devlin, gets off his bike and wheels it over. Mr. Devlin is holding the Kanetsune again and wearing his army jacket. Leon stares at it. Kanetsune, says Mr. Devlin. Remember? Japanese. Leon reaches for it, but the man moves it out of the way. Too sharp. Dangerous for children. On a deck chair outside the door of his hut, there is an old wooden box with a lid. It is open, and inside there are packets of seeds squashed up. Are you planting Scarlet Emperor? Asks Leon. Sowing time is April or May. The man looks at Leon and then at the seed box. I am, but not today. You have to transplant outdoors when the frosts have gone, says Leon. That's in the summertime. Not quite that late, young man. Nearly. Leon can see another small knife with a sharp blade on a chair next to the seeds. Is that Japanese as well? He says. That is a pruning knife. Needs oiling. Leon shrugs. I know how to oil a bike. My dad showed me. Mr. Devlin walks to the chair, puts the seeds and a small knife on the ground and sits down. He puts the big knife on his lap and picks up a bottle of linseed oil. Leon puts his bike on the ground and walks over. Move that bicycle out of the way. It's a hazard. Leon picks up the bike and rests it carefully against the brick wall of the hut. He stands by Mr. Devlin and watches. Linseed oil, he says, is for the handle here. He shows Leon the handle. It's smooth black wood with a blue line running through it and a silky blue tassel on the end. Oil the handle. Lever the blade. Is it sharp? Pick that dandelion and pass it to me. Leon picks up the yellow-headed flower and gives it to the man. Up close, Mr. Devlin has hair in his ears and nose. He has dark chip in the lines of his face and crusty, dry lips that make Leon thirsty. The Kanetsune is the name for a group of knives. They have steel blades, sharp as a witch's tongue. Stroke the blade with the stem of the dandelion, softly now, gently like so. He holds Leon's hand and draws the stem of the flower all along the edge of the blade, but before it gets to the end, the stem splits open, half of it falls on the grass. Mr. Devlin takes a little breath in. Beautiful, he says quietly. Imagine the damage it does. Leon pulls his hand away. Lots of knives can cut dandelions. The little knife is on the grass and Leon picks it up and hands it to Mr. Devlin. You are a very determined boy, aren't you? Why are you, 12? 11? Sit down and take a piece of that cloth now. Leon looks around. The t-shirt, says Mr. Devlin, that there. He points to a pile of cloth and Leon picks it up. No, he says with a big sigh. A piece of it, a piece. He grabs it off Leon and with the swish of the big knife he separates a slave from the pile. Leon stares at the man. Wow, he says. Yes, wow, as you say. Leon uses the linseed to oil the handle of the pruning knife. It's very sharp and Mr. Devlin keeps smiling and saying careful and slowly. Do you have a name? Says Mr. Devlin after a while. Leon Rycroft, and I've got a brother. I know your name. You're called Mr. Devlin. Just Devlin. I used to be Senor Victor. Or, can you say Senhor Victor? Senhor Victor. Mr. Devlin stares at Leon and then whispers, Oh, Papa. Papa. Ah, says Mr. Devlin. Leon shows him the handle of the knife. Now wipe it over with a clean cloth. Leon wraps it all over with a t-shirt while Mr. Devlin watches. That's it, he says. Are you from America? Leon asks. I've been called some bad things in my time. That's one of the worst. I'm an Irishman, child. Don Gannon is where I was born, but I haven't seen it for many a year. Mr. Devlin stops suddenly and turns his head like he hears something. Leon stops as well. Mr. Devlin mutters, 20 years precisely. Leon wipes the knife along his neck. Don't do that, says Mr. Devlin. You'll pierce your jeans and your mother will be after me. Leon doesn't want to tell him about Sylvia or Maureen, so he finishes the knife and gives it back. You use too much oil. Look, says Mr. Devlin, wiping it off on his jacket. On the other hand, you've been through and it hasn't leaked on to the blade itself. Use mineral oil for the blades, or rapeseed oil. He stands up suddenly and goes inside his hut. He's gone for so long that Leon gets on his bike. He goes on in a few circles, and when Mr. Devlin still doesn't come out, Leon pedals back home with his new things in his rucksack. It's a long walk from the car park to the hospital. The zebra walks fast, and Leon has to stop to keep up with it. They go up in the lift, and Leon presses the button. Lots of people get in and squash him at the back. Then they all get out at the same place and do lots more walking until they find Maureen. She is sitting up in bed with a white tube in her nose. At last, she says, as she holds her arms open for Leon. She smells different. She looks different and she sounds different, but when she snuggles him and rubs his back, she is the same. Leon hugs her back. She laughs. Miss me, eh? Well, I missed you as well. Can't wait to get home. The zebra starts walking away. I'm going down to the cafe. I'll be back in about 20 minutes. Alright, Leon? Alright, Maureen? Maureen waves her off and then looks at Leon. Is she alright? Does she get on with Sylvia? I don't know, he says. She got me a BFX. Did she know? Yes, a real one. It's red. Goes really fast. That's lovely, Pigeon. And what about you? You're getting on with Sylvia? Leon says nothing. She treating you alright? Her mouth is smiling, but her eyes are sad. Leon looks around the wall. There are lots of old ladies in 90 dressing gowns. The room is too hot and smells of school dinners. All the visitors are looking at each other and chairs keep scraping across the floor. He can't see any noises. The doctor said you're not dying, he says, so why can't you come home and then I can live with you again? I might not be dying, but I feel like it sometimes. Maureen lays back under her 3 pillows and closes her eyes, but she keeps hold of Leon's hand. I'll be home soon, don't you worry. I can go out on my bike whenever I want. I go everywhere. I found the allotments. Did you? Maureen's voice is far away. And there's lots of people out there that wave at me. Is that so? Jack hasn't written to me yet. No, love. I don't know where he lives. No, love, not me. When I'm in bed at night, I can't sleep properly. Really? And I have to go to bed when it's still light. Yes, I know. The wind blows the curtains and it looks like someone's coming into my room. Well, they're not. Mama hasn't come back. I know, love. The time goes slowly. Maureen's hand gets hot and sticky and he can hear the wind in her chest. It whistles like a recorder. A nurse walks up in the middle of the hall and bends over him, whispering, Has your Nana gone to sleep, love? Leon looks at Maureen and realizes she is very, very old. She has lots of white in her hair now, and soon she will look like the other old ladies, and soon she will die. Is someone else here with you, love? Is your mom here? The nurse looks up and down the wall and takes his hand. Shall we go and find her, or do you want to stay with your Nana? The zebra will come and take him back to Sylvia's. The zebra will tell him not to worry. The zebra will tell him he can't see Jake. That Crawl isn't well. That's what anyone ever says to him. Chapter 20. There are lots of days when Leon goes out on his bike, even if it's only for 10 minutes, and he always goes up to the allotments. Sometimes Tufty isn't there, and sometimes Mr. Devlin isn't here, but Mr. and Mrs. Otwell are nearly always there, digging and planting. And once Mr. Otwell gave Leon a curly stick of orange rock, so sugary and sweet that it stuck Leon's teeth together and lasted for ages. Leon always waits just in case he has some more. Today Tufty is there, but he isn't alone. He's sitting on a fold-up chair with 4 of his friends, playing dominoes while an old man in a tweed coat watches. The way Tufty slams the dominoes on the table it's like he's trying to break it in half. He nearly stands off his chair and holds the domino high up in the air, and when he mashes it down on the table, he says, Yes. What you got, Stump? What you got? Says Tufty. One, says a short, fat man with a woolly hat. One. Then they all start talking and laughing above them, push the dominoes into a heap. They talk loud, deep, all at the same time, in fast Westinian like his dad used to do, except they're laughing all the time and making jokes. As Tufty collects up the dominoes, he notices Leon. Yo, Star, shouts Tufty. Leon gets off his bike and races against the hut. He goes up to Tufty, who puts his hand on Leon's shoulder. My friend is, he says to the other man. He comes up regularly to help me. You call him Star. Now this is Castro, Marvel, Maxie, Stump, and Mr. Johnson. The man nod in turn and get up, falling their chairs and handing them to Tufty. Mr. Johnson, who looks about 100 years old, shakes Leon's hand. Pleased to meet you, young man. Mr. Johnson has snowy white hair in a little afro, and he hands Tufty a bunch of keys. Well, Linwood, I'm going, he says. You're on your own tomorrow. Lock up good. This church meeting will last all day. Leon sees the tall man with his ginger hair shake his head. His green eyes are narrow and red, and his hair sticks up in dreadlocks all over his head. When he talks, his small brown beard bobs up and down. He makes a long hissing noise, drawing the air through his teeth. You're still turning the other cheek, eh, Johnson? Mr. Johnson falls up the collar of his coat like his coat. Listen, Castro, you don't have the monopoly on anger, on a sense of injustice. You also finger in the air. We have to organize. Black people won't get anywhere unless and until we form ourselves into a body which society recognizes, that can lobby the authorities and seek redress. All the time, Castro carries on shaking his head. Even Castro's skin is ginger, brown and milky like a cup of tea, and he has freckles all over his face and down his neck. When he talks, his voice carries right across Tufty's block. Mr. and Mrs. Otwell raise their hands. That's all right, Johnson, but black people had to be grateful. Like when you and my father come to this country in your good suit and your pressed hair, doing as you're told, cleaning floors and driving buses. Castro pauses and looks at each man in turn. Them days is gone. We don't have to be holding out our hat for the white man's leavings. If we come together to form something, it's an army, not a, what you call it, lobby group. You think white people going to listen to monkeys? Monkeys is what they call we. All the other men start talking at the same time while Tufty and Leon stand and listen. Tufty brings drinks and picks up the empty cans while his friends decide about their army. Leon can hear that the others don't like Castro's army idea, but they don't like Mr. Johnson's lobby idea either. He helps Tufty tidy things, and while they're still talking, Tufty takes a plastic pop bottle and fills it with water. He gives it to Leon and gets one for himself. Then he brings out the black plastic seed tray. Look, he says. Look what's happened. The seeds have split and a strong curving tendril is shooting out like they are stretching out or raking out from a long sleeve. Two little leaves, like claws wings, sit on the tip. These are babies, says Tufty. Fragile. Babies need looking after. Come. At the other end of Tufty's plot, there are tall wigwams made out of bamboo canes, 2 long rows. If you cover them over with leaves, it will make a fantastic dino hideout. You see here, Tufty says, you have to put these seeds in carefully. Make a hole at the bottom of the stick like so. Pour water in the hole. Drop in the baby plant. See? Leon kneels down and gently tickles the soil in around the hole so the seedling looks like it's always been there. You got it, Star. Now pour on a bit more water. Don't drown it. Why have you put it by the bamboo sticks? Will they grow us off? No, says Tufty. These plants need support. They need to hold on to something strong while they're growing. They curl around the bamboo and then, a couple of months time, you get some beans. Tufty straightens up. You got a lot to plant out. Look, I'll put them in the hole. You do the watering. So, Leon follows Tufty from plant to plant, watering all around the bottom of the bamboo canes. He goes back to the water pot and does the same thing again until it's all done. When they walk back to the shed, Tufty's friends are still talking. Castro is standing up, waving his arms and pointing to the street. You don't see what the police is doing to black people? Stop and search? You don't listen to the news, Johnson? Leon feels sorry for Mr. Johnson because he keeps trying to talk, but Castro is too loud. Mr. Johnson speaks softly, but Leon knows he's angry. Don't bite the hand that feeds you, Castro, he says. Walk with the hands God gave you. He looks at Leon and slowly closes his eyes. Nobody listens anymore. Then Mr. Johnson puts his hands in his pockets and walks away. Tufty holds his trowel in the air. Easy, easy. Keep it quiet, quiet. I'm already on the morning. No one says anything for a few minutes and then Tufty claps his hands. You're going to Rialto dance on Saturday? They gave me a spot, so listen, let me try out my new pawn. They all shuffle around until they're facing him. He plucks a yellow flower from the ground and holds it up. He picks up one petal and then another, and as he speaks, he does all the actions, making everybody laugh. I call this conspiracy. She loved me, she loved me not. She loved me, she loved me not. So, me take up the records and me good Dutch pot. I step out quick before she changes her mind, and I walk with a swagger, never looking behind. My mother say nothing when I go back home, but she woke me hard, bent my fingers to the bone. Get up, Tufty, and wash the floor. Open the window, close the door, carry my bag from the shop to the house, lay a fire for morning, lay a trap for the mouse, chop wood, wash dishes, peel yam, catch fishes. And when I am sleeping, she come in my room and wake me up to give me the blue. Weeks I don't sit, months I don't rest. I dream of my girl, my angel, my best. So I call back, begging to the girl I did leave, save me from mommy. I cry and I plead. She loves me, yes, and I know for a fact that she planned with my mother to get me back. All his friends are laughing except Castro. Tufty waves his hand. Wait, I got one more verse. Fucking girls, that's all you got on your mind, Tufty? Tufty smiles and holds his arm as on. Come on, Castro, man, chill out. Leon watches Castro walk away, swinging his arms, kicking the stone all along the path. Chapter 21. Leon hates his new school. Because Leon missed a lot of school when he lived in Corol, the teachers keep saying he has to catch up, but Leon is good at reading and writing and something. Anyway, all the lessons are boring. The new school by Sylvia's house is even worse than other ones, and so is his teacher. He doesn't care about the Victorians and writing stories. He doesn't like it when they have to draw pictures about planets and stars. And he doesn't like school trips when they want them to go to the toilet. And there are two boys in his class that have the same birthday, and they both went to see the Jackson 5, and they keep talking about it. At lunchtime, sometimes Leon plays football, and sometimes he sits with Martin from the year below. Martin hasn't got any other friends, and he lives with a foster carer too. Sometimes Martin gets into trouble for fighting. He always wins. Sylvia had to come to his new school on Friday to see the headmistress and his new teacher. Leon couldn't listen at the door because the school secretary was watching him. He had to sit still with nothing to do while the three voices in the next room talked about him. He knew what they were saying, but he still wanted to hear. Eventually, the door opened and he went inside. Teachers are like social workers, with lots of different pretend voices and smiles. The head teacher called and picked up a piece of paper. First of all, Leon, we want you to know that Woodlands Junior School is an inclusive school. We want all our pupils to succeed. She waited for him to say yes. This is a great work, Leon. She held a picture he had drawn a lot. It was a picture of Jake when he was growing up, looking like Bo Duke from the Dukes of Hazzard. He had yellow hair and he was standing by a red car and he had a gun. You can see how hard you worked on this picture, so you can see that when you want to, you can put a lot of effort into your schoolwork. This picture proves it, but yeah, you have to work hard in all your lessons, don't you? Yes, we've spoken about this before, but this time I want you to make a special effort. A really, really big effort to pay attention, class. Yes, yes, and no swearing. Yes, yes, miss, said the head teacher. Yes, miss, or yes, Mrs. Smith, or yes, Mrs. Percival. Yes, Mrs. Percival, and not interrupting to go to the toilet all the time. You go once at the beginning of the morning, and then again at break time, yes? But what if I want to go in the middle of the lesson? Sylvia shook her head. Just hold it, Leon, like everyone else does. Put a knot in it till break time. That's what the teachers say, or go before the lesson starts. Yes, Miss Sylvia, said Leon. He saw both the teachers look at each other when Sylvia started talking. They don't like her either. Then his teacher started talking about effort and behavior with a voice she kept specially for when parents and other teachers were around. All the time he was watching her, twisting her wedding ring around and round on her finger because they both knew that Leon wasn't going to get any stars on his chart. On the way home, Sylvia looked in the window of a television shop. She sat down while the television had a remote control so you can turn the television off while you're still sitting down, like magic. If Leon had a remote control, he would lie in bed and turn Sylvia off, click, and the teachers off, click, and the social workers off, click, click, click. Then he would crush the remote control with a big hammer so they could never come on again. Chapter 22. At last, Leon has a whole week off school for half term. He goes to the allotment, but Tufty isn't there, so he goes up and down the hill to see if he's getting faster. If he goes fast enough, he gets a kind of fluttering, happy feeling in his stomach, like he's a superhero, like he doesn't have to stop at the top of the hill, but just rides straight over the cars and roofs and the telegraph poles and fly away across the city, looking down into all the gardens at all the children and all the babies, and see where Jake is, and Jake would wave and Leah would shout, "I can see you, Jake, I can see you." But always he rides home, parks his bike in the gardens, and takes his rucksack off. Leon can hear the woman's voices before he opens the back door. It sounds like a party. It must be Maureen. She's back. He runs into the living room. There are lots of women standing up with mugs of coffee and cigarettes and some sitting down with cakes and rolls, all talking at the same time, just like Tufty's friends. But no Maureen. They keep saying she's coming out of hospital soon, but they aren't telling the truth. Leon looks at each woman in turn, but they don't even notice him. One of them is talking with a mouth full of cake. She has too many rings on her fingers and a crease in her back. She throws her head back and laughs, and he can see all the mashed up cake in a creamy smudge on her tongue. Maureen wouldn't like her. If she was here, she would say, "Shut your cake hole," or "Manners, please." Sylvia sees him come in and ushers him back into the kitchen. Ham sandwich, milk, donut, and then off to your room. Leon sits and begins to eat. "This is what I think so," says the fat woman. "We can't trust the weather. Even in July. It could piss it down for all we know." The other women are nodding, saying, "That's right." "So I think we make two plans. The community center if it's raining, and if not, we block off the road and have a street party." "Ooh, I can't wait. I think you need a license." "How about the traffic? A disaster if it rains." "Exciting, isn't it?" The council have got an information pack. Tables and chairs. They all start talking and it gets too noisy, so Sylvia holds up her hands. Pen and paper, pen and paper. She opens the drawer in a sideboard and then sits down again with a pen and a biro. "Barbara, you said you could run up some bunting." "Yes," says a woman from the sofa. "I'm going to put a pink D for Diana on a red triangle, and a pale blue C for Charles on a navy triangle, and in between white triangles with hearts on them." They all say, "Ah," at the same time. Sylvia writes down, "Maxine, your new jack hats. Sheila, where is Sheila? There you are. Pasting tables, 6 of, and doing the council. Rose, you say you could lay your hands on some chairs. What else?" Sylvia points to the bureau. "Yes, Sue, you said savories." Sue is eating, so she speaks out of one corner of her mouth. "Sausage rolls and crochet." Sylvia writes it down and keeps giving people jobs until she has to turn the page over. Leon finishes his lunch but stays where he is because there are too many people between him and the hallway. Someone passes around a magazine about the royal wedding, and someone else says she's going to be a beautiful princess. "A queen, you mean?" says Sylvia. And they all say, "Yes, a queen," and it goes quiet in the room until Sylvia stands up. "We've got a lot to do. Next meeting at mine," says Sue, and they all get up with their handbags and magazines and bits of pastry and cake. Sylvia's lace is still on the sofa. Leon can see it from where he sits in the kitchen. Her pen is falling between the cushions on the sofa, and he hopes the ink will leak out and leave a stain. There is a jumbled up mess at the front door as they all start to leave at the same time. Leon slips off his chair, skirts the sofa, picks up the paper, tucks it in his pocket, and tries to slip past. But they see him. Some pat his head on her cheek and say, "Bless him, or little love." He goes to his room and sits on the bed. He reads Sylvia's list. Food names, food names, food names. He folds the paper in half until it's a heavy little square that will fit in his pencil case. Because there is no school, Sylvia listens stay up to watch the 10 o'clock news. It's always boring and Leon doesn't really listen, but at least he's not in bed. When Lady Diana comes on, Sylvia always turns up the volume. "Look at that dress," she says. bread. It's a brave blonde that wears fat. Suddenly she jerks forward and covers her mouth. Oh my god, Carpenter Road. She runs to the window and pulls the curtains apart. She opens the door and looks up and down the road. Leon follows her. There are other people on the scene with their arms folded, clustering together in little knots, walking up and down. An ambulance rushes past, and then a fire engine, then a police car, then another police car, but this one stops and people walk over to it. Leon stands on Sylvia's doorstep. There is the smell of a bonfire in the air and a hushed, exciting feeling. He knows where Sylvia's purse is. He backs away from the door and opens her bag. Her purse has a clasp at the top that he eases apart. There is a 10-pound note and some coins. He is quiet and silent and looks at the note and thinks what it would be like to have it. He would get on a train and find his mom. He would make a taxi take him there, and then they would both go and get Jake. He would buy some more cream soda for Tufty. He takes it out and feels it soft and crinkly in his hands. He could fold it up in Sylvia's list and put it in his pencil case or inside his pillowcase. He stares at the 10-pound note, then puts it back. He takes 4 10-pence pieces. He leaves lots of other coins in the purse so she won't notice. He doesn't want them to jingle together in his pocket, so clutches them in his hand tight. He goes back to the door just as Sylvia is coming back in. Carpenter Road, she says. They're running around breaking windows, robbing on Carpenter Road. Carpenter Road. Would you believe it? There is police down there by the dozen. There's 2 shops on fire. It's like Beirut by all accounts. She sits on the settee and lights a cigarette. Too bloody close for comfort. Leon says nothing as she turns to look at him. It's alright, love. Don't worry. Come here. She holds both of his fists in her hands. Leon feels the coins digging into his palm. You pay no attention. There is nothing happening on this street. We are safe here. Now we go along the bed. Leon pulls his hands away quickly and goes to his room. He tucks the coins in his school shoes and puts them under the bed. He smells the tank of metal on his hands. Chapter 23. Leon's got a new Batman t-shirt and new white trainers with black laces. If he wears them to the allotment, they might get dirty, but if he doesn't wear them, no one will see them. Sylvia wants him to wear shorts because it's June, but the only ones that he likes are the denim ones that Tufty has. Can I cut this up? He says, showing her his jeans. Sylvia squints her eyes. What? I asked another boys with cut up shorts. Can I do it? Sylvia holds the jeans against him. Bit too tall for them anyway, aren't you? Hang on. She takes the scissors from the kitchen drawer and cuts the legs out. She folds the ends over and makes them look neat, but Leon will unroll them as soon as he gets outside. That suit you? She says, holding them up. He dashes to his room and puts them on. Now he's got his Batman t-shirt, his white trainers and his Tufty shorts. He looks really old, maybe even 50. Ooh, get you, says Sylvia and watches them open the back door and get on his bike. What's their names then, these fans of yours? Who? Says Leon. These kids from the park. Why don't you get them to call for you? Leon shrugs and squeezes the brakes. I could bring you a picnic if you like. Leon opens the gate to the entry. Bet you'd rather have your nails dipped in acid, she says as it pushes up. Don't be late. He can hear that she's smiling. Leon has 40 pence in his pocket and stops at the paper shop. It's not like the paper shop where Maureen used to live, because Dad only sold papers and sweets and cigarettes. It's a paper shop with toilet rolls and tins of custard and soap powder and cabbages out on the pavement, and if Sylvia runs out of anything, she sends Leon to get it from the paper shop. Sometimes it's an old Pakistani man that serves, and sometimes it's a young one. The young one never looks up from the newspaper, but the old man sometimes follows Leon around and asks him what he's looking for. Can I have a curly welly, please? He asks, because all the chocolate and sweets are kept high up near the till. The old man puts out his hand for the money. There's some truffles, says Leon. 20 pence, says the man. Leon doesn't like it when he has to pay first, but he gives the man the money, and the man gives him his sweets. Then he carries on looking at Leon like he hasn't paid. Did you see my window? Asks the man. No, says Leon. Then he notices that there's a big piece of cardboard in the bottom half of the glass door. He didn't see what happened. People running around, smashing up shops and throwing stones. Why are you doing this? I didn't, says Leon, and he pushes his bike out of the shop. Leon only throws stones over by the fence at the allotment, but he's helping Tufty dig his garden, so the Pakistani man is wrong. It is just possible to eat the curly roll and ride his bike at the same time. Curly rollers are very chewy and last ages, but they also melt if you hold them too hard or if you put them in your pocket, so you have to eat them quickly. He gets off his bike at the gate and wheels it past Mr. Devlin. Mr. Devlin's made a big whammy bamboo case just like Tufty's, and he's standing next to it with a packet of seeds in his hand. He sways from side to side, and when he sees Leon, he calls him over. Come on, come here. Let me show you something, young man. Leon smells sour whiskey on Mr. Devlin's breath. Mr. Devlin takes a handful of seeds and lets them drop through his fingers around the base of each bamboo cane. 4 or 5 parsnips in a little heap. Push them in. Don't just watch them. Leon pokes them in his fingers, each one in its own hole. He squats on the soil so he doesn't get his new shorts dirty and grabs his way around the wigwams, following Mr. Devlin, who's not walking straight and talking all the time. In Sao Paulo, you have a longer season. That's the difference. No frost, cool nights, wet. Ha! Soaked to the skin. Stupid boy. No, not stupid. Don't say that. Mr. Devlin sounds like he's on the telephone, like someone is answering back. He looks at Leon suddenly and puts his hand on his shoulder. He has so much energy, just like me when I was a boy. Never still, never could sit still, running full pelt. She never caught him. Then Mr. Devlin goes into his halfway house and comes back with a battered khaki watering can and a plastic bottle. When he speaks, he sounds like a child. Would you help me with this, please? I'd be grateful if you would help me. Grateful. They water the seeds together like Tufty showed him. Mr. Devlin has stopped talking. Leon looks at him as he waters his plants, but his face is sad and his lips are thin. I have to go now, says Leon, but Mr. Devlin doesn't even say goodbye. He slumps and touches back to his shed, weaving from side to side, and Leon thinks he looks much older than usual. There is music coming from somewhere, reggae music. Tufty must have a radio, but when he gets to Tufty's place, it's nowhere to be seen and it's all gone quiet. Leon opens the shed door. Tufty's inside with a massive silver tape recorder. He's smiling at Tufty's chest with 2 round speakers on the front with dials and buttons and everything. Tufty's got a packet of batteries in his hand and he's taking the back off the machine. Wow, says Leon. What's that? Boombox, says Tufty. Panasonic Magnetic Ghetto Blaster. Is it yours? Don't even ask what it costs. I can't afford it, you know. How much was it? Take all your pocket money and multiply by your age. I brought it up here to have some music while I'm working, and the batteries just died. At least I hope it's the batteries. The one time I bring this out of the house and look what happens. Anyhow, this thing breaks. It's going straight back to the shop. Tufty clicks 8 enormous batteries into place and fixes a plastic plate over them. He sits off on the bench. Let's see. Cross your fingers. Leon crosses all of his fingers and holds them up for Tufty to see. Click. Doof. Doof. The bass hits Leon like a train. Yeah, man, shouts Tufty. Feel it, man. Leon puts his hands over his chest and starts giggling. King Tubby's style. You can't get better than King Tubby's dub. Tufty turns the knob at the front and the bass, heavy as a concrete, makes the whole shed stutter. Doff, 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 doff. Tufty nods in time with the music and closes his eyes. He drops back, rolls forward, drops back, rolls forward, nods in time with the music, drops back. He's lost in it and Leon feels it too. He feels a warm current of sound start in his belly and climb up into his neck. He starts to nod and sway, and when he closes his eyes he feels it stronger. He feels his arms rise up all around the wall and his feet start shuffling on the wooden floor. Doff, 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 doff. There is no change in the music, just the clanging of the bass, on and on, over and over like the hammer of his heartbeat. Doff, doff, doff. When he opens his eyes, Tufty is standing with his arms folded, one hand hiding his wide smile. Yes, sir, you feel it. You really feel it. That's what righteous dog can do to you. Where did you go, eh? You went somewhere? Leon nods. Good? Yes. Tufty claps and laughs. Me and you, Star, in a good place. Yes. Come, I got more tunes for you. Tufty plays Leon lots of different songs and tells him all the different singers. King Tubby, Bob Marley, Dennis Brown, Burning Spear, Barrington Levy. All the names merge into one song. Doff, 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 Black Pulver, doff, 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 Black Pulver. When Leon gets back on his bike, he thinks about Jake and where he is and what he's doing and how he can find him. He thinks about Jake banging his baby drum in time to Tufty's music. Leon puts his feet on the pedals and his legs pushed on the beat. Dove, 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 all the way home. Chapter 24. Because the journey to the family center takes so long, Leon has to listen to the news twice. When the zebra came, he thought he was getting another present like the bike because she said she had a surprise for him, but it was much better than a bike. His mom has come back. He runs and gets his rucksack and sits in the back of the car straight away, but that zebra stands at the door talking to Sylvia for ages. Leon winds down the window so he can hear. The zebra talks about Maureen first. She's going to need to take it steady when she comes out. It's her weight as much as anything else. One of our best carers, but I'm not sure she would be up to caring for another energetic boy like this one. My thoughts exactly. But she's so committed. Wish we had more like her. I'll be having force with her when she gets out, I can tell you. Leon misses her, doesn't he? So do I. We are looking at a permanent plan for Leon. Long-term fostering is the best option, obviously, but those placements are not easy to find. Matching considerations come into play and various other factors. Sylvia starts talking about the royal wedding. Wonder what her dress will be like. I'm not a royalist by any stretch of the imagination, but I thought at least we'd get the day off. Disgraceful, says Sylvia and takes a little step back inside. The zebra leans in. Think about how much they'd spend on it. All the pomp and excess. It's a showcase for the monarchy, a jolly, with all the heads of Europe being flown in. Who do you think is paying for that? They probably got their own planes. Then there's the hotels, the cars, the wedding breakfast. We're having a street party, says Sylvia with her hand on the door. The zebra gets her keys out of the pocket and juggles them up and down. Pretty girl, but I wouldn't want to be in her shoes. No? Sylvia waves at Leon. Be good. Then she twitches her face into a smile. See you later. On the zebra's car radio is the same. The wedding, and then the rise, and the Irishman that stabbed himself to death, then the pop who got shot, and then there's so much stuff that Leon just looks out of the window and imagines a plane flying in from Europe, filled with all the heads of Europe. All the heads are bobbing around or falling off the seats like heavy balloons. Some of them are French and some of them are Spanish, but no one can tell until they start talking in their own language. Leon starts to laugh and then zebra sees. Looking forward to seeing your mom, Leon? Yes. I'm pleased for your love. It's an important day. You waited a long time. It's quite a few months since we saw her, isn't it? She pulls into the family center car park and turns off the engine. She shuffles around in her seat until she's facing him. Now, last time when your mom went to see you at Maurice, it wasn't a great success, so that's why we're here. Leon nods, and things have got a bit out of hand recently, haven't they, Leon? Leon says nothing. Lying? Asking back at school? Taking things belonging to Sylvia? Leon looks at her. She notices Leon. He looks out of the window and zebra waits until he looks back. We need to take this one step at a time, alright? We want you to be happy, Leon. Honestly, we do, but it means you have to try to behave. Remember when I took you to see Maureen, you made me a promise? You remember your promise, don't you? Yes. Which is what? If I behave, you'll take me to see Maureen again in your car. And I had to stop stealing. And Jake is with his new mom and dad. Yes, but that wasn't part of the promise, Leon. That was, and I can't see my mom every time I ask. The zebra closes her eyes and scratches her forehead. I know it's hard, Leon. Then she turns to the window and says, fucking hard. She coughs. So your mom's inside, in the family center, over there. She's still not well, but she says she can manage a visit. She's had a long journey as well, so she might be tired. Did she come with the man? No, we had to go and fetch her. 2 hours to get there and 2 hours back. Lovely journey it was for me on the motorway at 8 o'clock in the morning. Come on and bring you back. The family center smells of strong coffee and washing up, like a hospital without the doctors. Social workers sit at their desks and there are people everywhere sitting on chairs, waiting for something. A woman with a broken arm is shouting and a social worker is writing everything down in a file because social workers need to know the date people shot and the date people visit and the date they take children away. Leon knows what's written on the paper. 8th of June. She's shouting. She has a broken arm. Her 2 children are screaming and running along the corridors. Leon can't see his mom anywhere, but he follows the zebra, who seems to know every single person in the whole place. Alright, Pat. Alright, Leslie. Glennis. Hello. Haven't seen you for ages. I'll be back in a minute. Just got to get this access visit started. Alright, Bob. You supervising this access? No? Who is that? The zebra is talking to a man in a checked shirt. He's on the phone but talking to her at the same time. Bob? I said who's doing this access visit? Bernie's just finishing. She can take over. The zebra stares at him. I don't think so, Bob. She tells Leon to sit down while she goes into the office, but he can still hear. How is she? Where is she, Bob? The zebra sounds annoyed and Leon realizes that she is in charge of Bob and Bob doesn't like her. Family room. She hasn't done a runner. She's had a sandwich and a coffee. She's smoking like a navvy. Well, she hasn't disappeared, so we're making progress. She ran for a walk down the corridor a few minutes back, muttering to herself. I think she was looking for the toilet or the way out or something, but then she just ran back to the room. She's been asking for you anyway. Me? Well, like when are you coming and what's the delay? No good deed, says the zebra. She sees Leon at the door. Come on, love. They walk further along the corridor to a small room with two sofas and a coffee table with toys on it. The toys are for babies, but Carol is playing with them. She's holding a little doll and turning it round and round, up close to her face like she's trying to eat something. She doesn't even notice when Leon comes in and the zebra has to tell her. Carol? We're here. Leon's here. She turns slowly and smiles, but she's not really looking at him. She has her hair parted on the wrong side and she's skinny, even skinnier than before, and her jeans are too baggy. But most of all, she looks like she's been crying for days and days, like her eyes are made of liquid, like she's been asleep and had a nightmare, like she's never been happy in her whole life. She puts her arms out to him, just like she used to, and hugs him tight. Leon feels a fresh worry for his mom because no one is looking after her. She holds him on both shoulders. Can't believe how grown up you are. Can't believe it's you. Leon sits down and takes off his rucksack. How are you, Leon? She says, lighting a cigarette. There's so much smoke in the room that the zebra opens the windows and begins wafting the clean air inside. Could I ask you to stand by the window if you want to smoke? It's not good for children. Other people will need to come into this room after you. Women with babies. Families. Thanks. Carl doesn't move. Leon opens his bags and looks inside at all the things he's collected. Sylvia said he also had to bring some papers. This is my school report, he says. Carol puts it on her lap. Are you clever? Leon looks at the zebra standing by the window with her arms folded. Yep, she says. He is. You being good? Leon nods. And I got a B for maths. So Carol begins reading the report on her lap, turning the pages slowly and looking up from time to time and smiling at him. Then she looks at the zebra. Is this a supervised visit? The zebra walks to the door. Would you like a drink and snack, Leon? All right for a drink, Carol, or would you like another coffee? Carol doesn't answer. She's taking ages reading the report and Leon's getting angry. Even he is quicker than Carol and he's only nearly 10. I'll bring you a coffee, shall I? Shouts the zebra as she lets the door slam. Carol looks up. She's not nice, is she? Leon shakes his head. And she looks like a fucking badger. Leon grins and Carol sniggers and they begin to laugh, and once they start they can't stop. Leon feels the laughter come rushing out like a river, hurting his belly and his throat pouring out of his mouth. And Carol's the same. She's looking to and fro on her seat and holding her chest. Tears are in her eyes, but they're good tears. Leon doesn't have to worry. She's pointing to her hair and trying to talk, but it's no good. She's laughing too much. Then she starts making little animal movements with her hands, and Leon has to hold his neck because it's aching and his jaw hurts and the pain makes a clean white space in his mind. He wants to laugh forever. Then Carol gets down on her hands and knees and starts slapping on Leon's legs like a dog, and it's still funny. Then she starts yapping like a dog and pawing at Leon's trousers. She isn't laughing anymore, and neither is Leon. She's trying to tickle him, scrabbling his fingers on his chest, but she's doing it too soft. He can hardly feel it through his t-shirt, and he can smell her tobacco breath, strong and sour. She has her head on one side and her eyes wide open. Remember, Leon? Remember? Yes. Remember? Yes, Mom. He holds her hand still, and she rests her head on his knees. When the zebra comes back with the coffee, Carol gets up and sits back on her chair. Everything all right in here? Asks the zebra. She raises an eyebrow at Leon like they have a secret. Carol lights a cigarette and walks to the window. She blocks the smoke outside the trees. There is fresh daylight outside, but family centers always have bluish lights that make everything look worse. The toys, the files, the people. When the zebra leaves, Leon goes and stands next to Carol. She holds his hand and squeezes it. Are you coming back? Are you coming back for my birthday? Chloe closes her eyes and takes a very long, shaky breath. Leon thinks she's going to cry. Do you see Jake, Leon? No, they won't let me. Nor me, she says. Nor me. Do you remember him, Leon? Remember when he used to get his temper up? Leon says nothing. He had so much life in him, that kid. Like his dad. He used to sneeze 5 times, says Leon. Or 6. He used to get bubbles in his nose at bath time. Did he? He had that cough that time and I had to take him to the doctors in that pouring rain. Remember? Leon opens his rucksack and takes out Big Red Bear. Look, he says. That's lovely, she says. It's Jake's. Maureen gave it to me. Did she buy it? I don't know. Have you still got the photograph of Jake? Cole looks out of the window, left and right, like she's looking for the man in the sports car. Hate these places, she says, and she sighs. Her whole body shakes and the squeeze of Leon's hand gets quick and sharp. She leans against the windowsill and starts knocking her head on the glass. Leon doesn't know if he can remember how to do Jake, but he has to try and find Jake's voice in his throat. He makes a wrong noise a couple of times, but then comes yee, ta 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 ta. Carl looks at him. Yee, ta 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 ta. Leon moves his hands like Jake moves his hands when he's banging a toy in his high chair. Leon, ta 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 ta. Is that him? That's how he said it, Mom, just like that. They held each other and he could feel her chest heaving and her jolting sobs. Leon has to tell her, I could be him, Mom, he says. You could come back for me and sometimes I could be him. Chapter 25. In Leon's dream, he's standing in a cooking pot with white flames licking out the sides. He's slippery with oil and can't get out. He's an awkward dinner. Then he's running barefoot on scorched sand, acres and acres of it in every direction, but there are no hiding places, and if he doesn't keep running, a giant's foot will come out of the sky to squish him flat. If only there was some water. He's calling out, but his throat is cracked and sore, and every time he opens his mouth, someone says no. So he says no back, and they say no louder, so he says no, and then Sylvia wakes him up. It's dark outside and all the lights are on. Come on, Sylvia says, making him sit up. Drink this. That's it. Hold down. She puts her hand on his forehead and his cheek. Burning up, she says. No wonder you're making such a racket. He gulps the water down and falls the quilt off. I don't feel well. No, chick, she says. Don't look at me either. I'm going to get you some more water. You stay there. Leon's back is sticking to the sheets. He tries to open the window, but Sylvia catches him and tells him to get back into bed. I'll do that, she says, and when she opens the window, a beautiful cold breeze comes into the room and makes him feel better. Now drink this and take these 2 tablets. Says you've got to be 12 on the packet, but you're about the size of a 12-year-old. Can't hurt. But the tablets are lumps of chalk, and it takes him ages to swallow them. His throat is raw and his head is hot. Alright, love, don't cry, Sylvia says and takes his hand. I think you got the flu, that's all. Won't kill you. I expect you got a touch of the miserables as well. No wonder. Come on, snuggle down now and I'll help you cool off. She slides Leon's comic off the bedside table and begins to fan him. Little puffs of cold air all over his face and back. Sylvia isn't as nice as Maureen, but she's clever. Can you tell me a story? He asks. She says nothing for a little while, then she sighs. I could really do with a fag, but that won't help me sleep. Alright then, now let me think. She takes so long thinking that Leon thinks that maybe she can't be a fan and tell stories at the same time, and he would rather have the fan, so he says nothing. Sylvia starts suddenly. Here's what I remember, she says, and starts to fan again. Once upon a time, there was a man who was peacefully driving down a windy road. Suddenly, a little bunny skipped across the road and the man couldn't stop. He wasn't going very fast, but he hit the bunny head on. Snack! The man stopped the car straight away and quickly jumped out of his car to check the scene. There, lying lifeless in the middle of the road, was the Easter bunny. The man cried out, "Oh no, I have committed a terrible crime. I have run over the Easter bunny." The man started sobbing quite hard. What was he going to do? How could he put it right? And then he heard another car coming. It was a woman in a red convertible. What's a convertible? Asks Leon. The van stops and Sylvia says, a car with no roof. Do you want me to carry on? Yes, says Leon. With the fan as well. Anyway, the woman stopped and asked the man what the problem was. The man explained, I have done something horrible. I have run over the Easter bunny. Now there will be no one to deliver eggs on Easter Day. All the children will be sad if it's all my fault. Don't you worry, said the woman as she ran back to her car. A moment later, she came back carrying a spray bottle. She ran over to the bunny lying dead in the water and she sprayed it. The bunny immediately sprang up, ran into the woods, stopped and ran back at the man and woman. Then ran another 10 feet, stopped and waited. Then ran another 10 feet, stopped and waited again. It did this over and over and over again until the man and the woman could no longer see the bunny and it disappeared into the woods. When it had gone, the man shook his head. Oh, what is this stuff on the table? The woman replied, it's hair restore. It brings your hair back to life and has a permanent wave. It isn't a story, it's a trick. Get it? Asked Sylvia. Hair meaning hair, hair on your head, and hair meaning rabbit. Do you get it? She has stopped being a fan now and Leon feels sleepy. Is that the end? He asks. Well, no. The rabbit has gone off to have his adventures, like you'll have adventures in your life. We all have adventures, some are good and some are not so good. You're in the not so good phase. What else happens to him? That's enough for one night. Sylvia gets up and opens the window a bit wider. She turns the light off and closes the door. I'll come back and check on you in a bit. Sleep time now. When Leon wakes up, the sun is shining outside. He's still too hot, but his head has stopped hurting. He gets up and goes to the living room. Sylvia is watching the telly with a cup of coffee and a cigarette. Here he is, she says, smiling. How's the soldier? Leon goes into the kitchen, gets a drink of water and sits next to Sylvia. I'm hot, he says. Do I have to go to school? School? It's 1 o'clock, chick. You'll miss school for today. Here, take another couple of these. He swallows another 2 tablets, nesses down onto the sofa and closes his eyes. He remembers what Maureen told him about not having bad dreams by thinking of nice things. He tries hard to think about Christmas and his birthday and the presents he might get. He thinks about the Incredible Hulk and he looks down at his chest. One day, if he gets really angry, his chest will grow enormous and it will burst out of his clothes and nobody will be able to stop him doing anything. He thinks about being strong and having powers like Superman or Batman, and then he feels Sylvia coming up with a blanket. Once, when he was little, he was in the park with his mom and she covered him over with a blanket. He was lying on the grass. He remembers the smell of the earth and the feel of scratchy leaves on his legs. The sky was far away and everything was still and quiet. His mom was singing to him, but it was more like a whisper, and his dad was there as well. His dad was reading the newspaper and he was leaning against a tree. Leon had a blue and red ball and an Action Man, and they left the Action Man at the park and his dad promised to get him a new one. And he did, but that was later. While they were at the park, under the tree, under the blanket, under the white sky, he fell asleep with his mom's hand on his back, with her song in the air, and when he woke up he was in his bed and it was night time. He wonders if there's another boy in that bed now. He thinks about that boy playing with his toys and using his things, and he can feel the anger inside bubbling around and making his chest heave. He throws the blanket off and sits up. Too hot? Asks Sylvia. Can I go back to bed, please? As soon as he is in his room, he gets his red rucksack from his cupboard and puts it on his lap. He looks inside and counts his things. He opens the pockets with the zips and looks inside at all the things he's collected, and he puts it next to the bed. The full feeling in his chest has gone. He gets back into bed and closes his eyes and sees his mother's bag, sees her jeans and her cardigan and her trainers disappearing down the corridor at the family center. And he doesn't see her turn around away because she didn't. In the morning, he's better and he's starving. Sylvia puts her hand on his forehead and he eats 4 Vitamix with sugar sprinkled on top. Better stay off school for 1 more day, alright? Leon runs into his room and gets dressed. He takes his rucksack and goes back to the kitchen. Can I go out on my bike, please? Sylvia looks at him with one eyebrow higher than the other. How do you feel? It's hot out there, you know. Go on about half an hour tops, alright? How long did I say, Leon? Can I have 2 hours, please? No, you get back here for lunchtime. It's 10:30 now. That's an hour and a half. Go on. Chapter 26. There is hardly anyone at the allotments. No Mr. Devlin, no Tufty, Only a few old men in distant plots and Mr. and Mrs. Atwell sitting on chairs by their sheds. Leon waves as he cycles past. He rides through the allotments, past Mr. Devil's plot, past Tufty's plot, and past 5 other plots to the edge of the allotment where there are scruffy bits of land that no one wants, where tall, forgotten plants sprout seeds and prickly leaves, coarse and sharp, where there are gnarled trees and overgrown paths, and an old shed. Leon parks his bike at the back of the shed and tries to open the door. It's made of heavy planks of wood nailed together. He has to pull it hard with both hands, and when he steps inside, bangs behind him, clashing against the corrugated iron roof that shudders and moans. A heavy lump of light comes in through a broken pane of glass, but the other window is covered in a veil of dust. No one can see him, but people might have heard the door. He picks out nothing. Hopes of curling plants stick to the walls, spiders' webs, thick as a cotton wool, nests in the corners, and hang between the wooden struts that hold off the roof. There are dead moths and butterflies caught in white candy floss traps. The whole place smells of hot sawn dry wood, not like Tufty's shed. There are plastic parties upturned on the floor, a metal chair on its side, and a crooked wooden table leaning against the wall, with its legs splintered and uneven. Nobody looks after this shed. Nobody wants it. Leon leans against the heavy door and pops it open with his rucksack to get in some fresh air. He looks out of the gap in the glass. There are no neat rows of plants nearby. There are no wigwams, no water pots, just wild sprouting plants as high as Leon's knees, clumps of coarse grass, dense, uneven bushes. Leon sits down on the step of the shed. It's perfect. By the time Leon cycles back towards the gates, lots of people are around and some of them wave at him. He stops at Tufty's shed and goes to inspect the scarlet emperors. The shoots seem to grow taller every single day, working their way up towards the sun, coiled tight around the bamboo canes plaited together, bright green heart-shaped leaves along the stem like a picture from Jack and the Beanstalk. Leon always gives them a bottle of water when he passes, even if Tufty isn't around. He fills the plastic bottle from the water bottle and drips water over the base of each until the dirt is black and solid. There you are, little plant, he says, but as he's speaking he has a funny feeling. Something reminds him of Jake, and he straightens up quickly as though he can hear him cry. Leon feels Jake so close that his heart begins to bang in his chest. Jake, Jake, where are you? He turns around, but everywhere he looks there are just old people bending over with their spades and forks. No babies, no children. Maybe he heard something. Maybe Jake is living nearby. The social workers could be lying when they said they didn't know. Again he turns round and round, his eyes starting from the sheds to the hedges, everywhere and beyond, to the trees and to the tops of the houses, and beyond, to the flats and maisonettes that he cannot see, and beyond to the house where Jake lives without him. He turns again, his eyes scanning the ripped white clouds, the hazy blue. How old is Jake now? If he can walk, he might have escaped from his new forever family, and he might be trying to find Leon like Leon is trying to find him. Leon feels the sun in his head and the full feeling in his chest and the pounding of all the questions that nobody answers, and then all Tufty's plans roll up past his eyes like wisps of dancing, fluttering green feathers. When he wakes up, he's in Mr. Devil's shed, sitting in an old leather armchair, and Mr. Devil himself is leaning against the door. You're sick, he says. There is a drink of water next to you. Look, drink it. Leon sips at the water from a metal army cup. When you had that, get straight out on. You shouldn't be out. You have a temperature. Leon sits up straight, but his legs are empty and weak. Mr. Devil puts his hand out. No, not yet. His voice is different now, soft like Marine's. Just sit still. You'll feel better in a short while. It's the sun. My bike, says Leon. Yes, of course. Don't move. I'll go and get it. Leon gets up slowly and looks around. He likes Mr. Devil's shed. Everything was all piled up, and there are lists of things pinned to the walls. There's a walking stick tied to the ceiling with bunches of onions hanging off it, and upside down plants tied up with string. There is a wooden ball and arrow up there as well, turning in the breeze from the door. It's too high for Leon to touch, and it's all dusty like it's been there for years. There is an old brown and green rug on the floor with a hole in the middle and painted wooden box on the sides with pots in, old seed packets with faded pictures, an old toy train, a gas mask and a metal can with a lid, the white skull of an animal and a bird's wing. On the shelf above him are lots of old books, more books than there are at school, and a push teapot. There is a wooden spear with a carved head propped up in a corner. There are tools everywhere and cans of oil. Everything is odd, but nothing is dirty. And tucked behind all the interesting things are photographs of boys. Lots of them, dozens. There are 5 or 6 different brown boys in the pictures, and there are lots and lots of one boy in particular. In some pictures he's a baby, and in others he is 3 and then 5 and then 7 or 8. He's so pretty he could be a girl, but best of all, on an old wooden bench are lots of knives, and some of them haven't got any corners. Leon looks everywhere, but he can't see the Kanetsune. Up high, just out of reach, is something that looks like a pistol. It's a real pistol. He can see it just on the edge of the shelf next to a dirty glass jar full of brown liquid. If he had something long, he could reach it and knock it down, but he would have to catch it carefully, otherwise it would blow everything up. Or he could stand on the arm of the chair and... "Here it is," says Mr. Devon, leading Leon's back to the door of the shed. Leon is standing near the knives. "You mustn't touch doors," he says, and his gruff voice is back. "Best get off home now and feel better." "What are all those things?" Leon asks. "They are things that belong to me," says Mr. Devlin, and holds the door open wide. "Is that a real gun?" But Mr. Devlin doesn't answer. Leon wheels his bike all the way home because he still doesn't feel well, but there are things in Mr. Devlin's shed that he wants to see again. Chapter 27. Leon has swollen glands, so he has to have a whole week off school. Sylvia says he has to tidy soon properly and help her take the weeds out of the front garden. He has to clean his school shoes. He has to help her rearrange the airing cupboard. He has to sweep the path, and finally he has to go to the supermarket to help her carry some of the stuff for his street party. She buys lots of tins of salmon and bottles of squash, and the bags are so heavy they cut into Leon's fingers. Sylvia pulls a trolley that is full to the top with tea bags and jars of coffee, bags of sugar, and trifle mix. We are starting early, a little bit here and there, and on a day we won't have so much to get. It's only 6 weeks now. But Leon just wants to go to the allotments, go to his shed, and make it nice. Get it ready. He has taken a tea towel from Sylvia's kitchen and a little hand broom from under the sink. He has got some sellotape for the hole in the window and lots of other things. And he needs to get a padlock because Mr. Devlin has a padlock and Tufty has a padlock, and they do things properly. So after he has done all the jobs, he puts his rucksack on and goes to the front door. "Oi," says Sylvia, "where you going?" "On my bike." "There on your bike?" "The big gardens." "You mean the park?" "Yes," he says quickly, "the park with the railings." She looks at him for a while, and then she lights a cigarette. "What's in the bag?" "Nothing." "Like what? Give me an example of nothing, Leon." "Like a ball in case I see any of my friends." 2 hours, she says, and he races out of the door. It rained in the morning, and it rained the day before, so the road is slippery and black. He gets off his bike at the allotment gates in case Mr. Devlin is there, and wheels his bike in. Mr. Devlin is kneeling down with a towel. He raises it as Leon goes by. Tufty is standing with Castor with the ginger hair, but as he raises at Leon, his face changes. Leon looks behind. A group of men are walking into the allotment behind Leon. They haven't come to look at the plants, and they are not wearing the right clothes for gardening. They have their hands in their pockets, and one of them is kicking stones. They walk straight towards him, and they look angry. Leon knows that they have come to take him away for stealing. The zipper warned him. Sylvia must have complained to her. He thinks about all the things he has stolen and what he will say. He tries to think of clever answers, but all the time he wants to go to the toilet and he can't move. Sylvia has set them to lock him up. The men are closed now. Leon drops his bike. People are staring at the man, Mr. and Mrs. Oswald and Mr. Devlin and everybody walking at the allotments, because they aren't keeping to the path and some of them are walking on people's plants. Leon takes his rucksack off and holds it in front of him. He'll say sorry and give everything back. He feels the pain in his chest again and wishes he was the Incredible Hulk and he could find them all and run away. But the man walks straight past him and surrounds Castor and Tufty. One of them is the leader. He has a leather jacket and a thin mustache with a leather belt under his belly. He's smiling at Tufty. "Linwood Michael Bellows? Long time no see. Never took you for a Percy Frover." 3 of the other men have gone into the shed, and Leon can hear things being thrown around. The whole shed seems to be moving. Another man is walking around, turning on things and kicking stones. And Earl Parchment, aka Castor, either of you two fancy helping us with our inquiries to coin a phrase? Tufty says nothing, but Leon watches him move his feet apart. He sees Tufty make his lips small like he's trying to not to let the words out, and Leon knows exactly how he feels. Castor opens his arms wide. You blood-clad Babylon! You beast boys can't come in here for we. You don't have nothing on me. Sorry, says the man. Didn't catch that. He takes a step back and looks around. All the people in the allotment are looking over. DC Ronald Green, Springfield Road Police Station, folks, he shouts. Nothing to worry about, a driving matter. The other policemen start to laugh, and DC Green puts his finger on his lips and says, Shh! Now, he continues, it so happens I'm not looking for either of you this time. Where is Rainbow? That's what I want to know. He's your mate, isn't he? Your brethren, your spy, your Edwin. That's the lingo, isn't it? And as for you, Castor, my little carrot head, he pushes Castor in the chest. Don't come with any of your blood-clad bullshit here. I don't like it. Tufty holds Castor's arm. Leave it, Castor, man. Leave it. Yeah, says the policeman. Listen to your reasonable friend. He likes a quiet life, just like his old dad. Does as it's told. Don't you, Tufty? Always just a baby bystander, aren't you? Perhaps your balls haven't dropped, is that it? DC Green pretends to shudder. That's an image I don't care to dwell on. Anyway, as I was saying, we're looking for Rainbow, or as we know him, that shit-stirring big-bag with a T cozy on his head, Darius White. Where is he? There are 5 policemen in all. The young constable, none of them are wearing police uniforms like the lady that gave him the donut when Maureen was taken to hospital. He's done nothing, says Tufty. Oh, that's not what I hear. There was a disturbance on Carpenter Road a few nights back, incited, I do believe, by the ever-eloquent Rainbow. We heard he was leading a pack of Hulots right down the middle of the road, chanting a spirit jacket and wall dancing. He was shouting something. What was it now? DC Green looks around at the other policeman. Down Babylon, the warden says, and they all laugh again, but he's not really laughing. That's it, down Babylon. Yes, he had posters and placards and everything. Learned to write at Her Majesty's pleasure, so I understand. Castor spits on the ground. Yeah, Rainbow speaks for all of we. Then you were there, eh, Castor? They surround Tufty and Castor until Leon can't see them anymore, but he can hear Castor shouting in fast West Indian. Mr. Devlin is standing close. He beckons Leon towards him, so he runs over and Mr. Devlin rests his hand on his shoulder. Then the fighting breaks out. Leon's glad that he's standing by Mr. Devlin because of the Kanetsune. He's seen Mr. Devlin using it, and although he doesn't look strong, Leon knows that he really is, and he could chop down people just like he chops down bushes and trees. 3 of the policemen grab Castor. He starts to back and struggle, but he can't get free. DC Green stands back and shoos everybody away. Resisting arrest, nothing to see. Off we go. Off we go. It takes 4 police officers to drag Castor out of the allotments. He's shouting and fighting and twisting his body. One of the policemen has his arm locked around Castor's neck, and Castor's trying to pull it off. Spit comes out of Castor's mouth like he's a wild dog. One of his shoes comes off. His jeans are pulled down to his ankles, and DC Green is smiling all the time and tightening the belt on his shoulders. Tufty is shouting, Leave him, he can't breathe. But DC Green points one long finger and holds it against Tufty's chest, prodding and poking him in every sentence. Excitable, isn't he, you mate? Whereas you've always been sensible, up to a point. Now, if you'd like to save him a couple of nights in the south and get another offense on his rather than some previous, you could tell us where to find Rainbow. Tufty takes a step away from the policeman. Everyone is watching Castor being dragged away, but not Mr. Devlin and Leon. They are watching Tufty. He goes into his shed and he comes out with a shovel. He holds it like a sword right up in DC Green's face, then slams down to the ground. It slides through the wet earth just in front of the policeman's toes. He judders back and forth and stands dead straight. This is my land, says Tufty. My piece of the earth. My fucking land. DC Green puts his hands in his pockets and laughs. He throws his head back and laughs so loud that all the fat on his belly wobbles. Oh dear me, Linwood, something rattled your cage, has it? You ought to make me laugh. You're all the same with your big mouth and your big lips and your pussy this and rascal at that. But when it comes to it, he kicks the shovel and it falls to the floor. Space don't scare me, Linwood, not one bit. The policeman walks slowly away, kicking a stone in front of him and whistling. Nothing happens for a few minutes, then Tufty looks straight at Mr. Devlin. He opens his arms wide, spreads his fingers. What? You got something to say? I didn't invite them in here. Don't say nothing, alright? Don't open your fucking mouth. He picks the shovel up, goes inside the shed and throws it down. Everybody goes back to their gardening except Mr. Devlin. He looks at the mess that the police have made of the path. He looks at the plants near the black boots have trampled. They're the same all over the world, he says. Small minds, big feet. He walks away. Leon has been told over and over always to ask a policeman for their help, but these policemen didn't even have uniforms on and they didn't give Castro a chance. Leon walks over to Tufty's shed and looks inside. Tufty is sitting on a stool picking up pieces of paper. All his posters have been ripped off the wall. The man with the fist and the black power has had his head ripped off. Tufty's sis and little baby plants are in a terrible mess on the floor. Don't come in here, he says, and his voice is sharp like he's still talking to the police. Can't you see it's all a mess? Don't walk in here with your shoes on. I have to see what I can save. But most of the plants are broken or stamped on. All the pictures are torn. Tufty picks one up and shows the pieces to Leon. You see this man? He says we mustn't fight. He says we can all live in peace. He says don't cause no trouble. Leon can only see half a black man's head. Yeah? You see him? Well, they killed him. Yeah, shot him dead. Tufty stands up suddenly and looks around, kicking the plants and the torn posters and mashing his sword against the wall and flinging the plastic pots all over the place and making even more of a mess than before. When he stops, he's panting. Let me tell you, sir, stand up for yourself, alright? You see me? He stabs himself in the chest with his finger. I try, I try hard. Keep my head down. Don't cause no trouble. It's how I was brought up, but sometimes Tufty kicks his out of the chest so hard that one of the planks come loose. Go home, he says. Leon backs away, picks up his bag and pedals home to Sylvia. But at bedtime, Leon can't sleep. He doesn't want to be in his room on his own and he creeps along the hallway and pushes the door open a little bit. Sylvia is in the little sitting room watching one of her programs. He can hear her shouting the answers louder than usual. She is drinking her favorite dark brown beer with the white foam and laughing when she gets the answers wrong. Blankety blank, she shouts, or tie break. Leon opens the door wide and Sylvia turns around. 5 minutes, you! She shouts. Bed at the end of this. They watch until the end of the program and Sylvia heads him back to his room. She stands in the doorway while he gets into bed. What's up? She says. I saw some policemen today and they were fighting with 2 black men. Well, as long as you keep out of trouble, you got nothing to worry about. Can you tell me about the rabbit's adventures? What? Sylvia sits down heavily on Leon's bed and flicks a cigarette ash into the palm of her hand. Rabbit. The one with the permanent wave. Sylvia laughs so hard that she can hardly breathe. She takes ages to stop and then she goes to the bathroom and flushes a cigarette away. She comes back and takes a deep breath. Right, rabbit, let me see. She's smiling now and Leon can smell the beer on her breath. He sees how she's trying to sit up straight. Alright, well, the rabbit ran off into the woods. He's still waiting, but obviously the man and the woman have gone off, so he's just waving at the other animals. He waves at the squirrel, and the squirrel waves back. He waves at the beetle and a weasel, and what else? A badger. Yeah, a badger. And they all wave back, and they say to themselves, wow, a really friendly rabbit. So word gets around the woods that there's this nice little rabbit going around, and everyone starts looking out for him. Anyway, he gets into the middle of the wood and he sees a bear, and he waves at the bear and the bear calls him over. What are you doing? Says the bear. Yeah, I'm fine, thanks. Yeah, I'm fine, thanks, says the rabbit. Do you like in the woods? Asks the bear. Yeah, it's great, says the rabbit. No problems? Asks the bear. None, no, says the rabbit. I'm A1 okay. Sylvia is a little bit drunk. The bear says, that's great, I wonder if I could ask you a question. Fire away, says the rabbit. Well, says the bear, you know when you go to the toilet for a number 2, how do you get the shit off your fur? Leon stands to laugh. The shit? Asks the rabbit. Yeah, says the bear. Do you find it difficult to get the shit off your fur? No, says the rabbit. It comes right off. Great, says the bear, and he picks up the rabbit and wipes it over his arse. Leon and Sylvia lie on the bed together, rolling from side to side. Chapter 28. Sylvia wakes him up early the next day. The skin on her face looks even more crisp than usual, and her eyes are hardly open. Ruff, 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 she says as she sits at the kitchen table. Are you pretending to be a dog? Leon asks, smiling. She looks at him and points at the kettle. Leon fills it and flicks the switch. Then she points at her handbag and he passes it to her. She digs around inside and then shoves it across the table and puts her head on her arms. Your fault, this is, she says. You and your bloody social workers booking themselves in at half bloody 8. Nia finds the cigarette sticks one out and puts it in her hand. Thanks, love, she says. She drags her head up and it blows around on her shoulders. She lights a cigarette and blows the smoke up into the air. I've got about half an hour to look gorgeous. Nia says nothing. It's a new one. A big cheese. The boss of the boss. Something like that. A block at any rate. Sounds alright on the phone. You never know, never know. Nia says nothing. Could be my lucky day. She takes the mirror out of her bag and squints into it. Not too shabby itself, not too bad at all. In half an hour they are both ready. Leon only took a few minutes to get a wash and then Sylvia told him to tidy the kitchen. Sylvia spent all the time in her bedroom muttering and swearing. When she comes back she looks the same as she did before, but she has lipstick on and is too bright. And it's not a tip, but Leon is scared to tell her. She punches all the cushions on the sofa and fills the kettle. I used to be married, you know. Yes, didn't know that, did you? And Maureen, we were sisters that married brothers. She got the good one and I got the bastard. Sylvia goes to the front window, moves the net curtains aside and looks up and down the road. Then there was someone else, and he left me as well, up here. She taps her temple. Not just me, took leave of his senses, as they say. Cuckoo. Sylvia carries on tapping her temple even when she's not talking. I couldn't see it, but Mo knew it off, said he needed to sort himself out. Don't we all? She lets the curtains drop. Look, here he is. Let him in, let him in. Wait, quick, now. Leon opens the front door and the man holds his hand out. You must be Leon. I'm Mike. He has a perfect social work smile and a hot damp hat. He has a checked shirt and shiny purple boots with yellow laces. He has short hair that sticks up like a brush and an earring in the shape of a cross that judders when he moves. Leon moves aside to let him in. Is Sylvia about? He asks. Sylvia comes out of the kitchen, showing her pink teeth and creased face. Mike holds his hand out. Mike Dent, independent reviewing officer for Leon. We spoke on. Come in, says Sylvia, and she points to an armchair. Coffee? Black, no sugar, please. While Sylvia's gone, Leon gets some papers out of his briefcase. Leon can also see he also has a Mars bar in there, and Leon wonders if he has bought him a present. How are you, Leon? Alright. You're not married before, have you? No. Well, I'm an independent reviewing officer. I'm the person in charge of making sure we're taking care of you properly and we're listening to what you say. Part of my job is to talk to you face to face so I can be certain you're happy and well. You're old enough now to have your wishes and feelings taken into account and for you to tell us what those wishes and feelings are. I also have to think about what your needs are from our point of view and then make sure that all your needs are being met. Alright? Do you understand what I just said, Leon? Yes. I've come today to give you some more information on what's happening with your placement and also what are the plans for you in the long term. And also to ask how you are. And also to ask you if there's anything you're not happy with. We do this from time to time to make sure that we are taking good care of you. Okay? Do you understand this, Leon? Is there anything you want to ask me? Earrings begins writing on something on a notepad. No questions so far? No. And Sylvia? You're getting on with Sylvia? Yes. You're a sizable lad for 9. Let's see, your birthday is on. Ooh, it's in a few weeks' time. Looking forward to it? Yes. And what would you like for your birthday? Bet you've been talking to Sylvia about it all the time. I know I did when I was your age. Couldn't wait for my birthday to come around. Pestered the life out of my parents. Yes. Right, and you had an access visit with your mom on the, let's see, 8th. How was that? Was it good to see your mom again? Yes, says Leon, and he remembers Carol's brown stained teeth and the brown stained fingers when she picked up her bag. Leon, she said, I can't manage myself, let alone you. She squeezed his hand and walked out of the room. He ran to the door and watched her get smaller and smaller as she walked down the corridor. She had to press the button to get out, and while she was waiting for it to open, Leon thought she might turn around and wave, but she didn't. Leon, I said how about school? Do you like your school? No. Okay now. Thanks for this coffee, Sylvia. For the first part of the meeting, I'd like to speak to Leon on his own. Is that okay? Sylvia walks back into the kitchen. Right, okay, let's make a start. Earring speaks too quickly, like he's running out of time. He asks all the questions the zebra asks, but faster, writing or talking, or putting ticks in boxes. He goes on for ages, then he sits back and takes a breath. Are you happy here, Leon? Yes. What's it like living with Sylvia? Leon looks at the door to the kitchen. He says, Sylvia behind him with a cigarette. Where is Maureen? When am I going back home? By home, you mean back to Maureen's? Who's got all my other toys? Which toys? Me and Jake had lots of toys and we had to leave them all behind. I had lots of Action Men that my mom and dad bought me. I had 7, no, 8, and now I only got 1. Ewing is looking through his papers and doesn't speak for a moment. 164B Benton Avenue South? You mean when you lived with your mom? Yes, and so I took some of them to Auntie Tina's house. Jake took some of his as well, but he left to go with the other people. Where is Jake? Where does he live? Let's take this one question at a time, okay? Right, when you went to care, Leon, and when your mom left, I'm afraid she also left all her property in the maisonette. She no longer has a tenancy there. That means someone else lives there now, and I don't know what has happened to all her possessions. I'm sorry about that. Leon says nothing. Now, if there was stuff at Auntie Tina's, that's Tina. Tina, he looks at his papers. Tina Moore, then I could certainly try and follow that up for you and see if there's anything she forgot to pass on to us. Let me just write this down so I don't forget. He writes over it and then taps the paper with his pen. What else? Yes, right, you asked about Jake. Do you understand about adoption, Leon? Yes. What is adoption? Am I getting adopted? Is that what you would like, Leon? No, I want Jake to come back. Adoption is where you get a new family, a new mom, and or a new dad, and you go and live with them. Adoption is forever, Leon. It means you don't go back to your first family. You live with a new family all the time you're growing up. Where is he? Jake is living with his new family. Where does he live? He lives far away, Leon. Well, not that far, but he has a whole new life. Why can't I live with him? Ewing picks up his coffee cup and looks inside like he's trying to decide whether to drink or not. He puts it back on the table. This must be very hard for you, Leon. Jack was adopted because he was a little baby that needed looking after. You both needed looking after, actually, but sometimes adoption is best for some children and fostering is best for other children. You say he will write to me. Me? The other one. The other social worker? Yes, well, he might. Is that something you would like? A letter from Jake? I've been waiting ages. Leon says, and he decides to go to the toilet in case it's a subscriber. As soon as he stands up, some tears spill out and Ewing sees them. Leon, he says, this is a very difficult thing to understand. You must miss him. He misses me, Leon shouts. He's crying for me. I heard him. Is that what you're worried about, Leon? You think Jake is unhappy? He needs me, says Leon. Only I can look after him. Ewing makes a little shaky movement with his hand. His Adam's apple bobs up and down his throat. It was a really, really hard decision to make you split you off from Jake, Leon. Really difficult, Leon. We tried to think of a way that we could keep it together, and a lot of people sat around a table. And after a long time, we couldn't find a way that was fair to both of you. We want you and your brother to be happy and have the best chance in life, and sometimes that means finding that happiness in different ways. Has anyone explained this to you before? Leon says nothing. Do you think you'd like to talk to someone about how you're feeling, Leon? Ewing isn't writing anymore, but he's making little dots on the paper with the end of his fountain pen. The end of the pen is like a little metal knife. It could be dangerous and it could kill someone. It could kill Ewing if Leon picked it up and stabbed him through the soft bit of his eye. He will push the pen in and writes on Ewing's brain, I fucking hate you. Black Power. From Leon. Ewing's mouth is moving and is blinking, and all the time he's trying to be Leon's friend. Arrange for you to see someone special advisors trying to help children who have been through a difficult time. Would you like that? Jake will forget about me. Well, I won't forget him, but he might forget me. I think you're making him forget. You took him away so he could forget about me. You only care about him. You think you know what he wants, but you don't. Only I do. Leon, only me. No one else. They don't know how to look after him. I think he misses me. I'm sure he might be upset and you don't care. Leon puts his pen down and Leon knows every word that he's going to say. He knows he will turn his head a bit to the right and then to the left. He will talk slowly using baby words because he thinks Leon is stupid, but whatever words social workers use, they all mean the same thing. It's very difficult, he starts. Leon runs down the hallway and slams the bathroom door. He picks up the toilet seat and bangs it down. The noise makes him jump. He unravels all the toilet paper and shoves it down to the toilet bowl and then puts the towel in it and then Sylvia's dressing gown from the back of the door. He tries to close the lid, but the toilet is too full, so he just pulls it until his arms hurt and his fingers tingle and his face is all cooked, and then he finally breaks and rips out his socket. Leon catches himself in the mirror. He thought he would see the Incredible Hulk with grey skin and chest as wide as a double bed and a ripped shirt, but he looks just the same. He's nearly 10 and he is blind, and Jake is 1 and he is white. That's why Jake is adopted. That's what Maureen said, and she's the only one who has never lied. Sylvia knocks on the door. "You alright, chick?" she says. Leon sits on the edge of the bath. He's wet himself. "Leon?" Sylvia opens the door. She doesn't say anything. Leon can feel the V itching his legs, and he wants to take his jeans off, but he can't move. The V is in his trainers as well as in his socks. Sylvia closes the door and he hears her go down the hallway. He can hear her voice and Ewing's voice, and it sounds like an argument. Leon takes everything off, even his underpants, and goes into his bedroom. He puts his tracksuit trousers on with his school shoes, and he sits on the bed. Sylvia will tell him to leave. She always said she wouldn't stand for any more rucksack nonsense. He finds his rucksack and he makes sure that everything is inside. He has all the important things and all the zips are done up. He hears the front door close and he hears Sylvia coming back, so he goes to stand at the window so he doesn't have to look at her. "Made a right mess of that bathroom, haven't you?" she says. He can hear the cigarette in the corner of her mouth. "What were you thinking?" Outside in Sylvia's garden there is a black and brown cat walking very slowly on the grass with his head down. He is going carefully like a soldier in the jungle. He's trying to catch something, but Leon can't see what it is. It might be a mouse or a rat or a bird. Once Leon's mom bought him a kitten, but it made him sneeze, so his mom gave it away and bought him a dog with a battery in it. Leon wanted a real dog, but his mom said no. Then Leon remembers Samson and the way Leon says that he will hold his paws and make his heart open. Leon starts to cry. Sylvia is still standing in the doorway. He can hear her breathing and smoking. He can hear her getting angry with him and telling him to leave. He drags his sleeve across his face, turns around and picks up his rucksack and waits for her to say it. "Where are you going?" she asks. Leon says nothing. "If you think Muggins is putting them pissy clothes in the washer and tying up, you're mistaken. Put your bag down. Come on." She puts her hand in his neck bag, just like Maureen does, and nudges him into the bathroom. Jeans, trainers, socks, pants, all of them in the bath. "Come on, I'm standing right here and watching." Leon does it. Fish my best chewing gum off the bog and put that in the bath as well, and try not to get any of that wet toilet paper on it. Don't make such a bloody mess on the floor neither. Watch it. Careful. Leon does it. "Now run and get 2 carry bags from under the sink. Quick, I'm counting to 10. Leon runs and comes back in an 8. "Now put your hands in there and get every single piece of toilet paper out and into one of the carry bags. And when I say every single piece, what do I mean? All of it. You bet your sweet life." She stands and watches him. It takes ages and she says nothing. When it's all done, she takes the carry bag, twists it around by the handles and knots it in the top. Then she puts it in the other carry bag and does the same. The lino on the floor of the bathroom is all wet. "Right, pick up the clothes out of the bath and bring them into the kitchen and be quick. Don't let them drip. Come on." They run down the hall together through the living room and into the kitchen. She drops the carry bag into the bin and then opens the door to the washing machine. "All in," she says. The trainers are as well. All in. Leon feeds everything into the washing machine and watches while Sylvia puts in the soap powder and turns it on. "Wash your hands." Leon does it. She points to the chair. Leon sits down. "Ever hear the phrase, 'Don't shit where you sit', Leon?" "No." "What do you think it means?" Leon says nothing. "No? Well, I'll tell you. It means don't fuck up a good thing. It means that if you get bad news or someone gets on your nerves, you don't make trouble or ruin things at home. Home is where you live, where you sleep, where you eat, where people look after you. Don't shit on your own seat. You shit on someone else's seat or find another way to sort things out." Leon nods. "Now," she says, lighting another cigarette, "I don't know if you got any idea what I'm going on about, so I'll say it nice and simple. You get on. I like you and you like me. Yes? Yes. And more important than anything is the fact that my sister, Maureen Rainsfeld, loves us both." Sylvia smokes a cigarette for a bit. "So I'm going to look after you until she's well again. That means I need a dressing gown. That also means I need a walking bog and I don't need aqua." Leon nods. "Now if that mincing prick comes back here with any of his nonsense, I'll sort him out. I don't know what he said to upset you because I couldn't hear properly from where I was standing, but you leave him to me. He's already had the rough edge of my tongue. That's the first thing. The second thing is, I don't like any of that carry on in the bathroom. How much money have you got in your bag?" Leon says nothing. "I'm taking £2 off you for a new toilet seat. I'll take 50 pence a week out of your pocket money till it's paid off." She puts the kettle on and makes a cup of coffee. She gives Leon a drink of squash and a packet of crisps. In a minute, you're coming to the bathroom with me. We're mopping the floor with bleach and then you're getting in the bath. Bet your legs are itching. Leon nods. She smiles. Serves you right, she says. Then she stops still and looks off into the distance. I went to bed last night and I shared her with our Marine. She stood up for me. She did. Said it was hers, so I didn't get into trouble. Sylvia's just responding on my. Hope she gets better. Chapter 29. Something's wrong. For days and days, Sylvia is on the phone, and when Leon comes into the room, she says goodbye or tells him to go outside, or she starts to whisper. She hasn't forgotten about the toilet paper and the best dressing gown. She hasn't forgiven him for shitting where he sits. Leon measures himself using the window ledge in his bedroom. When he was lying, the window ledge was the same height as his elbow, but tomorrow, when he's dead, people notice how he's grown. Leon breathes in deeply and sees his chest grow. He feels his arms and shoulders full muscles. He needs to get strong if he's going to carry a heavy weight. He cycles up to the allotments straight after school. It's a sunny day and there are lots of people doing something to their little gardens. Mr. Devlin calls him over. Off the bike, boy. Leon gets up and rests the bike on the ground. Have you seen your handiwork? No. Come on, look. They walk to the big web of canes, and each little plant has begun to twist around the cane. Some of them are loose and tall, some of them are stubby and strong. When they get to the top and beyond, 8 feet or more. So you see, there is no harm done if you delay planting, and planting in situ has many advantages. The seedlings aren't disturbed. You put the seed where the seed grows, where it belongs, and then you don't move it. Best results? Do what I do. He pours a gentle trick of water on each seedling. Of course, if you have a proper greenhouse, like Mr. and Mrs. Sutwell would here, you can still march on this method. Start them off in a seed tray or a 3-inch pot. Replant them after a few weeks. They'll come up all white ice spores. Yes, and every person Mr. Burroughs likes to tell us about all his achievements, but I'll tell you this, there is a rightness about planting seeds the way people have planted seeds for generations. Leon looks at Mr. Devlin's neat rows of funny beans. Not quite broadcasting, but fairly close. There was a field outside the schoolhouse, just under an acre, very quiet on the outskirts. Why do they call him Scarlet Emperor? Phaseolus coccineus, South American in origin. There are many varieties, in fact. When they get more mature, you will see the most beautiful red flowers, scarlet flowers, and another thing. Mr. Devlin squats down and touches the delicate new leaves of the plant with his dirty fingers. He looks happy. The Scarlet Emperor is a whole plant. That means you can eat the flowers, you can eat the beans, and you can even eat the root. This sort of plant can keep you alive for many weeks if necessary, if that's all you need. There is a type of protein in the bean. Even the bean pod itself is nutritious. The flowers are both attractive and flavorful, and there are tribes in Mexico who boil and eat the root. And then, of course, if you're away from the house, you can dry the beans and cook them. Never eat them raw. Never. Magnificent. Mr. Devlin's eyes are twinkling and bright. He stares at the wigwam and then looks at Leon. How old are you? He says. I'm 10 tomorrow. It's my birthday. 10 years old. Summer baby, says Mr. Devlin. A 10-year-old boy. You're well grown for 10. Well developed. I'm going to have big muscles. I'm going to bricks in my rucksack until my muscles are strong. Solid on a program. Bricks, says Mr. Devlin. He puts his hand around Leon's upper arm and squeezes. I have something better than bricks. Come with me. He takes Leon into his shed. Let me see, he says, and begins moving things on the shelves and behind the chair. He keeps dropping things on the armchair. A pair of brown leather shoes that are all molded in crease, some china plates with chips on, a tiny kettle, and a rolled up check blanket. These are all the things that Leon would like to touch, but then he drops the gun on the blanket and Leon gasps. He doesn't go off, but Mr. Devlin was very careful with it. Then he folds more things on it, some magazines, and a clock and some plastic rope. Yes, good, that's the thing. Look here. Mr. Devlin is holding some weights like bodybuilding suits. They're made of black iron. He holds one out for Leon, but when he takes it, he drops out of his hand. It doesn't look heavy, but it is. Steady now, says Mr. Devlin. He crouches down, picks up the weight, and closes Leon's hand around it. He shows him how to breathe up and down, watching him closely, breathing in and out, smelling of oil and thinness and old people. Do you feel it? He says. Leon nods. Where do you feel it? In my arms, says Leon. Mr. Devlin presses Leon's chest. And here? Yes, says Leon. Mr. Devlin presses Leon's back. And here? Yes. Now, a boy's muscles are sinewy and undeveloped. You can't build muscles on a boy, neither should you. A little light work doesn't hurt, but no vigorous bodybuilding. Not yet. Leon brings the weight up and down again just to show he can do it. After a while, Mr. Devlin smiles. Very good, he says and stands up. Here, take this. Leon takes the other weight and puts them both in his rucksack. It's heavy now and difficult to hold. Leon takes his time doing up the zip and making a fit at the bottom, and all the time Mr. Devlin is standing at the door watching him. Hey, you! It's Tufty's voice outside. Mr. Devlin turns round. Yes? He steps out of the shed and Leon hears Tufty shouting. What the fuck is this? Leon quickly goes to the old chair. He moves the magazine, the clock, the rope, and all the other things. He feels around till his hand closes on the butt of the gun. He grabs it and puts it in his rucksack. He mustn't touch the trigger. He puts the rucksack on. He cuts into his shoulders as he steps outside. Mr. Devlin has his hands on his lips. Listen, Barrows, it's not my idea. It's the rules. Your father has sublet the plot to you. Subletting is prohibited, as you know. There was some discussion and I said, what the fuck is this? Tufty is shaking a piece of paper in Mr. Devlin's face. It's in the rules. However, if you're unhappy, there is an appeal procedure. Liar. I don't care what you think, Mr. Barrows. There was a committee meeting last night and... Bullshit. What committee meeting? This is about the police the other day. You see me do anything? You see me start any argument? I did nothing. This isn't about no fucking subletting. This is about racism. Pure and simple. Holy mother, you are ridiculous. I have nothing to gain by getting rid of you. This is between you and the committee. I have no dog in this fight. This ain't no fucking fight, and I ain't no fucking dog. You're just a foot soldier, man. You ain't no general here. You don't like it when you're not in charge, do you? You go on and cut it down bushes with your fucking knife. Who told you to cut down the bushes? You think this is a jungle or something? Tend to your own fucking business, man. General, I never claimed to be a general, you damn idiot. Tufty notices Leon then. Yeah? What you doing with that boy in there? What did you say? Mr. Devlin stands up tall, but he's still shorter than Tufty. You heard me. I seen the pictures you got in there. Little boys on your shelf. Tufty pulls Leon towards him. You don't go in there, you hear me? Stay away from that man. He don't like black people unless they're under 16. Yeah? How dare? But Tufty's towering over Mr. Devlin. He holds the paper up in the air and then flings it in Mr. Devlin's face. My father's been on this side for 20 years. How long you been here? Eh? How long? My father's gone home for 6 months. 6 months. I told you that. You know that. I've been coming here with my father since I was 5 years old. You think you could come here and tell me anything? He's coming back when he's good and ready, and when he does, he will find everything just how he left it. You get me? You ain't fooling me off this side. Don't send no fucking Ku Klux Klan orders to my father's house. Next time, I don't play so nice. You get me? All the time, Tufty is walking forward and Mr. Devlin walking backwards, right into his shed. As soon as Mr. Devlin is gone, Leon goes and gets his bike. It would be hard to pedal with the vase on his back and with the gun in between them. He goes all along the path to his halfway house and tucks the door open. He lets it close gently, silently, but as soon as he puts the vase on the crook table, both legs break off and the vase crashes on the floor. Leon peers through the glass, but there is no one nearby to hear. He takes the pistol from his rucksack and holds it up to the light. It's all black, shiny and smooth. It feels heavy in his hand and fits perfectly. He points at the door. Poof. Chapter 30. It's the 5th of July. Finally, Saturday. At last, Leon's birthday. He wakes up early. Sylvia hasn't even mentioned his presence or anything, and every time he tries to say something about it, she's talking on the phone or planning her street party for the royal wedding. He thinks about the action man that he got for his last birthday and his other action man that he had to leave behind. He had lots of outfits and different guns, and they are all still at his old house where he used to live with Carol. He gets out of bed and walks slowly along the hallway in his pajamas. Sylvia is standing at the back door with a cigarette. She turns around when she sees him. Here he is, 10 years old and nearly looking me in the eye. Bloody hell, you've grown overnight. Come here. She bumps him to her skinny arms and kisses him on the cheek. He can smell her body and the cigarettes. There's a birthday kiss for you. I don't give them away very often. Not these days. She opens a kitchen cupboard and takes out a little box wrapped in glittery paper. That's for me, chick, she says, and here's your card. Then she opens the door to the cupboard where she gives the vacuum and pulls a massive box out. And this is for more. Leon looks at his 2 presents. Can I open them now? Go on then. The paper is hard to get off the little present because there's so much sellotape, but inside is Darth Vader in a cardboard box. Luke Skywalker and Han Solo agree, but Darth Vader is evil, and Leon wonders if he will have a bad time if Darth Vader is in his bedroom. Thank you, Sylvia. Sylvia pushes the other box over to him. Wait till you see what's in this. There's so much paper, it takes ages, but it keeps going. It's an AT-AT Walker. Sylvia helps him take the cardboard box out of all the little bits of wire that hold it in place, and then Leon puts it under the carpet. Then he makes him walk up and down and moves his head and fires all the guns. Is it good then? Asks Sylvia. Leon is still playing with the AT-AT when Sylvia sits down next to him on the carpet. Ooh, that's a long way down now, she says. Here you are. You've been waiting on this and bits with me, Maureen. We made sure you were going to have it on your birthday, so here. She gives him a soft brown envelope with his name tapped on the front. It feels like there's a card inside. Do you want me to open it for you? Sylvia says. Open it carefully. So he does. There's a photograph inside. It's Jake. He's sitting up and he has a lot of blonde hair just like Carol's. He's wearing a pale blue top with a velvet collar and many pair of jeans. He has no shoes on, but his feet are much bigger than they used to be. He's smiling and he has a lot more teeth. One arm is reaching out for Leon. Jake is smiling, but Leon can't see he's tired and he doesn't like having his picture taken. Anyone can see that. Leon doesn't want to turn the photograph over because he knows the address will be on the other side, so he just pretends he can't stop looking at Jake, which is true anyway. There should be a letter in there as well. Leon puts the photograph down carefully by his AT-AT and takes the letter out. It isn't written by a baby. It's typed. What does it say? Says Sylvia. Dear Leon, I know it is your birthday, so I have sent you a photograph of me. I am very happy living with my new mom and dad. I have got lots of toys and I like playing with cars and trucks. I have my own bedroom with pictures of bears on the wall, and I go to nursery to play with my friends. I hope you are as happy as I am and hope you have lots of presents on your birthday. Lots of love from Jake. 3 kisses. There you go, says Sylvia, and she strokes his back. See, he's happy as Larry. She goes into the kitchen then and says he can have whatever he wants for his birthday breakfast. He can have chocolate cereal, which she boasts especially, or he can have beans on toast with grated cheese, or he can have biscuits with icing on, or anything that's in the cupboard because it's his birthday and he can choose. Leon has chocolate pops with Pepsi, Cola, and he opens all his birthday cards. One from Maureen, one from Zebra, whose name is Judy, one from Beth, the other social worker who sometimes collects them from the school, one from Sylvia, one from someone called Ian from the St. Twin Brackets, and one from Sylvia's friend, Sui. Sui's card has a £1 note in it. As soon as he opens the card, Sylvia puts them on the sideboard. Happy? She says. Yes. After breakfast, Leon takes all his new things to his room with his photograph. He puts his new toys on the bed and then turns the photograph over. There is an address printed in big gold letters. Holidays, 287 Dovedale Road, Dovedale Heath. Leon puts the photograph in his rucksack and then he takes it out again. He reads what the letter says. He reads it twice. He's angry with the person who wrote the letter and put 3 kisses on it and makes Jake sleep in a bedroom all on his own. He puts the photograph next to his bed and gets dressed. Mr. Devlin is watering down his plants when Leon wheels his bike into the allotments. Leon starts and they both look over towards Tufty's shed, but he isn't there. Mr. Devlin waves him over. It's your birthday, isn't it? Today, you said. Yes, I got an AT-AT and Darth Vader and some money. Good, and I've got something for you as well. I don't think our friend Mr. Burrows will object to this. He goes into his shed and comes back with a brown paper bag. I've been watching you. Come with me. Leon falls into one of the plots between Tufty and Mr. Devlin. It's overgrown and untidy. No one looks after it. Mr. Devlin points to a spot on the earth. Stand there. He walks with long steps to a bush with green berries on it. That's about 12 feet. It's about 1/4 of a standard plot. It now belongs to you. It's a small patch of the planet. It's arranged with the committee and I'm your sponsor. He opens the paper bag and gives Leon a small fork with a wooden handle and a trowel that matches it. Now you have to look after it, young man. You have to weed it and plant some seeds and water them. You're in charge of them. Do you understand? It's hard work. It might look easy, but it isn't. Responsibility never is. What does responsibility mean? When you're in charge of something. And that's the only part of it. It means you have to look after something and it's always there in your mind even when you can't see it because you're thinking about it all the time and you have to make sure it's safe and everything you do is about looking after that thing and make sure it's alright even when you don't want to do it because that's your job. Mr. Devlin nods and waits a little while before he speaks again. Very eloquent, yes, and now this 1/4 plot belongs to you. Look, he puts his hand in his pocket and takes out a packet of seeds. Scarlet Emperor, you remember we planted those seeds over there? Remember? Start with those. It's not too late in the season. I haven't got the Big Bang, Leon says. We'll do it together. Later. Leon's rucksack is so heavy. He has some tins of food from Sylvie's cupboard inside, and a bag of sugar and a blanket from the earring cupboard. He puts the rucksack down and looks at his plot. Then looks at Tufty's plants and neat and tiny ones and Mr. Devlin's and Mr. and Mrs. Outfall's and all the others. Like Mr. Devlin said, it might look easy, but it isn't. It seems to me you might need a little help to get you started. Get the seeds on the ground and, here is just the man. Mr. Devlin moves away from Leon. He goes to the edge of Leon's little plot. Tufty's bike skids to a halt and he gets off. The two men look at each other for ages, but no one speaks, so Leon tells Tufty about his present. He gave you this, says Tufty, weighing the tools in his hand. He gave you any other presents? Maybe he gave you anything else? Some seeds, says Leon. They ain't enough. You need more than this to start with. Come. Leon turns to Mr. Devlin, but he's already walking away. Leon's plant has some raised beds. That's what Tufty calls them, raised beds. They are mini gardens surrounded by wood. He has followed them as some raspberry bushes. The raspberries are sour. The best plant in the whole allotment is Mr. and Mrs. Outwall's, and the second best is a woman that wears long skirts, but third is Tufty's. Right, he says. We got to clear the beds first, then we walk on the path. It's my birthday today, says Leon. Yeah, I remember. You told me. I'm 10. Yeah? Tufty makes Leon sit down on one of his fold-up chairs, and then he gives him a candle pop. You can't do hard work on your birthday, Star. You got to take it easy. Did you get your presents yet? I got an AT-AT and Darth Vader. Yeah, that's good. And I got some money. Nice. And Mr. Devlin gave me these tools. They're good old tools, Star. Nice handles. Tufty slaps on his shoulder. 10. I remember being 10. You got no worries yet, Star. You got to enjoy it. Yeah, I wish I was 10 again, sometimes. Leon looks at his rucksack with the tins inside and thinks how fat he has to go on his bike. How did you get your muscles, Tufty? He asks. Me? Just born this way. I used to do a bit of martial arts when I was young. Tufty springs on to his feet and kicks the air. He swings one hand around in a circle and then stabs the air with the other. You want me to teach you some moves? Come, stand up. Stand like this. Leon stands with his feet apart. First thing you got to know is Kung Fu means walk hard, so this ain't easy. Not if you want to get it right. Okay, first you need to get your stance right. The firm stance is going to keep you on your feet. You know, if someone comes for you and you're standing right like this, Tufty spreads his legs wide. This is horse stance. If you're in horse stance, it's difficult to knock you down. Then there's this. Tufty is moving and punching the air waving his arms, and it looks like nobody could beat him. Come on, copy me. Leon does everything that Tufty does. Stances, scratches, punches, blocks, and it takes a long time. Yeah, you got it. You do those moves every day and you get muscles. You get muscles and then no one can fuck you with you. Leon copies Tufty carefully. Tufty moves like a cross between a soldier and a ballet dancer, graceful and dangerous. When people fuck with you, you got a choice. You fuck back or you swallow down. He raises one leg a few inches off the floor and draws a circle in the air. He stares straight ahead, but his chest is going up and down. Leon knows he's angry and he's thinking about the policeman that trampled on his posters and took Castro away. Swallow down enough times and you start to choke. He stops suddenly and puts his foot on the ground. He blows all the air from his belly and closes his eyes. All you learn to accept. Let go. Breathe easy. Tufty brings both hands together like he's praying. Then he turns his head quickly to look at Leon. But you know what's best? He says. You need some classes. They got classes up on Carpenter Road. Leon sits down and drinks his candle pop. You could get your mom to take you. I'll show you where. Or your dad can take you. It's not far. Where do you live? 10 College Road. So it's not far. Tell your mom you want to do it, okay? Got some good moves there. Leon stands up. I've got to go now. Leon picks up his tools and puts them in his paper bag with his Scarlet Emperor seeds. He puts the bag in his rucksack and it's even heavier than it was before. He waits until Tufty isn't looking and wheels his bike quickly to the halfway house. He tucks it out of sight, crouches down, hits the door open and places the tins and the blanket and the sugar on the floor. He'll have to make it tidy another day. Sylvia has everything ready when he gets back. There are sandwiches on the table and little sausage rolls and mini cakes. It's not too late to change your mind. You can ask that boy from up the road if you like. He's about your age. No, says Leon. I don't know him. I'm sure the boys from your class will come if you ask. What about your friends from the park? Leon says nothing. It's just going to be me and you and a couple of my mates, Leon. It's not much of a party, chick. You sure? Can I go out on my bike later? Again? After tea you can have another hour. What's at the park anyway? swings and slides. In case I've got skateboards, I can go down the ramp on my bike. You can bring one of your mates back here sometime if you like. You should have friends, Leon. Can I put the telly on? They'll be here soon. Go and wash your hands. Put your bag away. Leon gets more presents when Sylvia's friends come. Felt pants, a car, 3-pound notes, and a football, and more cars as well. The sideboard is full up. He has chocolate cake, a Swiss and Pepsi Cola, and an enormous bag of rebels all to himself. Sylvia's friends talk about vice in London City and the Irishmen that are dying on a hunger strike. I wouldn't mind a bit of that, says Swimming a piece of cake on a plate. Don't remember the last time I was hungry. The others laugh and say she's terrible. Rose stands by the door and shakes her head. He's got to be strong and go through with it. He's a believer. Imagine believing in something so much that you kill yourself. They don't just kill themselves though, do they? Says Sui through half a sandwich, and when they all start arguing about the IRA and the bombs and why people fight each other and where it's all going to end. While the argument is going on, he hears Sylvia talking in a whisper. Not one single word from his mother. No, not a card, nothing. I had the right game getting bloody social services to play ball. They promised him a follow-up from his brother, the one that got adopted, getting out for 6 months now. Would they get it done? No. Tosses, the lot of them. Anyway, me and Maud decided on a pincer movement. Her from her hospital bed screamed blue murder, me from here, and eventually that Judy with the hair got it sorted. Yeah, I got it this morning, thank God, just in time. Cheered him up his ass, little soldier. Leon could feel their eyes on his back. He knows what their faces look like and how they feel sorry for him and how much they hate his mom. Why can't they be quiet so he can watch a telly or play with his toys? Why can't they all go to their own house and feel sorry for him from there? He wishes that when he turned round, he would be on his own house with his own toys. His mom would be sitting on the sofa with her furry flock slippers. Jake's on her lap and she's singing to him. Jake is wiggling because he always wants to be with Liam, but his mom is saying, "Shh, little monkey, shh." And every time Liam moves, his mom says something else. Don't, Liam, you want him asleep if he can see you. So Leon has to turn the telly down with no sound and lie on the carpet so Jake thinks he's not there. Keep as quiet as a mouse, playing with his toys until Jake is asleep, and always his mom falls asleep as well. Everything goes quiet and Leon sits down next to Jake and looks at his perfect lips and his perfect face. Leon goes into bed and keeps the light on until Sylvia comes to find him. "You still up?" she says, pushing the door open. "Where is Dovedale Road?" "Dovedale? Across town, main road, lots of shops and houses." "Why?" "I heard it on the telly." "Had a nice day?" "Look at him, eh?" She picks up the photograph of Jake and then holds it away from her face. "You can see the resemblance. You really can." Leon says nothing. He reaches out for the photo and puts it back beside his bed. "Can I buy a map?" "A map of where?" "Just a map of the streets." "You can buy what you like, love. It's your money. I'm turning this light out now." "Can I buy a compass?" "Whatever you like. Sleep time now." "I can't sleep. Too excited, I bet. And too full of sugar." "Can I have a story?" Sylvia switches off the light and sits on the edge of his bed. "Where were we?" she asks. "The rabbit was with the bear." Sylvia laughs. "Yeah, I remember." "All right, well done. The rabbit is covered in poo, isn't he?" The bear buggers out because bears are like that. They don't stay around when they need it. No, bears think they're the only ones who ever had their house broken or had stuffing knocked out of them. The rabbit might have needed a friend, but no, bears just think of themselves. You can't talk a bear around, not on your life. Bears are selfish, and when they had their fun, they barge their way back into the woods and disappear. She stops like she's trying to remember the rest of the story. She takes a deep breath and starts again. Anyway, the rabbit hops all over the wood, smelling bloody awful. He can smell himself, the other animals can smell him, the birds can smell him, and he's desperate for a wash. Every time he goes up an animal to ask where the river is, they hold their nose so well off. Eventually, after a long time, he stumbles across the river, flowing all lovely and blue through the woods. He runs up to it, but there is a pig standing on the bank. The rabbit thinks the pig is going to run away, but when he looks carefully, he sees the pig has a wooden leg. "Hello, pig," says the rabbit. "Oh, hello, rabbit," says the pig with the wooden leg. The pig sniffs the rabbit and says, "Oh dear, you better get in the river and get clean." So the rabbit does, but all the time he's thinking to himself, why has that pig got a wooden leg? In the end, his curiosity gets the better of him and he asks the pig, "What happened to your leg, pig?" "Well, I'll tell you," said the pig. "My master lives on a farm, and one night I noticed that the stables were on fire, so I shouted as loud as I could and woke the farmer, who rescued all the horses." The rabbit was amazed. "So did you get burned in the fire and lose your leg?" "No," said the pig. "The fire spread to the chicken coop, and I had to run into the stables and get the master." "So there's something fall on your leg?" said the rabbit. Oh no, because then the fire spread to the farmhouse and I had to run in and break the mysteries and get all the children out. I ran to all the bedrooms and pulled them out one by one. I let the youngest one ride on my back until we were out of the gun and everything was safe. Wow, said the rabbit. You must have got injured bringing them downstairs, said the rabbit. No, replied the pig, but the farmer said I was a very special pig, and when you have a pig like that, you don't eat it all at once. Leon decides he won't ask Sylvia for any more stories and turns over. Night, chick, she says, and closes the door. Chapter 31. The next day, Leon doesn't get to his plot until after tea time. First of all, Sylvia takes him and another boy to the pictures to see Raiders of the Lost Ark. The boy is called Timmy and he is special. Timmy's mom works at the supermarket with Sylvia, and whenever they meet, they keep saying how good Timmy is and saying, bless him, and gold does gold. But Leon has to sit next to him in the cinema and he talks all through the film, turning around and jumping in his seat. And he spits. Everyone looks at Leon all the time and tells Timmy to be quiet. Then Sylvia gets angry and says that they should shut up and mind their own business. All the kids laugh at Sylvia and Leon wants to go and sit down himself because people might think that Timmy is his brother. He has to say thank you to Timmy and let it play with his ETT, so by the time he gets to the allotment, it isn't exactly getting dark, but it's the time of the afternoon when everything looks exciting. He has his tools still in his bag and pedals as fast as he can to the allotment and unveils his back to his plot. Someone has taken all the weights out of his raised bed. Someone has made all the piles nice and tiny, and someone has put some big ram cans up at the far end. Nia puts his hand deep into the crumbly soil. It's cool and black underneath and he can squeeze it into a ball. The whole raised bed is just waiting for him to plant something. He can see specks of insects wiggling away from the light and a tiny black spider marching across the stone. Underneath him is a whole world of insect lives that nobody ever thinks about. Leon lies down on the earth and feels them marching, burrowing, and finding their dinner and making their nests and bumping into each other. Hello, spider. Hello, beetle. He looks up at the pale blue red sky and closes his eyes. He feels the roots of all the trees and the flowers mingling in with one another, making a giant web that sucks all the goodness and the rain up to their leaves so they can make apples and roses and all the strange vegetables that grow in the Asian shops. Leon's going to hand the best plant on the whole allotment. He's going to grow the plant with the yellow flowers and baby peas and market root and scarlet emperor, and he's going to need more seeds. Leon sits up and brushes the dirt out of his hair. Tufty isn't around and the shed is always locked, so Leon can't go and have a look at the seeds. But Mr. Devlin's halfway house has the door wide open, so Leon walks over. Mr. Devlin is slumped in his armchair. He has a small blue glass in his hand and his eyes are closed. Leon tiptoes inside. The room smells of beer and old clothes. Every time Mr. Devlin breathes out, a small bubble of spit falls at the corner of his mouth. He goes big and small, as Mr. Devlin snores and blows, snores and blows. Sometimes Mr. Devlin has the same old lady smell as Sylvia, and Leon knows that he wears the same clothes every day, whether it's sunny or it's raining. His hair is grey and long, just like his face, and sometimes Leon thinks that Mr. Devlin might actually be a tramp. Leon walks quietly around the shed looking at more and more of Mr. Devlin's special things. He sees there are bottles of drink in the corner by the door, whiskey and stuff that his dad used to like. Leon carefully picks one of the bottles up and unscrews the cap. The smell reminds him of his dad at Christmas and his black granny that he only met once, just before she died. His granny's house was full of furniture and ornaments. All along the mantelpiece there were little china dogs and birds and a pink lady with an umbrella. There were pictures on every wall and a big map of Antigua in a silver frame. Every room smelled of spicy meat and it was so hot inside that Leon felt sick. The old lady sat in an armchair with a blanket over her knees. Leon's dad told him that she had had her feet cut off because she had diabetes and would stop eating cakes, and Leon kept thinking of the stumps under the blanket and what they looked like. "This him, Byron," said the old lady, looking at Leon. "Yes, Mommy," said Leon's dad and pushed Leon forward. The old lady held Leon's wrists and brought him up close to her face. She had a dark, sunken face, sunken eyes with a dot of pure black at the center that darted from side to side. Tight plaits of cane wool stuck out of her scalp like sharp white palms, and Leon kept thinking where his feet were going in case he trod on his stumps. "He looked like your father," she said, turning Leon from side to side. She smiled at him. "Leon, that's your name? Yes, you look like your grandfather, Leon. He had your pretty face, same nose. You look like your father too. He just told me now about you, just last week. He knows I'm dying. I know I'm dying. So your father just tell me now he has a son. All these years I never knew about you. We could have been friends. She spoke slowly, pushing her face up close. Her moist breath smelled of medicine. She asked him lots of questions about school and his favorite programs and what he wanted to be when he grew up. So Leon said he was a fireman because he couldn't think of anything else. But she wasn't really listening and she kept closing her eyes. Then she started coughing and Leon said had to get her some water. As soon as he left the room, Leon's granny pulled him even closer. You be a good boy for your mother. I never met your mother, so I don't know her, but I know what a good son is. I know how a good son can make your life wonderful and a bad son can bring your heartache. So you be good for your mother. You look after her. Take care of her. I wish I didn't have to leave you, Leon. I hope you remember me. She let his waistcoat and put a £5 note in his hand. Leon walked backwards away from her. His granny looked at his dad and shook her head. Oh, Byron. Sorry, Mummy, he said. Leon's never heard that voice before. He's never heard his dad sound like a little boy. Leon had to have some rice and meat and his dad took him home. Leon saw his granny again. On Monday afterwards, his dad told him that she died. He was wearing a black suit with a white shirt and a black tie. He was drunk. He kept saying the same thing over and over. I got no one now. I got no one now. I got no one now. He pulled Leon towards him and started crying until Carol told him to stop. You're scaring him, Byron, she said. Go and slip it off. Leon knows that Mr. Devlin is slipping out of as well. He can smell it in the air. Leon listens carefully, but there's no one nearby. Mr. and Mrs. Atwell aren't talking their own language, and the lady with the long skirt is nowhere around. Just Mr. Devlin breathing. Leon tiptoes up to where Mr. Devlin keeps all his files. He can't take the big knife because Mr. Devlin uses it every day and he won't notice if it was missing, but he could hold it and touch the very edge of the blade and see how it felt to switch it in air. He has almost got his fingers on the handle when he feels Mr. Devlin's hand on the back. Leave it. Leon's hand hovers in midair. He doesn't move. Mr. Devlin tracks him back away from the bench and pushes him down on the floor. Sit. Leon sits cross-legged like he does at school assembly. Mr. Devlin sits up straight in his chair. He pours some drink into his blue glass and drinks it down in one gulp. His eyes are small and red. "For little friends," he says. "I just want to feel it." Sit still. Mr. Devlin puts his glass down and feels across the bench for a small knife. His hand moves like a spider, and all the time he carries on looking at Leon. His hand finds a small knife and a block of wood. He picks them both up and starts peeling the block of wood with the little knife, looking from the wood to Leon and from Leon back to the wood. "I used to be so good at this," he says. "You have yourself a wide forehead. I've been looking at you. I started this from memory some weeks ago." Little pieces of wood are flying onto Mr. Devlin's lap and onto the brown rug. Leon picks one up. "Pine, I'm afraid. Just pine." Mr. Devlin is squinting. "It's too soft, but then I'm old now. My whittling hands aren't what they were. Can't do what they once did." He holds a piece of wood away from him and looks at Leon again. "I used to use walnut or mahogany or zericot. I had some skill. Used to have some skill. Look." He gestures to the wall behind, and for the first time Leon notices lots of carved things. A lion and an elephant, a truck and a life-size head of a woman with plates. And then at the very front, little heads of children. All boys. Miguel, Lorenzo, Gustavo, Jose, Enzo, and Gabriel. He continues, but he has a different accent and he's talking in another language. Mr. Devlin looks behind him and points at the different heads. Pedro Gabriel Devlin. I wanted Gabriel. She wanted Pedro. Every other child in Brazil is Pedro. He laughs at Leon says that he didn't brush his teeth properly. Mr. Devlin carries on chipping away at the wound and Leon watches him. Mr. Devlin has to hurry up because it's getting uncomfortable on the floor and Leon's thirsty. Tufton always has a drink for him, but Mr. Devlin doesn't. "Are they your children?" Mr. Devlin begins to giggle. It starts in his belly and then goes up the shoulders and then it's in his throat and his nose and finally he starts to laugh so that he can't cough anymore and his hands are shaking. What? All of them? 47 children? Why did you call them? After school, I would take one or two of the boys. I had a workshop, like this. I was loved. They loved me. Mr. Devlin starts peeling the wool away. It comes clear away from the sharp blade. Shuffle forward. Here, to me, says Mr. Devlin, and Leon does his stall. Think you can do this? Yes, here. Mr. Devlin gives him the knife and the block of the wood. Leon is just about to start and Mr. Devlin covers Leon's small hand under his own. He guides it along the curve of the forehead, like this, slowly but firmly, along the grain, slowly. A ring of wood curves away and falls on the ground. Leon looks up and Mr. Devlin grips his hand tighter. I wouldn't change a thing, he says. Better to have loved. The wooden handle digs into Leon's palm and the blade is pressing down on the wooden head, making a mark. Mr. Devlin grinds his teeth together and shouts, "Keep the fucking rules. Isn't that what I said? Isn't that what I told him? Isn't it? Slow down, I said. Over and over, I said it." He leans forward and covers Leon in a damp blanket of sourness. "Don't run." He stands up suddenly and Leon drops the knife and the wood on the floor. Mr. Devlin stumbles against the shelf and picks up one of the heads and holds it to his chest. "Look at him. Look." Leon stands up and takes the head. It's a baby's head and the baby is asleep. Leon hands it back. Mr. Devlin puts his bag on a shelf next to another head that is the same baby but a bit older. He picks it up and points to his nose. "Does it look like me, do you think? There are 4 heads all together of the same baby getting older and older." "It's my fault," she said. "My fault for shouting. He wasn't looking. My fault. Always my fault. Always will be my fault. Forever and ever. Amen." Mr. Devlin picks up the biggest baby's head. It's different to the others. It has more hair and his eyes are open. He sits back down in his leather chair. He puts the baby on the table next to him, picks up his blue glass, fills it with his whiskey and gulps it down. "This is my favorite. I like to sit here with him. I tell him stories." He fills the glass again and just before he drinks it, he points at the door. "Go home," he says. "Go on. Get out." Leon backs away. He stops at the door and watches Mr. Devlin form his drink to the back of his throat. He drops the blue glass on the carpet, closes his eyes and slumps back in his chair. Leon walks slowly to his plot. He understands why Tufty doesn't like Mr. Devlin. It must have been Tufty that did all the work on Leon's plot. The allotments are quiet. This would be a good time to go and put his things in the sticky shed. He looks around. There are 1 or 2 people in faraway plots, but they won't notice. But then maybe Mr. Devlin might come on and catch him. He picks up his rucksack and walks slowly. If anyone asks him where he's going, he'll just say he's looking for ideas of what to plant. As soon as Leon gets near his shed, he crouches into the long grass and opens the door. He rushes inside and closes it behind him. It's dark inside. He can hear birds flapping nearby, a scratching noise on the roof. Leon picks up the things he left and stacks them in the corner by the heavy weights from Mr. Devlin. He forgot the broom. Marie will say his shed was a pigsty. She will make him tidy up and make it spick and span. He uses one of the plastic trays to scrape the leaves and dirt into a pile by the door. He picks up the chair and sits down. There is still a lot of things to bring. A bed, something to eat with, spoons, a bowl and a plate, more food. He uses his fingers to keep count and then takes the 2 3-4 mixes out of his bag and puts them on the chair. He stacks the tins underneath and folds the blanket over them. He will fix the window another day. He closes the door behind him. Leon uses his little spade and his little fork to dig the soil in his raised beds. He plants his scarlet emperor seeds at the base of each cane the way Mr. Devlin did. He places them in the little hole and covers them over with soil, presses down softly. He waters them from Tufty's water butt, taking care to let the water trickle and not flow. It takes a lot of going to and fro, and when it's finished, he sees there is still lots of space for other seeds. If you grow carrots, you could take them home to show Sylvia, and she would be surprised because all of her carrots come out of tins. And he could show Maureen when she gets better and she's smart and say how clever he was. And if he saw her grow again, he could cook them and make her eat them so she could get better. But all the Scarlet Empresses have gone, and he doesn't want to spend any of his money on carrot seeds because he's going to need every penny. He looks at the padlock on top of the shed and wonders if he could get inside. Tufty wouldn't mind. The door isn't locked. The padlock is just hooked on the outside for show, so Leon pulls the door open. Someone grabs him, pulls him inside. It's Castro. Shut the door, he whispers, and he shoves Leon against the wall so hard that the door slams and makes a noise. And keep quiet. Quiet, you hear me? The whole shed smells sour and bad, and he doesn't look like he looked when Leon first saw him. His red hair sticks out from under a dusty woolen hat, and his clothes are dirty, but his face has changed the most. He has blood on his lips, and one of his eyes is swollen and closed. There are Tufty's cans of pop all over the floor, and Custer has made a bed out of Tufty's clothes. Custer rubs the dirty window and looks outside. You see Tufty? No, says Leon. Where you live? On College Road. Where's Tufty, man? I thought he'd come up here every day. He don't come every day? Custer turns and looks at Leon and points to his bag. You got food in here? No. Leon stands with his back to the door with his rucksack squeezing against it. He thinks of his precious things and what he will do if Custer tries to take them. Custer rubs his hands over his face. I need a drink. Custer is close. Leon can smell V on his trousers. I know where there's a bottle of whiskey, she says. Where? Leon points. In the shed over there. Someone in there? He's asleep. Run, get it. Quick. Leon turns around and puts his hand on the door, and then Custer grabs him and pulls him back. His voice is slow. Anyhow you don't come back. Anyhow you tell someone you see me. Anyhow the police come for you for me. Anyhow you open your mouth. Leon says nothing. You get me? Leon steps outside and closes the door behind him. He walks to Mr. Devlin's shed, thinking all the time if he can just run back home and what Custer would do to him. Who's the worst, Custer or Mr. Devlin? The door to Mr. Devlin's shed is open and Leon stands just out of sight. He can hear snoring inside. Slowly he peeks in. Mr. Devlin's mouth is open. Sylvia would say he was catching flies. The blue glass is still on the carpet when he dropped it, and Leon's funny head is on his lap. Just inside the door is a tray of whiskey bottles. If Leon's arms were longer and rubbery, he could stay where he was, and his arm could go inside all on its own without Leon having to tiptoe onto the wooden floor and hope he doesn't quick and choose the fullest bottle, which is in the middle of the pile, and lift it up straight so it doesn't knock into all the others, and it's so heavy he thinks it might slip out and smash to pieces and make Mr. Devlin, who has already torn him off once and who might kill him with its karatsune. Leon could feel his heart pounding on his t-shirt, and he could feel the anger for Custer bombing in his throat. It makes him want to smash the bottle against the walls. It makes him want to wake Mr. Devlin and say, watch this. It makes him want to take the big curved blade and march out of the shed, kick the door off its hinges and stab Custer and tell him to fuck off. All the anger makes him want to fight Custer for making a mess in the shed and drinking all the pop. Mr. Devlin doesn't move. His smoke is like a whistle and a grumble, and he just carries on sleeping as Leon steals the bottle, and then Leon sees the pruning knife right next to the baby's head, the one Mr. Devlin talks to, the one he loves, the one he speaks to and tells stories to. He moves quickly, silently, one step at a time till he has them, and then quickly, silently, he steps outside. He pushes the head and the knife in his bag, twisting and wrestling with the zip, and then he runs with the bottle back to Custer. Yeah, man, says Custer and pulls the cap off. He scrunches up his eyes when he drinks and then coughs. Yeah, fucking hell, man. Yeah, it feels good. He's talking all the while and looking out of the window with big gulps from the bottle. If Tufty don't come soon, you have to go fetch him. Leon shuffles backwards. He puts his hand on the door to push it. Don't fucking move, you hear me? But Leon is through the door before Custer can catch him. It's time to get dark outside. He runs and runs, not even stopping to get his bite because he knows Custer is behind him with his bad breath and his one eye, so Leon runs and runs, and the rucksack is smashing into his back with every step, but he runs and runs and runs, and then something hits him full in the face and he falls over. He tumbles and rolls onto the dirt, catches elbows on sharp stones. Easy, Star. Tufty gets off his bike and lets it fall. He pulls Leon up on his feet, but Leon can't stand up and his legs won't work properly. Tufty squats down and holds Leon steady. What happened? What's wrong? Leon likes the sound of Tufty's voice and the feel of Tufty's hands on his shoulder. He likes the way Tufty looks worried and the way the lines have appeared on his forehead and his eyebrows are close together. Somebody told you, Star? Tufty looks over Mr. Devlin's shed. He touched you? You want it from him? I'm thirsty, Leon says, but Tufty stays looking at Mr. Devlin's shed. He stares at it like you can see Mr. Devlin lying on his chair inside, like you can hear his whistling, grumbling, whiskey breath. Come, Tufty says eventually, I'll get you a pop. Leon doesn't move. What? Leon says nothing. Come then. Tufty picks up Leon's rucksack and puts it over the handlebars of his bike. Then he takes Leon's head like he's a little boy going to school. The nearer they get to Tufty's shed, the more Leon tries to go slow. He shuffles his feet and tries to hang back, but Tufty pulls him over. You want to get on the bike? It's too high for you, but you can try. I want to go home now, Leon says. My back's hurting. Yes, get a drink first. You don't look good. Take 5 minutes. Get yourself right. As they get near his shed, Tufty slows down. Leon watches him because he doesn't know what Tufty will say about Castro making a mess. He sees Tufty looking at Leon's bike on the ground, then at the padlock that has fallen off the bolt by the door. Tufty's voice is quiet when he speaks. Somebody inside there, Star? Yes, says Leon. You been inside? Yes. Police? No. White man? No. Black man? Castro. Tufty stops. Castro, he says, and he looks around the allotment. You see anybody else? You see any police? No, and Mr. Devlin is drunk. He's asleep. Good. They go quickly to the shed and Tufty pulls the door open. Castro is standing just inside, holding the garden fork in the air. Fucking hell, Tufty, man. I nearly stabbed you. Tufty pulls Leon inside and shuts the door behind him. Shut up, Castro. Keep quiet. I couldn't see nothing. It's too dark. I was keeping watch for you. Keeping watch for me? It's not me you're on the run, Castro. Tufty looks around the shed. What are you doing here, Castro? You can't stay here. Castro shrugs his shoulder, grabs the whiskey bottle off the shelf. You think I like sleeping in a shack, Tufty? You see this? Castro points to his eye. You think I like being blind? You think I have choices, Tufty? You think I can check into the Hilton, lie down and sleep? You think I can run up to the hospital and tell them police beat me? You think I can go to my mother's house and get a dinner? Tell me, Tufty. Tufty kisses his teeth. You're drunk, Castro. Keep quiet. Castro drops down onto his bed, sucking from the bottle. He looks like Jake when he's angry. Hungry. Tufty takes all the bottle off him and stands on the side. What happened, man? They charged me with resisting arrest, but I get the solicitor up at the cross. The solicitor started talking about technicality and they had to let me go. The magistrate threw it out. Next day, them same police catch me up by the law center. I was standing in the entry waiting to go inside. One solicitor there told me I could sue the police from last time. Remember the time they mashed up my place and they dog bite me? Yeah, well, the solicitor told me I could get a compensation, so I was just going to see them. 3 police pull up in a beast wagon. Right there on the street, they attacked me. Didn't say nothing like get in the car. They wouldn't try to arrest me. They don't usually beat you till they get to the station, Tufty, but these people are out of control. They just grabbed me and threw me down the entry. Started to search me and boxed me down. 3 of them. I mashed one of them full on his fucking mouth. Bam! Anyway, the solicitor come out of the law center and they did stop. Said it was a routine search and I just run off. Fucking hell, man. Yeah, says Castro. Hell is what it is. Tufty looks at Leon. You better go home, Star, and listen. I won't tell anyone, Tufty. Tufty puts his hand on Leon's shoulder and squeezes. It's getting dark outside. Ride carefully. Chapter 32. The whole house smells of toast. It's a big shop day, but it's been raining since Leon woke up. The wind is swirling around outside, making the windows rattle. It looks like it's going to rain forever, so there's only bread to eat. Sylvia has toast for breakfast and Leon has the rest of the Weetabix that they both make toast for lunch. Leon has one slice with raspberry jam and the other slice with a cheese triangle. Leon moves the net curtains aside and looks at the silver raindrops sweeping on the window. Some drops stay where they are for ages, but others hit the window of a minute and start racing, joining up with little drops until they became a fat river that runs all the way to the windowsill and drips off the edge. Leon tries to guess which raindrop will start moving first. He chooses two drops next to each other, one for him and one for Jake. Jake starts to move immediately. Scudder weaving, sliding movement, veers off to the right somehow, picks up miniature drops on the way, hovers near a running stream and tries to join him but is going too fast. When Leon's three drop moves, it just straight down, all on its own, glistening, shuddering in the rain, straight down, fastened through, all the way to the bottom. He wins easily and the game is over. The tally is boring. One side has horse racing and another has cricket, and Sylvia has a rule that they both have to agree on the program. She turns on a black and white film with dancing. A little girl in ringlets keeps walking around and singing, so Leon doesn't agree on the program, but Sylvia says because there is a child and he should be interested. Leon sits on the floor with his AT&T. If you pull that stunt again, Leon, I'm taking that bike to the second-hand shop. She has been talking about him being late all and over since the last weekend. She was standing at the front door, looking up at the road when he cycled up. She pulled him off the bike, told him to get in, started asking questions, but she didn't leave him any space to answer, which was great. I've been worried sick. Where have you been? I nearly came out looking for you. Have you seen the time? It's going down. What are you saying? I'm going to get you a bloody watch. Out of my ass. Where have you been anyway at this time of night? Anything could have happened. Didn't you think? I've been sitting here watching the news. Have you seen what's happening? Thought you might have been attacked. I had no idea where you are. Where were you till this time? There's some sort of agro up on Nineveh Road. You haven't been up there, have you? Did you see anything? You can't be at the park at this time of the night. Where were you? She shut up and looked at him. What's the matter? I fell off my bike, he said. I hurt my back. She turned him around and pulled his t-shirt up. She looked at the scratches on his elbows and the marks where his rucksack had pounded into him. Bloody hell, she said, and then from then on she was nice and didn't tell him off anymore. But then the next day and every day since, she goes back to where she left off. No more coming in late, alright? Or that bike goes. Leon says nothing. Sunday tomorrow, Sydney says. Another week bites the dust. He can feel her eyes on him. She's not watching the singing girl, she's watching him. She does this sometimes, but usually when he's sitting still or when he's falling asleep. She looks at him like he's a photograph of someone she's met for the first time. Sometimes she looks soft and reminds me of his mom. It's my birthday soon, August, she says. He turns around and looks at her. She has her head on one side like she's trying to measure him. I was 13 when I grew up. I was 14 when I went to work. I was 17 when I got married. I was only a bloody child. You don't get married at 17. Leon turns back to the telly. How old is your mom, Leon? Leon shrugs his shoulders. They say age is just a number, she says, lighting a cigarette. They're right. One bloody number for every year you've been alive. Leon remembers when his mom got a birthday card. She kept saying she was old, but she was very pretty, so no one's noticed. Sylvie isn't pretty anymore, and that's why she said. Can I go to Carpenton Road, to the place that does Kung Fu? Kung Fu is where you learn to fight. Kung Fu? There is nowhere like that on Carpenton Road. There is, someone told me. Ooh, my boy started at school. He goes. Sylvia raises her eyebrows and blows smoke up towards the ceiling. Suppose it might keep you out of trouble. That's the stuff when you chop bricks in half, isn't it? It's for making you strong and so no one can knock you over. Is it? Might come with you then. I'll talk to your social worker about it. But you know what? We're going to starve if we stay any longer. Come on, Colt. Now keeps his hood up. They take the bus because of the rain, and just as they go to cross the road by the traffic lights, Sylvia takes stand. Quick, she says, and she tucks him close to her, and she doesn't let her go, even when they are safe inside the new supermarket. He doesn't want everyone to think Sylvia is his mouse, so he wants to find a trolley. The new supermarket has a man dressed as a brown bear outside, handing vouchers to people as they walk past. Sylvia and Leah both think of the rabbit story and smile at each other. Sylvia even checks his bum as they walk past. The supermarket has a massive toy section, and Leon asks if he can stay and look at the toys while Sylvia does the shopping. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Stay right there till I come back. There are so many things that Liang wants and so many things he has never seen before. He even looks at the girls' toys because they have a doll that's the same size as baby, and if you press his belly, the mouth opens and tries to say something. He looks at the Lego and the games and the balls and the videos and the dolls and the paints and pens and paper and the soldiers and the guns and the plastic knives, but nothing is as good as the stuff in Mrs. Devlin's shed. He wanders around the aisles looking for Sylvia. There is lots of stuff in the supermarket that he could take, lots of stuff he needs for his halfway house. He goes up and down every hour and then he hears Sylvia's voice. She's talking to someone. Got used to the little buggery for months, Jan. You know, someone to make the name for. The other lady asked Sylvia about Maureen. She'll never be the same. They told me she had a sort of stroke, then an infection when she was in the hospital, plus pneumonia. Looks bloody awful. She has lost a bit of weight while she's been in. I want her to come to me when she comes out so I can look after her and keep her hands off the cakes. She's not having a parade of foster kids tramping through her life neither. Mind if I have anything to do with it? I'm going to see to that first of all. She's giving it up. She can get back on her feet and put herself first. 22 years she's been doing it and social services have taken her for granted. Taking the piss they have. They are always giving her the worst kids with the most problems. Maybe when she was young it was alright, but not now. It's done her in. Leon walks down another aisle, looks at the breakfast cereals with cartoons on the boxes, and then at the porridge and the Wesley, and he wonders how long it will be before Jake can eat Choco Pops and Rice Krispies and Sugar Puffs. He walks to the baby food aisle and looks at how much things cost. The most expensive things are little mini jars of baby dinners. One's called chicken and vegetables and another is beef casserole, but they look exactly the same. The baby wipes are also expensive and so are the nappies. There's nappy cream to think about as well because Liam made sure that Jake never had nappy rash when he was looking after him. Liam remembers how Jake used to wiggle when he was wiping his bum and always kicking his legs so the nappy was done properly. Liam remembers the weight of Jake in his arms and the feel of his brother's arms around his neck, his fingers pulling his hair, the smell of him. The little jars of baby food feel heavy in his pockets. Sylvia nudges him in his back. There you are, I thought I said stay in the toys. Nia walks to the bus stop with Sylvia and makes a list of all the other things he will steal. Chapter 33. When he gets to the allotment, Nia rests his bike against Tufty's shed. Tufty is wearing a vest that looks like a net. It's tight on his chest and it makes his muscles stand out. He's wearing his denim shorts and flip-flops. Only girls wear flip-flops, but Liam won't say anything. Liam walks over to his plot to check and see if his scarlet apples have come up. He teases the soil away from the base of one of the bamboo canes and sees a little split in the sea and a sturdy, clean white coil bent over, pushing his bag out towards his tongue. He covers it again quickly. Then he sees two green leaves and a white stalk sticking an inch out of the soil. He peels close. The two leaves are folded together, hugging each other like they're scared to come out. They're so fine and delicate, Liam wonders if they will survive. They shudder in his breath. You see anything? Shouts Tufty. Liam nods. They're going, Tufty. I can see them coming out. Tufty smiles his wide smile. As Liam looks, he sees lots of shoots and leaves coming up. Every seed is going to grow tall and strong. He looks up to the top of the wigwam and imagines them snaking all the way up to the sky. What else can he plant? Liam remembers all the seeds are on Tufty's shelf. I wish I had some more seeds, he says, like the ones in your shed. Tufty laughs. You want some? He says. It's a bit late for planting anything, but come, let's look. They bring Tufty's seed box out and sit on two fold-up chairs with a cannon pop each. Tufty has ginger beer and Liam has tongue. The sharpness stings on his tongue and makes his teeth ache. Tufty starts sniffling through the seed box and picking up packets that he drops onto the ground. Carrots for singing at night, drop. Courgettes are soft to the bite, drop. Pizza so sweet on your tongue, drop. And broccoli to keep you young, drop. Come, start, look, here's tomato. What can you say about tomato? Tomato to make your sauce. Good, says Tufty and drops on the ground and picks another packet. Now the heartbeat. Got peppers next. What nicely sauce? Leo screws his eyes up. Peppers as big as a horse. Tufty throws his head back and shows him all his teeth. When he laughs, his shoulders shake and he claps his hands. Yes, ma'am, you got the gift. Do you write poems about children, Tufty? Sometimes, if the mood takes me. Do you work in a school? Me? Nah, man. Bike shop. I made bikes for Mr. Johnson. Remember Mr. Johnson? He's got a little bike shop up at the cross. I used to go up there after school and he gave me a job, taught me everything. It's just me there now because Mr. Johnson is old, older than my father. Have you got children, Tufty? Yes, yes. Tufty gathers up the seeds and puts them on Leon's lap. Plant them. It's not too late. Put a seed in the hole and just hope. Leon doesn't know. Where are they? You got a lot of questions today, eh, Star? Now they live with their mother. You don't see eye to eye, so I didn't get to see too often. They don't live here. They live far away. Are they babies? Are they boys? Girls 7 and 5. 2 girls. I've got a brother. But Tufty isn't listening. He stared at the trees, at the sway and leaned off the branches in the wind. Leon knows where he's gone. He's gone off to play with his little girls, to push their swings in the park or catch them at the bottom of the slide. He's smelling their hair and holding them. He's feeling their arms around his neck as he lifts them up. He lets Tufty think about his children for a while, and then Leon picks up his seeds. I've got a brother, Tufty, he says. Tufty doesn't move. His eyes are open, but he's still in the park or tucking his girls up in bed. Leon takes his new seeds over to his plot and pushes them in, 1 hole each, 2 inches deep, long straight rows. Then the watering, back and forth in his plastic bottle. If he had a watering can, it would look like a proper gardener. Tufty is still on his chair when Leon finishes. He's feeling something, and when he sees Leon, he folds the paper in half. Right, sit down, he says. I'm in a new poem, Ole to Castro. Wrote it last night, but not sure how it will come out. Sit down, tell me what you think. You listening? Tufty stands up, and as he talks, he takes a step to the left and then a step to the right, bouncing on the balls of his feet. I don't want to be a warrior. I didn't come for war. I didn't come for arguments, for policemen at my door. I didn't come for lists and lasts, for the isms and the hate that you pile upon me day by day till you crush me with its weight. It was you that took me off my land, took my name, my race, my tongue, sold me cheap from hand to hand to hand, made slaves for all my young. We are not a warrior. We are Africans by birth. We have truth and rights and God besides. We have dignity and worth. We have lost the way we used to live and the way that we behaved. We are the consequence of history. We are the warriors who made. When he gets home, Leon tries to remember the voice of the Ole to Castle and tries to sound it like Tufty. Not like him, open his arms wide, balancing his feet. He walks around his bedroom talking too quietly so Sylvia can't hear. We have dignity and worth, he says. Sometimes when Tufty is talking, Leon thinks about his dad. Tufty and Leon's dad don't look the same, and they don't talk the same, but Tufty tips his head to the side when he talks. He makes shapes in the air with his hands, and that's like Leon's dad, and that's what makes Leon remember the last time he saw him, before Jake was born. It was Christmas Eve. Leon's dad came to the front door, and Carol was wearing the zip of her jeans down because of the new baby. Leon's dad looked her up and down and kissed his teeth, which meant he was annoyed and tried not to shout. He was getting a black bin liner, and Leon wondered if his present was inside it. Carol said he couldn't come in. You got your fancy man in there, eh, Carol? Please buy one, she said. I don't want to. Here he left you. That right? He's gone back to his woman. I don't know. It's none of your business. I hear you running around the place trying to find him, making a fool of yourself. You don't have no pride, Carol. I'm not running around. Who told you that? They both noticed Leon at the same time, listening by the door. Carol told him to go back into the living room, so he did, but if she made his dad angry, he might forget to leave the bin liner. Leon's dad was trying to talk quietly, but he wasn't good at it. He's left you. You know it's true. You was just his fancy piece. That's what I hear. The man has a woman and a child. You don't want to, Carol. But you know what? It's good because I don't want no white man coming here and abusing my son. What? Said Carol. What are you trying to say? What are you talking about? He's never even seen Leon, and you can't talk. All the time you come around pissed. It's you that abuses him if it comes down to it. He started with a fake laugh. Yeah, Carol, alright. I don't want no argument with you. I didn't come to upset you. I just come to say I got my date today. Crown call next week. So if I don't come back, let me give you this for Leon. Just a few things. Let me see him before I go. Leon? Carol moved aside so Leon could get past. His father grabbed him and crushed him to his chest. She smelled of bitter cigarettes and a dumpling shop and special brew. Leon and his dad had the same type of hair, but Leon's dad has short locks that stick out all over the place like a hedgehog. Leon's dad is dark chocolate brown, but Leon is light brown, like toast, and looks like Carol. But right then, his dad just looked tired and sad. His dad let him go and handed him the bin liner. He knelt down and held both of Leon's hands. You can't open it till Christmas, right? Look, I put a note in the top. You can't undo it. Christmas, Leon, and that's tomorrow morning, right? He looked at Leon for a very long time and kept trying to say something, but nothing came out. Then he hugged Leon again and kissed him twice, his rough face scratching Leon's cheek. Let him go, he said at last. Put it under the tree. Leon took the bag. It was heavy. There were at least 2 presents inside, clunking together. Leon wanted to be happy, but when he saw his dad walk away, he wanted to run after him. His dad had been to Crown Court before, and he didn't come home for a very long time. That time, his mom kept crying for him and saying she missed him, but this time she didn't care. Chapter 34. Sylvia's on the phone. She's talking and painting her toenails at the same time. It makes her voice sound even. Blue veins track all the way up her legs and disappear under her dressing gown. She should pull her dressing gown down, but she doesn't notice things like that. She has a pair of glasses resting on the end of her nose, the phone squashed under her chin, a pot of nail varnish in one hand and a nail brush in another, so she hasn't got a free hand to pull her dressing gown and cover her pale blue knickers. Leon looks away, but he carries on listening because she's talking to Maureen and it's all about how she's getting better. Sylvia talks in a squeaky voice. So what did he say at the end? Leon can't hear Maureen, so he has to imagine what she says. That I can come home, Sylvia. Really? Yes, Sylvia. When? Tomorrow, Sylvia. Sylvia stops there still. Tomorrow? Yes, Sylvia. Tomorrow as in tomorrow? Yes, Sylvia. Tomorrow as in Monday. Monday? Morning, Sylvia. Monday morning? I'll get a taxi to your house, shall I, Sylvia? Yes, that's it. Get a taxi here and I'll be waiting. Sylvia looks up at Leon and puts her thumbs up. We'll both be waiting. He sends his love. Send him my love back, Sylvia. She sends you her love, Leon. I haven't got the time yet. They don't tell you anything around here, Sylvia. Don't worry about the time. I'll wait in all day if necessary. Like you said, they'll keep you in the dark till it suits them. Got to go now, Sylvia. Yes, you get off. We'll be waiting. With only 8 of her 10 toenails painted, Sylvia stands up and does a silly hopping dance on the carpet, keeping her toes curled up. She looks like a mad person, and Leon doesn't laugh, even though Sylvia is happy. Leon's happy inside. Then for the whole day is jobs. There's nothing wrong with his room, but he has to tidy it. He has to wipe the windowsill with a clean cloth and puts his toys in a neat drawer. He has to make his pillow puff up and put his shoes in pairs. Then he has to clean the bathroom mirror because Sylvia says he does it the best, but that was a lie. He has to put bleach in the toilet, and there's some green stuff that's supposed to smell like pine trees, but it just smells like school. All the time, Sylvia is running backwards and forwards with 8 pink toenails and 2 plain ones. She puts fat rolls in her hair and doesn't get dressed for hours. Spring cleaning, she says, forcing her hands into some yellow rubber gloves. But she is wrong again. It's summertime. They open every single window and door, sweep the 2 paths, the one that leads up the garden and the one at the front. Then Sylvia puts on her walking jeans and fills a plastic bowl with hot soapy water. She gets a scrubbing brush from under the sink and carries it out to the front garden. She looks up and down the road. Beautiful day, isn't it? Leon nods. Now, she says, dipping the scrubbing brush in the bowl and squatting down by the front door. This is a lost art, the ancient ritual of scrubbing of the front door step. The brush makes a scratching noise on the concrete and the suds turn black. Sylvia is talking all the time and nodding her head like there is an invisible person agreeing with her. Yes, she says, every Friday morning before the weekend. Or was it Saturday? Yes, Saturday. Crack of dawn, you hear an old lady with that tin pail. Clunk, clunk, clunk from the back to the front. All that is. Or if that was the hit to get your ass up out of bed, I don't know what was. Yep, 7 o'clock on a Saturday morning. Well, I wouldn't turn out like her, and here I am. on my hands and bloody knees for Amor, who doesn't give a shit in the first place. You're balmy, that's what you are, Sylvia Nay, Richards. Potty, the neighbors think you're mad. More thinks you're mad. You know it yourself. But that's who you are and there's no changing now. No one wants to. There's filth on this step and it's coming off. She's squabbling so hard that she's swaying from side to side. More won't even notice, will she? No, she won't, but you know, Sylvia. You know that you scrubbed your front step like it was Leighton Buzzard, 1952. There. She stops and wipes the back of her hand across her forehead and tests the rolls to make sure they haven't moved. Make us a cup of coffee, Leon, love. Don't just stand here and look at me like I'm a Martian. This is normal behavior where I come from. Leon makes her coffee in her favorite mug and puts 2 biscuits on the plate. He puts everything on the tray and then adds a teaspoon in case her biscuit collapses when she dips it in. He brings it out to the front and when Sylvia sees it, she gives him a kind smile and stands up, arching her back toward and then backwards. What would I do without you, eh? She says. You're lovely, you are. Even though her face is very old, Sylvia has young eyes and sometimes you can see that she used to be pretty. When the telly was black and white, she says, that's when she was pretty, when everything cost a bob and she used to go dancing at the Locarno. Sylvia is prettier than Maureen, but Maureen is nicer and Maureen is coming back. That means that Leon will go back to his second bedroom. His first bedroom was at when he used to live with Carol and Jake. His second bedroom was at Maureen's house where him and Jake used to sleep. He remembers the wallpaper and the lampshade and the way the light came through a gap in the curtains. His mom came to that room and saw the photo of Jake and fell down. His third bedroom is next to Sylvia's. It won't take him long to pack his things. Sylvia gets in the shower and when she comes out she has her hair in a different style. What do you think? She says. It's higher. Higher and bigger, says Leon. Higher and bigger and higher, she says. Leon nods. And is that good in your ward, Leon? She sounds angry, so Leon says nothing. You get a babysitter tonight. I'm going out. Crazy Ross comes back to look after him. Hello, Pete, she says. Leon, Ross. His name is Leon. Leon. He's ready for bed, so just send him off when you're ready. He's as good as gold. Won't make a fuss. Like your hair, Sylph, says Crazy Rose, and she walks all the way around Sylvia so she can see it from every angle. Did you do it yourself? Me and the rollers and a can of Sylviquin Extra Hold. It's worked anyhow, hasn't it? Do you think? Says Sylvia, pushing it up at the back. It's not too high. Goes with that dress and them shoes. $10.99 from British Home Stores, says Sylvia, putting one foot forward like a ballet dancer. The dress was in the sale and I took it in. Always had a tiny waist. Well, have a good time, Sylvie, love. We'll be alright together, won't we, Pete? Leon, says Sylvia. Crazy Rose puts the telly on and watches a film about a shark, and then she falls asleep, so Leon turns it over. He's still awake when Sylvia comes back. Rose? Rose? Sylvia has to shake her lots of times to get her to wake up. Ooh, she says. Was I asleep? How long am I asleep? Where is Pete? Sylvia cocks her thumb and tells Leon to go to bed. Come on, Rose. I'd sent my taxi for you. It's outside. Leon stays on the sofa. He's taken 70 pence out of Crazy Rose's purse and he's already put it in his rucksack. He also took her nail file and his purple plastic cover. He saw a film once where someone used a nail file to escape from prison. They put it in the door lock and then the door opened. When Crazy Rose is gone, Sylvia starts taking grips and pins out of her high hairstyle. The girl comes down round and fluffy. She has black makeup on her eyes. Bastard didn't turn out if you want to know, Pete, she says. Leon gets up. We're going to move to the seaside. That's how we're going to do it. Me and Mo. Hastings, away. I'm going to make her do it. Give this all up and retire to the sea. A little cottage next to a pub. She's swaying a bit from side to side. She lights a cigarette. Fuck this lot, she says, waving her arms around. She flops down onto the sofa and a single bell drops down. Begging your pardon, make us another one of your marvelous coffees, Pete. She begins to giggle. Pete, Pete, crazy fucking Rose. Leon makes her a cup of coffee and puts extra sugar in it because Sylvia looks sad. He takes it on the tray with the biscuits and a spoon. He puts it carefully on the floor and sits next to Sylvia on the sofa. She doesn't say thank you and so he doesn't say anything either. The room is so quiet he can hear the traffic on the road outside, just a few cars and a siren far away. Then Sylvia begins to cry. She puts one hand over her eyes and the other hand with the cigarette starts shaking. Leon takes the cigarette and puts it in the ashtray, then he sits back down. Sylvia's crying gets worse and her hair starts popping up and down. He holds her hand because that's what she did when he started crying when he was sick. Sorry, she whispers, I'm sorry. Then Leon puts his arm around her shoulder. Don't cry, he says. Maureen is coming home tomorrow. Chapter 35. Leon knows Sylvia won't wake up early because she never does when she's been drinking, so as soon as he gets up, he looks for every single thing he's collected and all the things he has in his rucksack. He has £9 and 47 pence, plus his granny's £5 note which he saved for ages, a nail file, a writing pad, and a pan of 4 curly rollers, but one is broken in a packet, a can opener, 2 small cans of baked beans that he can heat up, his take-a-chance seeds, his garden tools for Mr. Devlin, a comic, Sylvia's favorite brooch in case he has to sell for money, a kind of pop with a dent in it, the gun, a key ring in the shape of a gun, a green plastic gun, the head, an axe with a wobbly handle, a map of Bristol, a map of London, a bar of soap with a crack in it, baby dinners, the photograph of Jake with his address on the back, a mini packet of cornflakes and a mini packet of Rice Krispies, some coins that aren't in English, a knife, the letter from Jake, his best action man Mega Barrett, Big Red Bear, 2 nappies and a dummy, a tea towel from Sylvia's cupboard, and a baby's blanket. When he puts everything inside his rucksack, it's so full he can hardly zip up the top. He will never be able to carry it all at the same time. Maureen will ask him what's inside and he will have to pretend it's all toys. Then when he takes the rucksack back to her house, he can hide some of the things under his bed. He's going to have leave the things that he's stolen in his shed, but when Maureen brings him back to visit Sylvia again, he can see if his plants are growing and collect anything he leaves behind. Leon might have to wait to do his plan now that Maureen's back. He might not have to do it at all. When he has made his breakfast, Sylvia shuffles into the kitchen. She puts the cat's lot and pulls the belt on her dressing gown. She sits down at the kitchen table and puts her hands together. She has lots of folds on her face and the black makeup is now on her cheeks as well as her eyes. But her hair isn't high anymore. Listen, Leon, I'm sorry. I'm bloody sorry. What was I saying last night? Was I talking rubbish? Anyway, the point is, whatever's going on in my life, it's not fair to put it on you. It's not like you're having such a marvelous time either. She gets the cigarettes out of her pocket and lights one. Leon starts to make her a cup of coffee. Mo will be here sometime today. I'm hoping she'll move me for a few days, or even for good. Leon splashes inside hot water and nearly drops the kettle. Careful, love. Sylvia is up quick as a flash and takes the kettle off him. You alright? Let me see. But Leon moves out of her way and sits back down. You're not hurt, are you? Leon shakes his head. Sylvia is acting in the mornings and her old lady smells very bad. She can make her own coffee. She's wrong about lots of things, so she's wrong about Maureen moving in. Like she said, she talks rubbish sometimes. They have to wait for ages and ages before Maureen comes. He hears it first. He hears a car pull up outside and he runs to the door. Maureen is getting out of a black taxi. She has a suitcase with little wheels on it and Leon runs to get it. Maureen opens her arms wide. Here he is. She grabs Leon and squeezes him hard and he squeezes her back. Stop it, she whispers. Stop going so tall. You're going to be a giant and we won't get you through the door. She doesn't let him go. Oh, I've needed a good hug. I have. That's better than all the tablets in the world. Then Sylvia comes in. Leon has to move out of the way. Get the bag, Pete, she says. Come on, Mo, come on. Inside and sit yourself down. You shouldn't be pulling that trolley. Sylvia bustles Leon around and makes a pot of tea. She's bought a round cake with hundreds and thousands on top and jam in the middle. She puts it on a plate and cuts into slices. Get you, says Maureen as she winks at Leon. Have you got old Posh while I've been away? This, says Sylvia, is the last piece of cake, Mo. You got to promise me about you eating and drinking. Me? Drinking? Eating that sugar cakes? You know what I mean. Alright, don't go on, Sylvia. Leon likes it when Maureen uses her no-nonsense voice with Sylvia. They're all quiet while they eat the cake. Then Maureen gets up and cuts herself on the slice and looks at Sylvia while she does it. Do you want a bit more, Pete? Sylvia says. Who's Pete? Asks Maureen. Why are you calling him Pete all the time? Oh, it's a joke. Crazy what started it. Maureen looks at Leon and raises an eyebrow. She's a bright, sparky rose. She falls asleep mid-sentence as she usually does with her tongue hanging out on her bosom. Maureen makes such a funny face that Leon begins to laugh, and then Maureen and Sylvia join in. Finally, all the cake is done. Leon asks if he could go out on his bike. I've heard a lot about this bike, says Maureen. Where do you go? The park, says Leon. What park? The one with the railings? All parks have railings, Leon. How do you get there? Up the road. Says Maureen. You can show me this park tomorrow. Bathroom first, wash your hands and face. You got crumbs everywhere. Leon goes down the hall and opens the door to the bathroom, but he doesn't go in. He stands quite near the living room. Sylvia is talking. Good kid, all in all. No trouble at all. Got used to having him here. There's this park he keeps talking about. Oh, it's up there on the main road. You pass down to the bus. He's alright, Mom. Look at the size of him. He can take care of himself. You should be worried about yourself. He's gonna be quiet, says Maureen. Kids are like that at this age. He's going to be 6 foot odd, that one, Maureen says, and good looking. Leon smiles and feels the muscle at the top of his arms. Then Sylvia starts again. Listen, you and me have got to have a talk about the future more. Not again, Sylvia, for God's sake. I just got in here. And you're staying here. You're moving in with me. It makes sense. I can keep my eye on you. Neither of us are getting any younger. You haven't got a block, neither I have now. 2 of us could have our bills. I got 2 bedrooms going spare. No stairs to climb. I probably thought about it, and it's for your own good. You don't want to have another stroke more. It's nearly finished me off. You're moving in with me. Am I? You decided, have you? That's nice. I've got no say, I suppose. Then, we don't have to stop here. What's keeping us from moving? Nothing. Mom, what do you think about Hastings? What are you talking about? Sell up, pull what we get. How much do you think we get? We'd have enough for a 2-bedroom cottage, that's for certain. The sea, Mom. You'll love the sea. Hastings? By the sea. If only. Why not? You'll love the sea, Mom. It's been a good long while since we had a proper break. I know that much. What's stopping us? I can think of a few things. Just give the idea a chance for a few minutes more. Stop thinking of why not all the time. Sylvia's getting loud and Maureen doesn't say anything for ages, and then when she does, her voice is different, so soft, like when she used to tell Jake a bedtime story. I do love the sea. I always wanted a place by the sea. Walking on the beach, damn lights that they put on the pier, a little spring in Spain or something. I'd lose this way one time with all that walking. I love that curve in the bay, great sweeping curve like a giant smile. It smiled down there even in winter, and you'd have the sea to look at, to listen to. What is it about the sea? What is it when you have to look out at the sea and feel calm? Hastings, so it must have changed since we were there. Just me and you, Mo, says Sylvia. For a Lakeland Terrier. Oh hey, what was the dog the Turners have? Bedlington. Pedigrees are expensive themselves, and Bedlingtons can be a bit bouncy as well. You could get a rescue dog. I'd rather have a little mutt, a little crossbreed, quiet, well behaved. If it was up to me, I'd have Beans in Silly and a stable dog at the back. I don't like cobble streets though. Not with my ankles. I'd like it to be at the bottom of a little lane with hollyhocks on both sides. They're the tall ones, aren't they? Don't want much of a garden where you got the sea, and I've never been much good with plants. Local pub, local chippy, sound of waves at the bedtime. Just you and me, Mo. Nia walks into the bathroom and flushes the toilet. He watches the water swirling around, turning blue and then settling in the bottom. He flushes it again and spits into the water, watching his saliva dissolve and disappear. He wipes his hands down his trousers and goes into his room. Jake looks at him from his following his hands stretched out, trying to pull his hair or take his truck or sit on his lap. Leon lies on his bed, closes his eyes and puts his hands on his stomach in case he's going to get really sick. He feels all his blood turning to clay, feels Sylvia's plans settle like an anchor on his chest, squeezing his throat into a narrow wine tube, filling his lungs with her sour perfume, her intimate odor. On his palms he feels the squeeze of his mother's fingers, her secret messages, her physical decay, her distractions, her stained fingers, brown as a waterfoot. And deep in his brain he can hear something screaming faintly, the new realization that Maureen is just like everyone else. He picks up his rucksack to feel how heavy it is. Yes, he will be able to carry it on his bike all the way to the allotment. Yes, he can put the heaviest things in the empty shed. Yes, he's good on his bike and strong. Yes, Custer won't have found his hiding place. Yes, he can do it. He can. So long as no one else finds his halfway house and steals his things while he's away. Yes. Then he goes back to the living room. They are still talking about the seaside, and when Maureen sees him, she takes his hand. Think I'll come with you for a little stroll up to the park, she says. I'm not going now, he replies and sits down in the armchair. Change your mind? Yes, Leon says. I've changed my mind. I want to stay at home with you. He smiles. Just like Maureen has a soft voice and Sylvia has 3 or 4 different voices, Leon could have a pretend voice as well. Then the whispering begins. They go into the kitchen, but he can hear because only his face is watching the telly. A reality inch of him standing between them in the kitchen, watching their lips. Maureen will have her arms folded. He didn't tell him then? No, says Sylvia. Good. Leave it up to me. I want to tell him before the social workers get to him, but I'll wait until the time's right. How soon will it be official? Any day now, but you know how bloody slow they can be. Social services do everything in their sweet time, as you know. And it's for good, permanent as far as I'm concerned. Stop and walk apart from him. Then he can't hear because the kettle's boiling. They all drink more cups of tea and coffee and eat cake and sandwiches and talk about people he doesn't love and the seaside all the time while they make their plans about him, while they make their plans without him. Then Sylvia starts talking about houses again and how many bedrooms they can afford, and Maureen is nodding. If they keep saying it will be permanent and secure, and Leon sees how fat Maureen is and how ugly Sylvia is and how they both want to get a dog instead of him. Then all of a sudden they both scatter into the living room and stand in front of the telly. What's that? Says Maureen. Leon must pay attention so he doesn't speak. Hold on, says Sylvia. If it's a news flash, it will be on ITV as well. Turn over, turn over. Maureen turns the telly over and the news flashes on the other side too. Area of high deprivation. Most recent reports tell of fires burning in streets and clashes between police and gangs of youths following the death of in custody of a local man from the Union Road area. What began as a peaceful demonstration outside Springfield Road Police Station has escalated into running battles between police and rioters, with several police officers and civilians being taken to the hospital. Witnesses have reported looting and damage to several shops in the area, and additional police officers are being sent here for forces throughout the region. We will keep you updated throughout the night. Chapter 36. It smells like bonfire night. There is a feeling in the air like when something exciting is going to happen. Something exciting has already happened and has done a brave thing. He is a burglar. He is James Bond. He climbed out of his window so quickly that he couldn't believe it himself. It was difficult dragging the rucksack out, but he did it in the end. He scuttles on the side of the bungalow and unchains his bike from the downpipe by the back gate. He pushes it through the path that lays between the houses, crouching down beside it like it's moving all on its own. The rucksack is really heavy and it drags him down, but as soon as he gets out on the street he can straighten up. He pushes hard up the hill away from Sylvia and Maureen. They won't notice for ages because they are watching the news on the telly. Even when they do notice, they won't care anyway. He's sweating, but he keeps going. His face feels funny and his lips feel swollen from crying. He thinks of Maureen going into his room in the morning and how she will cry like when they lost Jake. She'll run and tell Sylvia and they'll start crying together because it will be too late. His throat hurts now and he has to drag his sleeve across his eyes to see where he's going. If anyone sees him, they'll think it's the smoke that's making him cry. There are lots of people standing on the street corners and someone shouts at him to stop, but he pays no attention. He's never heard so many police sirens. It sounds like a film or a TV program, and even though Leon wants to see where the fire is, he's got to be careful because he has a long way to go to get to Dovedale Road, and then all the way back to his halfway house, and then all the way to Bristol. 2 hours the social worker said, but that was in the car. He's got a map in his bag, including the money he just took out of Maureen's purse. He's got more than 23 pounds. Usually when he thinks about seeing Jake, he feels happy, but for some reason he's crying and he wonders if Jake will remember him. Babies change a lot when they start to grow up. How will he know what Jake looks like, and how will he get into the house where they're keeping him? But this is got the nail far from crazy walls. He looks behind him at how far he has come from Sylvia and Maureen. He will put the heavy stuff in his shed at the allotment and then only take the most important things to Dovedale Road. Some space for himself, baby food for Jake, his money, his map, and a photograph. When he's got Jake, if anyone stops and says, "Where are you taking that baby?" Leon will show him the photograph to prove that it's his brother. When your brother is white, it can be difficult to believe that you're related. He hopes Jake can walk on his own because if not, Leon will have to carry him. He wonders if Jake will fit in the rucksack. He's seen some of the African women carrying the babies on their backs, so it can be done. It makes him feel better to think he has a backup plan if he can't steal a baby buggy, or if Jake can't walk, or if he's too heavy to carry in his arms or on his bike. Finding Kuro might be more difficult, but he'll deal with that problem when it comes. If there's one thing he's certain of, it's that his mom wants to see Jake again. He imagines her face when he knocks on the door and holds Jake in front of him. She'll burst into tears and pick him up, hold him close to her chest and say, my baby, and she'll probably crumple down like she did before, but this time it will be out of happiness, and Leon is strong enough to help her up all on his own. Every social worker he's ever had has told him that his mom loves her children, but she just can't manage. Well, all that is going to change. Leon has learned a thing or two since he was 9. He's been shopping at a big supermarket with Sylvia, picked out the cheapest and best food and put it in the trolley. He's learned how much things cost and how to take them cleverly when you haven't got enough money. Looking after Jake won't be a problem, it never was. Looking after Kuro can be tricky, and if he'd done a better job in the past, he wouldn't be in this position now, pedaling hard with a heavy bag all the way to the allotments when it's getting dark and when he's a bit scared. He was stupid to go and see Tina and ask her for some money. It was her fault that his mom went into hospital, and that was what started everything going wrong. That's a mistake he won't make again. £23 is a lot of money. It can last 2 people and a baby for weeks if they all stay together. He gets off the bike at the entrance to the allotments. He expected the gate to be locked, that he'd have to wheel around and climb over the brick wall. He even brought his bike locked just in case, but the gates are wide open and one of them is hanging off his hinges. He goes slowly. He can hear voices shouting and swearing. He stops. Mommy might have noticed that he's left home and she might call the police. If she does, they will be looking for him, and it might be better to just go back. The sound of the men swearing at each other makes him want to get back on the bike and climb back for Sylvia's window, but he isn't brave, and if he turns back at the first sign of trouble, he'll never get to Bristol. And anyway, as he gets closer, he can hear his Tufty and Mr. Devlin, and they always have hated each other. It's just some arguing as usual. It doesn't mean anything bad is going to happen. He has to make sure they don't see him. He can just make out their shapes, standing in front of Mr. Devlin's brick shed. Mr. Devlin's torch is pointing at the ground, but Tufty's torch dances everywhere. They've been making wild shapes in the air. Leon wheels his bike slowly along the far path behind Mr. and Mrs. Atwell's plot. As usual, Tufty's doing all the talking, but Mr. Devlin says just as much with fewer words. Is that so? She says. Show the government. Is that so? Tufty is shouting, and Leon also will be pointing his finger right up close to Mr. Devlin's face. That's what you do, isn't it? You and your IIA. It's a protest. Get it? A protest. Except we don't bomb people in their beds like you Irish people. Oh, every Irishman is a terrorist. Is that what you're saying? You sit in your shed, half-pissed, talking to yourself. You don't know what's going on in the world. Is that so? You think it's funny? Why are you smiling? You think it's funny that the police kill black people? Don't be so fucking... What? Don't be so fucking what? You don't believe me? There's hundreds of people on the street tonight. You know why? The police killed a black man last night, someone I knew. Yeah, my friend, Castro, man. They took him to the police station for some bullshit reason and kicked him to death. Castro. They killed him. Listen. Yeah, so don't laugh when you're talking to me. Don't laugh. I'm not fucking laughing. Leon can hear the drink in Mr. Devlin's voice. I'm sorry about your friend, he continues, but that doesn't mean they should be running through here like this. Look at this place. Leon stands still. He can see now that the flower beds have been trampled. The water buses have been pushed over, and the lines between the plots aren't straight anymore. You ever been angry? Says Tufty. I don't mean you run out of whiskey and the shops are shut. I mean down in your belly. You ever been angry in your balls? There is a long silence. Tufty and Mr. Devlin must be staring at each other, waiting for each other to blink. Leon stands still too, because it is so quiet and he's so close that they might hear him. He hopes that whoever made the mess in the allotments hasn't been near his shed. Of course I've been angry. Yeah? Anybody make you into a slave? Put you in chains? Oh, for pity's sake, says Mr. Devlin. A history lesson now. Fix the gate with me, can't you? The gate. You're acting like a child. Who do you think you're talking to? Well, don't make excuses for them then. They're savages. Savages? You calling black people savages? You fucking... Leon hears the scuffle but can't see it. Both men are grunting and gasping, the torch beam skimming across Leon's chest like a laser. Leon wheels his back slowly until he's level with Mr. Devlin's shed. He's about to move when he hears Mr. Devlin cry out as he lands on the ground. Yeah, says Tufty. I'd rather be savage than a poet. You think I ain't seen your pictures of your dolls? You think we ain't all seen what you got in there? All of us in this whole allotment. We all know about you. You bastard. Mr. Devlin must have got off the ground and charged at Tufty because all of a sudden both men slammed into the wall of Mr. Devlin's shed. A torch drops to the ground. If Liam can't get the torch, then he won't be so afraid to walk deeper into the allotment on his own. If he can go near the torch, he will switch it off and hide with it until they have finished. But they keep pushing and shoving each other and shouting. I see you with that boy that comes in here, making friends with him, getting him to like you. You're going to take this photo now? Is that it? You shut your filthy mouth. I see you giving him things, presents. I see him go inside. I never. You got no wife. You got no children. Wife? Screams Mr. Devlin. My wife? How dare you? Leon stares into the darkness. He can see the shape of the two men standing like black scarecrows against the purple sky. He can hear them panting, feels the current between them that raises the hairs on his arm and fires the beats in his chest. Yeah, continues softly. You got no woman, but you got pictures of little boys all over the place, eh? Pictures not enough now? Is that it? You want a piece of the real thing? You've got a filthy mouth, you black bastard. The smack that Mr. Devlin gets doesn't stop him speaking. You're a dirty motherfucker. I'll show you. Leon leans his back against Mr. Devlin's shed, crouches down, runs for a few steps, then goes slowly towards them. He drops down onto his belly. He crawls forward on his elbows like he's seen in the war films. Feels around for the torch. He grips something but it's soft and squashy. He gasps and pulls his hand back, wipes on the grass. He feels around on the ground but can't find anything. He hunches down behind the water pot. Suddenly Mr. Devlin dashes into his shed. Come in here, he shouts. Come on, I dare you. I'll shut your mouth for you. Come on, bring your filthy money with you. Tufty stands at the door of the shed. He shines the torch full on, and Leon can see clearly now. He can see Mr. Devlin through the window acting like he's gone mad. All his nice things are falling off the shelf and smashing onto the ground. He's staggering and bawling. Tufty takes a step back. You crazy, man. I ain't got no time for this. No. Not crazy. I'm a pervert. That's what you said. A pervert. I'll show you. Come on, come and say the monster. Mr. Devlin begins throwing things down. Leon knows what he's looking for. He has it in his rucksack. Where is he? Gabriel, where is he? Where's he gone? Leon can hear all Mr. Devlin's favorite things breaking on the floor of his shed and him breaking as well. My baby, my son, where are you? Fucking hell, man, calm down, says Tufty. He steps into the shed and as soon as he's gone, Leon runs. He can't say where he's going, but he runs. He runs with the rucksack banging against his back, with the baby's wooden head inside, bouncing up and down. He falls, and by the time he gets to the shed, his back is wet with sweat. It's dark in his halfway house. The air is too hot and too sticky to fit down Leon's throat. He throws the rucksack on the floor and drops to his knees. He pulls his t-shirt up over his head. It's as sticky as sellotape on his skin. His scalp is itching. His back is itching. His feet and his trousers are burning and damp. His chest is thumping so hard it might break open. His heart will jump out and he will be dead, and the Marine will look for him and be sorry, and his mom will cry because she never loved him as much as she loved Jake, and when he has a funeral everybody will say they are sorry for not being nice to him, and he won't care because he will be dead. He looks out of the dirty window towards Mr. Devlin's shed. His shouting is almost dropped by the silence, but Leon can still hear him, and Leon wonders what Tufty is doing. If he's still trying to calm him down, or if they are arguing, or maybe Tufty has gone home. Something scuttles at his feet. A scratch. Leon notices how dark the shed is. Creatures and spiders might live in there. Rats, black moths, mice, animals, people, ghosts. A rasp of wind hits on the broken glass. Anyone could be in the shed with him and he won't be able to see. They could grab him and attack him like in his nightmares. Kill him, eat him, tear him apart. Leon bursts back out of the shed and the door bangs shut behind him. Twice. Everything goes quiet. Mr. Devlin and Tufty have suddenly gone quiet. They must have heard the door bang. If there's a monster in the shed, it stopped moving. His money, his rucksack, his t-shirt, his address on the wall, he left them all inside with whatever made the scratching noise. Leon remembers when his dad was crying after the funeral, the look on his face. I got no one. Leon feels sorry for his dad. He thought his dad was being a girl, crying and leaving the tears on his face for people to see. If only it was his dad making the noise in the shed. They could go and get Jake together. But his dad didn't like Jake even before he was born, and if he wasn't always in prison, then his mom wouldn't have decided to love Jake's dad instead, and she wouldn't have had Jake, and he wouldn't have said horrible things to her and made her cry, and then everything would be like it was. Fire engines and police cars are wailing in the blackness, but Leon can hear something coming close, something careful. He can hear footsteps and whispering, and the only thing he can do is to creep back inside the shed. Castro is dead, he heard Tufty say. But what if Castro has climbed out of his grave and it's him that's roaming around the allotments? He hears feet under the stones, deep voices, hoarse and quick. They're coming to get him. It's the police that took Castro away. Killed him, kicked him to death. They've come back. They've come for him. Leon pushes the door open, crawls in, crouched down in the corner. His sticky back against the rough plank walls. They're right outside. He can hear them breathing, whispering. In the gloom, he can just see his rucksack. He reaches his hand out. The door flies open. Chapter 37. It's Tufty and Mr. Devlin. They shine their torches inside, all over like searchlights, and then the beams line on him. Fucking hell, says Tufty. What are you doing, Star? Ah, him, says Mr. Devlin. Tufty holds him by the upper arm, pulls him up onto his feet. What are you doing in here? Leon looks away from the harsh light. He can see that his rucksack has burst open and Mr. Devlin's baby head has fallen out. It sits on the floor looking out at Mr. Devlin like he's alive. Mr. Devlin picks it up, holds it against his heart. You took him, he says. When did you take him? Why? Tufty is still holding Leon's arm. He's my son, shouts Mr. Devlin. You stole him. He is all I have. What are you doing, Star? You don't do them things. You don't take other people's things, man. Mr. Devlin has the head cradled in his arms like the rest of the baby is still attached. How would you like if someone took something from you, he says. Something precious. One of your toys. Yeah, says Tufty. Come on, tell the man you're sorry. Leon looks at Tufty and Mr. Devlin. Their faces look strange in the torchlight. They are devils. They are social workers and doctors and Carol's boyfriends and his dad when he went to prison and the teachers at school that make him catch up and the owner of the sweet shop and the man in the sports car and Tina and her boyfriend and Earring with his pen and fat policeman that trample on flowers and Crazy Rose and Sue's mouthful of cake and dead Castro. Every face he has ever seen starts crowding onto the shed. He can hear them briefing, speaking about what they will do with him in the long term and the short term, making scratching sounds at paper and whispering about how to get rid of him so they can get a dog. Leon pulls away from Tufty. He bends down, picks up his rucksack, and feeds his arms around through the straps. Tufty stands in the doorway. Come, Star, tell the man you're sorry and I'll take you home. I'm not sorry, he says. He tries to push past Tufty. What? Says Mr. Devlin. What did you say? Do you realize what this means to me? My son is dead. Dead, do you hear me? He died when he was younger than you are now. How dare you say, all right, says Tufty. Leave him. He don't look right. Leave him. Come, let's go. But Mr. Devlin grabs Leon's arm and pulls him backwards. You're not going anywhere without giving me an apology. Leave him, says Tufty. You can't see it's late? What's he doing out so late? Where's your clothes? But Mr. Devlin isn't listening. You have to have respect for other people's things. He's mine, not yours. What you doing in here, Star, says Tufty. It's too late for you to be out. Too dangerous. Where's the top? Get dressed. I'll take you home. Leon feels his teeth sharpening themselves against each other. He can hear the sawing in his temples, the grinding in his ears. I don't care, he says. Both men speak together. What? I don't care, repeats Leon. But you can't say that, says Tufty. I don't care, he screams. No one cares. Alright. But Leon hasn't finished. He screws his fingers into tight fists and shoves his hand in the air like black powder. No one cares about me. No one cares about my brother. I've got a baby as well. He's my baby. He's a real baby, not a wooden baby. But no one cares about that. I can't see him. I keep asking and asking, but you only care about yourself. Everyone steals things from me. Mr. Devlin shines his torch out at distantly, and the whole shed becomes bright. Leon knows they can see the tears on his face, and he knows they will think he's behaved like a girl, but they're wrong as usual. He's like his dad, and he will leave the tears where they are, and he won't wipe them off even though they're itchy. Instead, he slaps his chest with the palm of his hands. Why can't I have my things? Everyone else can have theirs. People tell lies to me all the time. They pretend to care, but they don't. They are staring at him, listening, dead still. He slips the rucksack off his back and holds it in one hand. His other hand fishes around inside. Anyway, I don't care because I can look after myself and I can look after my brother. I've done it before, so I don't care if I can't go to the seaside. Leon can feel himself growing stronger. He can see they believe him, and they look at each other and then back at him. He is tall, he is strong and powerful, like Maureen said, and he's been making plans for a long, long time. And I've got lots of money and all of our food, so I don't need your things, and the head doesn't even look like Jake anyway. Mr. Devil opens him up, but Leon slips a pruning knife out and slashes there. No, he shouts, don't say anything because I won't listen. No one listens to me, so I won't listen to them. It's about time everyone realizes what they are dealing with. It's nice to see that two grown-up men can be scared. The knife feels slick and heavy in his hand. He can see Mr. Devil and Tufty stiffen because they're scared. They can see how big he is and they know he will stab them if they get in his way. Leon swings the knife from right to left and both of them back off. Easy, no man, says Tufty. Easy, son. I'm in charge now, says Leon. I don't have to listen. I don't have to take it away. He keeps stabbing the air between them until Tufty backs away from the door. Wait, Star. Come on, talk to me, man. Tufty is holding his hands up like he's being robbed, but Mr. Devlin takes a few steps away. The noise of the police cars and fire engines is loud and constant. There is shouting as well, far away, like a football match or a party. When Mr. Devlin speaks, he's quiet and slow. Leave him. The boy is right. He's in charge. He has a weapon. Leon nods. He can feel the fear in the air between him and the two men, between him and the rest of the world. Yeah, I'm in charge. Yes, says Mr. Devlin. You are in charge. We can see that. Mr. Devlin and Tufty quickly look at each other. Mr. Devlin holds hands out. What would you like to do now? He says to Leon. I'm going to Dovedale Road to get my brother. I see, says Mr. Devlin. Dovedale Road. Yeah, says Leon. And then I'm going to find my mom because she needs him. Yes, I understand, says Mr. Devlin. Your mother. I see. You got her address? Bristol. The halfway house. Tufty opens his mouth and shuts again. Mr. Devlin nods. Right. Dovedale Road first and then to Bristol? That's a long way, isn't it, Mr. Burroughs? Yeah, man. You need someone with your star. They think he's stupid. I'm going now, Leon says. Mr. Devlin backs up further into the shed and pulls Tufty away from the door. Yes, of course, he says. We won't stand in your way, will we? Tufty's frowning. But first, continues Mr. Devlin, perhaps you should put your clothes on. Or maybe you would like something to eat or drink. Dovedale Road is a long way. No, says Leon. He puts the knife at both of them and opens the door with his foot. Leon has seen this plenty of times on the Dukes of Hazzard. If you want to get away, you have to keep your weapon on the enemy at all times. They could rush you. They could have their own weapons behind hidden in their sock. They might have reinforcements. All the time, you hold the weapon up strong in your hand. Keep eye contact. Be brave. But they don't move. They stand together at the back of the shed. Leon's in control now. Nobody else. The door is open. He steps out backwards with his knife in the air. He watches them for a few seconds and then he runs. He hears them after him. He hears them scuffling behind him on the path, the torch being spouted all over the place, so Leon sticks to the bushes that led around to ultimate. He crouches low like a soldier, stopping every soldier. Crouch, stop. Crouch, stop. Whips of flames and brambles attack him, but he keeps going. Crouch, stop. You can hear them shouting at each other, chasing him. Angry because of the stolen knife and the baby's head because he wouldn't say sorry. Mr. Devlin doesn't like him anymore. Crouch, stop. Star, come out. Come on, it's not safe. Tufty knows he still thinks about to take him back to Maureen and Sylvia, but they don't want him either. They want a new dog that's no trouble, a well-behaved little mutt. Crouch, stop. Tufty and Mr. Devlin had to run to the gate and are shining their torches everywhere and shouting at each other. Yo, Star, what's his name? Tufty doesn't answer. Christ, you don't know his name? Says Mr. Devlin. Danny? No. Ian? No. Leo? Something like that. Christ, says Mr. Devlin. You were the one sitting in the shed with the child. Don't say nothing to me about it. I just showed him a few things with some seeds. He liked you. Mr. Devlin starts shouting. Hello. Hello. Boy. Don't say boy, says Tufty. You don't call black people boy. Never. What is he then? He is a boy. I'm just calling out what he is. You call people man, don't you? I've heard you. Boy means something else. Mother of God, every child in my class was boy when I wanted this attention. It means nothing. Yeah? That depends on who you're talking to. Brazilians. Boys from the slums of Sao Paulo. Brazilian boys in my class in my school that I ran with my Brazilian wife, you bloody fool. Black boys, brown boys, white boys, just boys. Alright, you're wasting time. Tufty starts walking away. Shine over there, shouts Mr. Devon. I'll go by the uttermost and by the fence. Spread out, spread out. Look low, he will go low. If he's still here. Neon stays hidden. The trees and bushes make inky shapes against the purple sky, and every so often their leaves move in the wind, whispering, trying to tell him something, warn him, tell him what to do. Invisible things scuttle past his feet and start again. Like Leon, they know how not to get caught. Leon smells bonfires and burning plastic. There must be fireworks somewhere. There's a streetlight just outside the gate, and if he gets too soon, they'll see him. And anyway, before he does anything else, he has to get his bike from where he left it near Mr. Devon's shed. He doesn't want to walk all the way to Dovedale Road. He hears them coming. He crams himself into a bowl down low behind a metal trough full of dirty water. He's gone home, says Mr. Devon. Home? Says Tufty. You didn't hear him say his mother is in Bristol? And his brother? What did he mean about his brother? I don't know. The child should be indoors. Look, says Tufty, his bike is there by your shed. He ain't going without his bike. Maybe, says Mr. Devon, but he's desperate. Yeah, like you're desperate to do desperate things. Yes, alright, Mr. Burroughs, I get your point. Them people on the street, Mr. Devon goes like a dog. Enough of the street. You people are so fucking stupid. You can't even organize yourselves. Who are you calling stupid? It's ridiculous what you're doing. You have no plan, no structure, no chain of command. All Leon has to do is wait. Eventually they'll stop fighting and forget all about him. Then Tufty starts to laugh. It's a laugh like Sylvia's with nothing funny in it, bitter and tired. I ain't fighting you, man. Leon hears Tufty take a deep breath. You're an old man and I'm better than this. I'm not a fighter. I don't hate people. I ain't fighting no more. Mr. Devon goes to say something but Tufty shouts at him. Go about your business, man, he says. Go on, fix up the gate. I'll look for my friend. He'll come after me. Go on, go home. Tufty walks away towards Leon's bike. Leon has missed his chance. He should have gone while they were still angry. He can just make out Tufty picking up the bike and rolling it towards the gate. Mr. Devon is breathing somewhere close, shining his torch in long slips across the allotment. Leon has to run for it. He scrambles up, darts down, and slings along the hedge. He comes to the path, then it's open country. He must get his bike off Tufty and make a run for the gate. He still has a knife. Yo, calls Tufty. The young runs and pulls the bike, but Tufty grabs back, and Tufty is so strong that he wins. Yo, Star, wait. The young runs straight past him, twisting and fainting so Tufty can't grab him. He hears Mr. Devon running, getting closer. Stop him, he shouts. Get after him. But Leon's gone. They're old. They can't catch him. He is free. Chapter 38. Inside Leon's body, everything is mixed up. He feels hungry, but he also feels full up. His blood is hot and bubbling, making him want to run all the time. But he is cold and so tired he could curl up on the pavement and go to sleep. He wants to fight. Men and older boys are running in the middle of the road, shouting at each other and not noticing him. He wants to fight them all. He wants them to stop and help him. The smell of smoke is everywhere, seeping through his skin, the fabric of his trousers, on his scalp, his liquor bag, his hair. And if it was on, Silver would tell him to get changed and have a bath. She would close the windows and light a cigarette. She would put the telly on and give him a packet of crisps and a drink. Maureen would be worried about where the smoke came from and whose house was on fire, but Sylvia wouldn't. He runs into the next street. How far is Dovedale Road? What bus is it? How much is it? He stops in front of a shop and takes his map out of his rucksack. It's soaking wet and he pulls it rips in half. Another pop has smashed in his rucksack. His map is ruined. His breath comes in short bursts in time with the thumping of his heart suddenly sharp. Behind him he hears an explosion and noise hits him like a fist. He crouches down in case something lands on him from the sky and he scampers to the doorway of a shop with all its windows smashed in. An angry ghost of black smoke goes up the street. If Leon stays where he is, it will cover him over or eat him up. He feels the bob dripping out of his rucksack and running down the back of his legs. It makes him want to wee and then he's crying again. I don't know where I am, he says. Run away from the ghost. Run all the way to Dovedale Road. Knock on the door where Jake lives. Ask them if he can stay. Maybe they do want another boy. No one's probably asked them. No more stealing. No more lying. No more creeping around. Ear-rigging. The telly always on low. Promise. He turns the corner and sees a car lying on his side. Fat arms of white fire curl out of the broken windows and wave at him. Something in the car is hissing like fat in a frying pan. Leon turns and runs back the other way. The next road is deserted. The street lights are broken, but the lights are on every house, and the woman stands out in the corner, comic her face and crying. Two men in turbans shout at him. Get off the street. Can't you see? Go home. No, come with us. Over here. Leon takes a few steps towards him. I'm lost, he says. Take him inside. Get him off the street. Leon backs away. Don't dare roll, he shouts. Don't run away, they say, but Leon is too quick. He dashes down an alley, kicking bottles and breaks out of the way. He needs to get back to the allotment and get his bike. He can cycle all the way to Dovedale Road. He's strong. He can do it. The alley goes on and on forever, and right at the end there is a bright light. He runs towards it, stumbling and banging against the brick wall. He can't hear himself breathing. A voice keeps coming out of his mouth, even though there is no one to hear. He must stop talking to himself, but he's too scared. I'm lost. I don't know where I am. Help me. He bursts out of the entry into the middle of a wide road, and the noise turns itself off like a tap. The road and the pavements are covered in bricks and bottles and glass and bits of iron. In the middle of the road is a bike on his side. It could take him all the way to Dovedale Road. He takes 2 steps towards it. Down Babylon. Something whizzes over his head, and when it smashes, it explodes into a puddle of fire. The flames jumping high off the street. Leon turns and runs, and then he sees them. Crowds and crowds of black men at the end of the street, surging forward and back like one wild lion about to pounce. Leon stares at them, but they're looking past him to the other end of the road, where there is a wide wall of shields and truncheons. Hundreds of policemen line up across the street. The ones through the loudspeaker are angry. Clear the street. Disperse and clear the street. Leon wipes his arm across his face. He doesn't want the policeman to see his tears. He goes to walk away when a brick lands near his feet. He turns to the crowd of men at the other end of the street. They began shouting together, chanting with one noise. Justice, justice, justice. Someone else cuts in. Break down Babylon. Break down sus. Fucking pigs. Police brutality. Murders. Racists. Killers. The same policeman says it again. Disperse and clear the street. Leon claps his hands around his mouth. Dovedale Road. His words are drawn. The voice of the black man rises loud together like a monster sword that carries right over Leon's head, all the way over to the glass and the bricks and the fire and the bits of metal, all the way over the shields, snapping and biting. No one is looking at Leon. No one is listening. No one ever listens. No one even knows he's there. Leon takes his rucksack off and puts it down by his feet. He opens it up and takes out Mr. Devlin's gun. The policeman had truncheons and shields. The angry man had bricks and swearing. Leon has a gun. He holds it out towards the police. He turns and points at the black man. Everything goes quiet. Leon stands tall and raises there. Hey, he shouts. The loudspeaker screams. Put the weapon down. Leon turns back to the police and holds the gun up to eye level, looking down the barrel. Mr. Devlin has a good job with this gun. The dark wood is oiled and shiny. It has a little trigger and a little sight on the end of the barrel. Dovedale Road, he shouts. Take me to Dovedale Road. The angry man starts creeping forward behind Leon. He's got a fucking gun. That kid's got a gun. Get the fucking gun, man. As they get close, Leon hears scuffling. Don't crowd him. Get him. Then Leon hears one voice clear and sweet all the others. Yo, Star. Chapter 39. Tufty. It's Tufty, waving both arms. Star. Leon raises the gun to wave, and everyone drops to the floor. Some scatter off to the side to the dark houses, shops with broken windows. The police crouch down behind their shields. Then Mr. Devlin runs out into the middle of the road. He's waving at the police and the crowd. It's wooden, he shouts. It's not real, it's wooden. He's turning round and round, waving, and all the time coming closer and closer to Leon. He holds his hand out for the gun. Good boy, he says. Give me the gun. Give it to me. Put it down. Leon backs away. He picks up his rucksack and backs away. Give me the gun. You don't understand. Give it to me. He makes a quick and sudden move for Leon and grabs his arm. A bottle smashes at Leon's feet. Another bottle and brick fly when something hits Mr. Devlin in the head. Leon sees him stagger. Pig, shouts the guard. He's a pig. The bottles come hard and fast, smashing on the ground, shards of glass splintering everywhere. A stone hits Leon on his leg. Something scratches past his back. He cries out. Run, says Mr. Devlin, the blood on his forehead trickling down into his eye. Then something hits him on his shoulder. He cries out and falls down. Run, boy, he says and pushes Leon away. Under his feet, Leon feels the thunder of the policeman's boots. They stamp towards him, crouching behind their shields, and all the angry men run forward, cheering, shouting, their feet apart. Tufty grabs Mr. Devlin by the arm. Get up, man! But Mr. Devlin is swaying and won't move. Help me, Star, shouts Tufty. We got to move, quick! But they can't get Mr. Devlin up, and there are people screaming, rushing past them from both sides. Tufty shields Mr. Devlin with his back, but all Mr. Devlin does is more, and there's blood running off his face now, onto his green jacket. "Help me!" shouts Tufty. "Get his arm." Leon throws the gun down and grasps Mr. Devlin under his arm. He pulls and pulls, but Mr. Devlin is very heavy and isn't even helping. Tufty puts both arms around Mr. Devlin and holds him to his feet. "Get up, man!" People everywhere are tripping, barging into them. Mr. Devlin falls again. "Get up, Mr. Devlin!" Leon shouts. "You have to get up." He does try. Leon can see he's trying. He holds his hands out to Leon and Tufty, but the blood is in his eyes. "Come on," says Leon and puts Mr. Devlin's arm over his shoulder. Tufty helps as well. Mr. Devlin scrambles up on his feet and Leon takes his head. "This way," says Tufty. "Over there." "Walk, Mr. Devlin," says Leon. Tufty steers them back towards the alley. They push and shove. Shields clash into arms and heads and chests. It sounds like a battle. Tufty and Leon and Mr. Devlin claw their way. Find a space at the edge. See the alley. Quick! Then suddenly Tufty goes down. He makes a terrible noise when he falls, and when Leon turns on, he sees a policeman with a truncheon in the air. "You fucking coon!" he shouts. He bends over to Tufty and brings the truncheon down and down and down again on Tufty's back. Tufty whips on the floor, his arms up all over his face. The policeman beats Tufty so hard his helmet falls off and rolls away. "Leave him!" shouts Leon. He pushes the policeman out of the way. "Leave him alone." The policeman stumbles and nearly falls over as he gets up. He screams at Leon. "You little black bastard." He raises his truncheon and flexes his arm. He is panting, his mouth open in a horrible shape. Leon stands still and looks up at him. There is no one else. Mr. Devlin is lying in the alleyway. Tufty is lying on the ground. He might be dead. This is the time when there is really no one to look after him. The policeman blinks and a thin line of spit falls from his bottom lip. Leon holds his arms open. "We are not a warrior," he says. "We have dignity and worth." The policeman's mouth falls slackenless. His truncheon is in the air like he's raised his hand at school to ask a question. Leon nods. "We've been growing things," he says. "Scarlet Emperors, that's what we do." The policeman stares at him. At the other end of the road there are people screaming and swearing, bellowing at one another, roaring like the fires in the bins, in the cars and in the shops. There are fire engines and ambulances joining in. There are people running past and people lying on the ground. But right now, in this place, there is no one else. It seems like Leon and the policeman look at each other for hours and hours, and Leon knows the policeman is scared. It's in his eyes. The policeman wants to say, "Can you help me?" so Leon says it for him. He walks over to the policeman's helmet, picks it up and holds it out. "Can you help me?" The policeman drops his arm and the truncheon swings back and forth, then stops. He grabs the helmet and puts it on. "Fuck off," he says. "Go on. Fuck off home and take your dad." The policeman turns, then runs back to the fighting crowd, his truncheon in the air. Leon has to make Tufty stand up. "Come on, Tufty, Mr. Devlin needs us." He pulls one of his arms and Tufty yells out. He pulls the other arm and turns Tufty over. He grabs Tufty's shirt and pulls, straining and keening until Tufty is sitting up. "Get up, Tufty, get up." Tufty rolls onto his side, brings his knees up and staggers to his feet. He walks like he's drunk, holding Leon's shoulder, and they shuffle into the alley. He's not exactly crying, but he's making the same sort of noises. They both pull Mr. Devlin up on his feet. A bottle smashed against the alley. "Move," says Tufty. "Move." They all squash into the alley. There's no air, only smoke, no light, but at the far end, grey instead of black. They stumble through, falling into one another. Leon feels his way brick by brick, scratches elbows on the wall, feels it cold and nipping on his skin. His feet turn on the slippery stones. Mr. Devlin's viral is bumping and shuffling, and Tufty leaning all the time on Leon's shoulder. They come out into the street, thick with silence. The burning car is smoking at one end. Mr. Devlin slumps on a low brick wall, and inside the house a curtain moves. Mr. Devlin's face is red with blood, and Tufty has blood running from his scalp. One eye is half closed. He holds his hand in both hands and speaks through his fingers. "Where are we? What street is this?" Leon points to the street sign. "Molten Street." "Molten Street, Molten Street," repeats Tufty. "We got to get off the street. Hurry." They both help Mr. Devlin up onto his feet and pull him along. He's muttering and groaning like he did in his shed, and Leon takes some. "Shall we call an ambulance, Tufty?" "No," says Mr. Devlin. "No, I'm alright." Tufty squints at him through his good eye. "Neither of us are alright, man." They walk and turn the corner again, and Leon knows where he is. "That's College Wall," he says. Tufty grunts. He swaps his arm that's carrying Mr. Devlin and carries on. "Are they there?" He points down the hill where his survey lives. "There," he says. "Right there." Leon eats his toast sitting on the carpet by the patio doors. His supposed to be summertime, but the sky is the same color as the garden slabs, dull and grey, like the road to school, the cut through to the precinct of the dirty lane between the tower blocks and maisonettes. There is a bundle of food in one corner of the yard, like someone was going to repair the fence but forgot. Instead, the people in the maisonette next door had mended the hole with barbed wire because of the dog and the argument they had with Leon's dad when he used to live with him. Leon's dad stood in the garden and pointed his finger and said, and Leon can remember it word for word, "If that fucking beast gets into this yard and bites my kid, I'll rip its fucking heart out, alright, Phil?" The dog is called Samson and it has no fur on its chest because of a fight. Instead, it has a bald circle of pink skin, and Leon imagines its little dog heart beating underneath, and his dad grabbing Samson's paws and tearing them apart until the dog howls. Leon knows the sound of a howling dog, and when he sees Samson in next door's garden, he stands and they look at each other through the rusty barbed wire hole. But today Samson isn't in his yard, and Leon sits with his old Action Man and his new Action Man on the back step. Carol bought the new Action Man for Leon's birthday at the beginning of July, and Tina bought the Action Man outfit. His dad sent him a car with some money in it, so Leon bought a better outfit with jack boots and a gun. When it's Christmas, Leon wants 2 more Action Men with army uniforms. That will make 4 altogether, and if he keeps going, he will have a whole Action Man army. Leon hears the doorbell and a man's voice. He picks up his new Action Man, and they both crawl on their elbows along the carpet behind the sofa and look through the gap in the front door. A man is in the doorway letting cold air rush in. He's chunky and tall, wearing a long black leather coat with a suit on underneath, but he's the bad guy from James Bond. And from the way he has his hands in his pockets, he might also have a gun. If he has got a gun and he tries to shoot, Leon will kick the door off the hinges and tag it before he can pull the trigger. Leon knows the moves people make before they shoot, like in westerns when they put their hands out to the side, or if Tina is in, Leon could rush past the man and ask her to come and help, or ring the police. Leon wishes he didn't always need the toilet when he gets excited or frightened. He punches his trousers at the front and squeezes his crotch into the carpet to stop the wee coming out. The man speaks slowly with his head on one side, like his mom is a baby or she's a bit soft. Don't make this into something it ain't, Carol. Carol's crying and saying Tony all the time, but the man isn't listening. I'm married. Good ass. I don't want another kid, and I don't want another girlfriend. I don't want someone ringing the house all the time, and I don't want someone visiting my friends and making a fuss. Carl's making gulping noises. Didn't I say that already? The man says, still with his head on one side and still with his hand on the invisible gun. Don't pass messages to all my mates needed. It's pissing me off. Just leave it, Carl. Carl starts speaking a few times, but she can't get her breath, so her voice comes out lumpy and wrong. You haven't even laid eyes on him yet, Tony. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to think when you can't even be bothered to buy him a rattle? Come off it, love. You think this is about money? Carl's head shakes from side to side. No, he continues. This is about the bollocks you'll be telling yourself to cover a couple of months shagging in the back of my car, isn't it? Carl says nothing. I don't know what it is about you, Carl. Even with snot on your face, you're a proper beautiful bird, but you've got a brain like a rusty mortar. The man takes one of his hands out of his pocket and taps the side of his head. Yeah, rusty. As in not working. No MOT. Breaking down. Not getting you from A to B. Worse than that, it's making A. Terrible. Fucking racket. Leon and Carl both hear it at the same time. They hear the man's voice go from soft to hard. Leon can tell Carl hears it because she jerks her head like he slapped her. Leon stands up and holds his Action Man in both hands. Listen, I'm not a bastard, alright? But stop behaving yourself for fuck's sake. No more of these bloody phone calls. Here. The man puts his hands inside his jacket pocket. Take this for the kid and get on with your life. Get yourself a nice boat that sells vacuums or uses tires. Someone that finishes work at 5:30 and takes you to bingo, alright? It's not me, love. It's just not me. He tries to give something to Carol, but instead she runs into the living room, straight past Leon, picks Jake out of his basket, and dashes back to the front door. He's yours, Tony, and you don't even care. Can't you even come in, for pity's sake? Spend some time with him. The man takes a step to the side, and as he does, he sees Leon. He winks and makes two of his fingers into the barrel of a gun that he points at Action Man and goes, poof! Leon smiles. Then the man puts his head on the side again. Stop it, Carol, he says. There's nothing more to be said. He takes a step back and closes the door. Carol turns around and screams at Leon. What are you doing listening? If he hadn't been sneaking around, he would have come in and spent 2 minutes with his only son. Why are you so fucking nosy, Leon? Eh? You're always creeping around, listening to things. Go to bed and stay there. Leon tiptoes upstairs into the bathroom and tries to be quiet by being on the side of the pan. He doesn't flush and he doesn't wash his hands. He tries to count all the triangles on the wallpaper in his room, but there are too many. He divides them up into dark blue and light blue triangles and makes a pattern in the shape of a tank by squeezing his eyelids together and looking through his eyelashes. Carol used to say sorry when she shouted at him, but she forgets all the time these days, so tomorrow he's going to take some money out of her purse. He'll buy a Twix on his way from school and he'll throw the paper on the ground because he doesn't care. Leon feels bad about smiling at the man that made Carol cry, but if he comes back, maybe they can both have pretend guns and shoot each other. Then again, he hopes that Jake won't go out to be like his dad and say dangerous things in a quiet voice. Leon only smiled because it was polite. If the man comes back, Leon won't smile a second time. He will be on his guard and he'll protect Carl and Jake, and then he won't get shot at. The next day, his mom gets up early in the morning and says everything is going to be different. She says she's really sorry and she's going to try harder, so she makes a massive breakfast with pancakes and syrup like she saw in our recipe book. It doesn't taste nice and she starts crying when Leon doesn't eat it all. She mashes one up with some milk for Jake, but as soon as she puts it in his mouth, he's sick all over his top. She makes Leon promise to go to school so he can be clever and not have a life like she has. I want better for my boys, she says when Leon's hugging her on the settee. I want you both to have lovely lives and lots of beautiful things. I want you to live in a posh house with a proper garden and want you to always love each other. I don't want any arguments. I'm so tired of arguments. And I want you to get out of this shithole. Get right out of it as far as you can. Don't look back. So you had to learn things and get an education. Don't be like me or your dad. You're so clever, Leo. Promise me something, sweetheart? Yes, Mom. Look after him and look after yourself. Get something more out of your life. Okay, Mom. Both of you. Do it for both of you. She squeezes Leo so tight he has to push her away a little bit because he can't breathe. I'm going up now, love. Look after Jake for me. Some days Leon doesn't go to school at all, just stays at home with Jake while their mom sleeps. But when he does go, Leon has to wake his mom up before he leaves to remind her about Jake. Sometimes she tells him to go away, and he spends the whole day thinking about Jake's dinner or Jake's nap time. But other times, like when he's playing football or something, he forgets all about what's happening at home. Like when there was a new boy at school, and the teacher told Leon to look after him at lunchtime. The new boy was much smaller than Leon and looked scared. Leon told him where everything was, and then they had to queue up for their dinner. The new boy was called Adam, and he had long hair. He said his dad was a teacher at another school. He said he had a dog. What sort of dog? Said Leon. Is it an Alsatian or a Doberman? It's a poodle, he said. It's my mom's. She calls it Candy. Oh, said Leon. A poodle. Yeah, but I trained it to bite people. Really? Yeah, I could bring it into school and get it to bite everyone in the class. Could you? Yeah, if I wanted. They spent the whole afternoon telling each other about training dogs and how sharp dogs' teeth were and which dog was the best. Poodles didn't come into the equation. On the way home, Leon began to think about asking Carol for a dog that he could train. He could train it to bite Jake's dad. He could train it to bite the old lady on the next landing that kept looking at him and shaking her head. He could train it to bite Tina's boyfriend and the postman. Then when Jake got older, they could get famous for training dogs. The best dog trainers in the world. Chapter 5. As soon as the summer holidays start, things get jangled up at home. Leon can go to bed whenever he wants, and sometimes he can even go to sleep on the sofa because his mom doesn't notice. He can eat whatever he wants, but if there's nothing in the fridge and nothing in the cupboard, it doesn't really count. He has to look after Jake nearly every day, and Cole keeps crying and going to the phone box, leaving Leon in charge, and once when he picked Jake up, he wiggled so much that he fell on the carpet. He had stopped crying by the time Carol came back, but it made Leon feel angry with her, and he saw some more coins out of her purse. But he couldn't have taken all the money because she doesn't know what's in there. Early in the morning, just when it's getting light, Jake starts crying and Leon gets up with him. His nappy is always heavy and wet, but as soon as Leon changes it, Jake starts smiling and laughing. Jake always wants the same thing for breakfast, and now Leon has a good system. It took him a few weeks to get it just right, but now he could tell anyone what to do to look after a baby in the mornings. Change the nappy. Remember to use the white cream, or by the second morning the baby's bum is sore. Feed the baby, but be careful going downstairs because babies move around your arms and sometimes they're heavy. If you haven't made the breakfast bottle quickly enough, the baby will start crying again. Put 6 spoons of baby milk powder in a bottle and fill it with warm water from the kettle. You better taste it to see if it's not too hot. Sometimes if the baby is really hungry, you have to mix in some extra powder and a spoon of sugar. The worst thing is when the baby is sick. That makes a lot of mess and it can take ages to tidy up. Even Carol doesn't know about the best routine for Jake, and sometimes she forgets about him when he's in a high chair and Leon has to take him out. She goes into bed all the time, so Leon has to do everything. When he goes into her room, she's always hidden under the blankets with her tablets next to the bed. Some in a white bottle and then pink ones that you have to press out of a silver card. He pressed one out once. It looked like a sweet, but after he licked it, he threw it down in the toilet. Then, other times, Carol goes out and leaves him to watch the telly. She puts Jake in a pushchair and takes him out for hours, and when she comes back, she is tired and Jake is crying. She leaves the pushchair in the hall and just goes upstairs, talking to herself. Leon has to unfasten Jake's straps and take his baby suit off and feed him, and sometimes all the things he has to do make Leon so tired and angry. It seems like Jake's been crying for days. If he doesn't stop, Leon will have to go and get some money from Tina. If Tina isn't in, then he will have to go to the lady next door who doesn't like him. He sort of looked in Carol's purse, but there isn't enough to buy some food for Jake, some nappies for Jake, and some sweets for himself. There's no money at all, just some receipts, an old photograph, and Leary. Leon's tipped the whole purse upside down. He's looked between the cushions in the sofa, and in the drawers in the kitchen, and in the pockets of Carol's coat, and everywhere else he could think of. Jake isn't even wearing a nappy anymore because it smells terrible and all the new nappies have gone. He had to sit Jake on a towel in his basket and put some toys in with him, but he can get out now and roll all over the place, and looking after Jake is getting much too hard. And they're both hungry all the time these days. Jake has been crying all morning, and Carol won't do anything. Every morning it's Leon who has to go and get Jake and pick him up and move him around a bit until he stops crying. The way his mom misbehaving, you would think she was deaf. Leon has shaken her, and he has begged her, and he has pulled at her arms, but nothing happens. Even though she's awake, she won't talk or eat, and she won't get up. That was yesterday, and the day before yesterday, and now today. Leon has got to do something. He goes upstairs again into her bedroom. Pink light sifts through the thin curtains, and the air feels heavy and quiet, like someone's holding their breath. One of Cole's hands lies on the sheet. Leon touches it with the tip of one finger. She doesn't move, but her paper lips sparkle over and over like she's a goldfish in a ball. Mom? Carol turns her head to the wall. I'm hungry, Mom. He realizes that the whole room smells like Jake's nappy and that his mom has wet the bed again. He opens the window, but only a little crack in case Carol gets cold. If Leon can go to Tina and get some money, then nobody needs to know that Carol is ill again. Leon can make her better if someone will give him some money. The last time things were like this, he had to go and live with a lady and her husband and the cat, and they kept taking him to church and making him sit still, and it was horrible. So he will look after Carol and Jake. He will make her some tea and toast and help her sit up and take her tablets, and he will put a clean sheet on her bed, and he will pretend. Jake starts crying downstairs, so Leon goes down and gives him a kiss. You stay here and play with your toys. Stop crying, Jake. He leaves the door on the latch and goes upstairs to the next landing. He rings Tina's bell. All right, Slav, she says. My mom said, have you got any money? Tina looks along the landing and then over the railings. Where is she, Leon? She's asleep, but she wants me to go to the shop. Have you been to School today? No, school broke up last week. She said, have you got a pound? Tina keeps looking at him and then she goes into her flat. She comes back with Wobbly Bobby and her handbag and closes the door. I'll pop down and see her. Leon follows her and hopes his mom is awake and dressed and hopes that Jake has stopped crying. But when Tina walks through the door and he hears the sound she makes, he knows she will find everything out. She walks into the kitchen and shakes her head. Christ, she says. She walks into the sitting room and puts her hand into her mouth. She looks at how untidy Leon has been and how he has sat in front of the telly and eaten his cereal by putting his hand in a box. How he hasn't put Jake's nappies in the bin. How he should have opened the window like Tina does in her house and made everywhere smell of baby lotion. Leon sees what Tina sees. Why didn't he tidy up before he asked her for any money? Tina goes back into the hall. Carol? Carol? She calls. She puts Bobby down in Jake's playpen and then runs up the stairs. Leon follows. Bloody hell. Tina starts shaking Carol and pulling her around. Cal? Cal? She looks at Leon. Has she taken something? How long has she been like this? Cal? Suddenly Carol starts moaning. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Tina starts making little stabs at Carol's face, but she won't fight back or even open her eyes. Leon knows because he's been trying for days. Tina takes Leon's hand and backs out of the room. All the time she's shaking her head and saying, Christ or God. They go down the stairs together. Tina picks Jake out of his basket and wraps a towel around him. She picks Bobby up as well. She's getting 2 babies and she's out of breath. Get my bag, Leon. Come with me. They go to the phone box at the end of the road and she makes Leon hold Jake while he stands outside. The door won't shut properly so he hears everything. Ambulance, I think, she says. Then she waits for a minute and says his mom's address. Then she says they will need to get social services as well. She puts the phone down and then says a number to herself over and over while she's dialing. Social services, she says. Tina tries to squeeze the door shut but it won't close. There's 2 children that's been here for a couple of days at least. Yes. Yes. No, it's been going on a while. Yes. An ambulance is coming. Yes. On the next floor up, 164E upstairs. I don't know. 9 and 4 or 5 months, something like that. Carol Waycroft. Yes. Leon and Jake. Jake's the baby. I don't know. No. Terrible. I don't know. She listens for ages and then she says, I'll take them to my house but they can't stay. No, sorry. Can't you just send someone around? When? Christ. Alright, just one like that. I haven't got a phone. No. Yeah. 164E first landing. Yeah. I'll be there. As she comes out, she's breathing like she's been running. Can you carry him, Leon? She asks. If he walks slow. Bobby is crying and Jake keeps screaming, but Leon keeps up with Tina, who doesn't walk slowly after all. When they get back to Tina's, she puts Jake straight in the bath with Bobby and dresses him in Bobby's clothes. He's still crying, but then she gives him a bottle and halfway through he falls asleep. Tina keeps saying she's sorry and she has no choice. An ambulance lady comes to the door and Tina lets her in. We got someone downstairs with Mom. You got the children here with you? They're both alright, she says, pointing to Jake, who is fast asleep, and then to Leon, who's next to her. He's 9 and Jake is about 4 months old. I fed the baby and I was just about to feed Leon. I think he's hungry, aren't you, love? Leon wipes his face. And a bit worried about your mom, eh? Says the ambulance lady. She squats down in front of Leon and squeezes his arm, then his other arm. You've been hungry for a little while, I bet. Leon shakes his head. No, I'm full. When they start whispering about his mom, he wants to tell them that she's kind and nice, but they're not listening. The ambulance lady goes over to Jake, and when she sees he's asleep, she says she's going back downstairs. After she leaves, Tina makes him beans on toast and he gets into the bath. He puts one of Tina's t-shirts on and he has some crisps in front of the television. The Dukes of Hazzard is on, but halfway through, Jake starts crying again, and Tina puts him on Leon's lap so he can give him a bottle. You're a good kid, Leon, she says. You don't deserve this. Where's my mom? He asks. She's been taken to the hospital, love. You can see she wasn't well. You should have come and told me. She was like this last week, wasn't she? I could see it in her face when she walked past me. How long's it been going on? Leon doesn't know. She's really bad this time, love. Worst than I've ever seen. I don't know what will happen, but Leon does. The social workers don't come until the next evening. There are two of them. One has black hair with white underneath like a zebra. They all stay in the kitchen for ages talking about his mom. He can hear Tina telling them everything. Weeks and weeks since before the baby was born, if I think about it now. She was depressed the first time with Leon, but I never knew her then. I think he's been in care a couple of times. She seemed alright before the baby, but she's just, not right. I mean, some of the things she does, and she dumps the kids at the drop of a hat, with me mostly, and she kept leaving Leon to look after the baby, 5 minutes here and 5 minutes there, and he's been missing school. No one says anything, and then Tina starts all over again, saying the same things, saying bad things about Carol and pretending that Leon wasn't looking after Jake properly. She's just got worse without me paying attention, says Tina. We had a bit of a row a few weeks back because she keeps borrowing money. She never pays it back either. And I've had those two kids more times than I can count. They're lovely kids, but still. And I just said, enough's enough. She had a right to go at me. So I just backed off and I haven't kept a close eye. I used to, but I got my own family to figure out. It all got out of hand when the baby's dad finished with her. Tony, I think he's called. Don't know his second name. She took it bad. I mean really bad. What about Leon's father? Is he around? Him? Byron? Not him. He's done a runner. Carl said he was supposed to go to court and he couldn't face it. But even when he was around, he wasn't much use. He'd come and go as he pleased. He'd be with her for a couple of weeks and then he'd be off. Then he was inside for a bit, and as soon as he was out, they were arguing all the time. And drinking. Both of them drank. And anyway, when she got pregnant by Tony, it all just came to a head. Leon sees that Tina has left her handbag on the sofa. He leaves the door open but gets her purse and takes out 50 pence. He puts it in his trousers and puts everything back where it was. He tips us back to the door of the kitchen. Like I said, I really tried. I've had them both here all along for months and, much as I want to help, it's just got to stop. I mean, she's had a proper breakdown, hasn't she? Leon opens the door wide. They all look at him. Social workers have two pretend faces. Pretend happy and pretend sad. They're not supposed to get angry, so they make angry into sad. This time they're pretending to care about him and Jake and his mom. I want to get my things, he says. They all look at each other. The zebra takes him down to his flat. Tina has given her the key. She looks around the kitchen and opens the fridge. She opens the back door and sees all the nappies that Leon has thrown outside. She walks slowly upstairs and helps him pack some clothes for Jake and some clothes for himself, but he can only take one bag of toys. Whatever you can take in that rucksack is okay, she says. You can come back for the rest another day. Leon has to leave one of his action men because he has to make some space for Jake's toys and everything won't fit into his red rucksack. When the zebra has filled the suitcase, they go back to Tina's. She picks Jake up and wraps him in a blanket. Tina tries to give Leon a kiss. You'll be alright, Leon. I'm so sorry, love. She bends down and he turns his face into the wall. He holds his rucksack in front of him. He can hear her sniffling and crying, and he thinks of her 50 pence in his pocket and his face he will buy. On the drive to where the foster lady lives, the zebra talks all the time, but Leon is sitting in the back next to Jake with his rucksack on his lap, and he pretends he can't hear. Jake has fallen asleep in a special baby car seat, and Leon's glad he didn't hear Tina lying and the zebra going on and on about asking him questions and trying to make him say bad things about his mom. Chapter 6. In the morning, Leon opens his eyes and listens. He can't hear Jake crying. Then he remembers. He is in the foster lady's home. Last night when they arrived in the zebra, the lady came to the door, took Jake and kissed him, even though she'd never met him before. Bless, she said. The lady steered Leon towards a teleroom and told him to sit down. You can watch what you love, she said, but there was only the news on. He could hear the zebra in the kitchen, and even though half of him didn't want to, he had to listen. The zebra was talking in a loud whisper. He's been the carer. Baby and mother, yes, both of them. Malnourished. Failure to thrive. Drug dependency. Ambulance. All the time the lady was saying, and I see, and the zebra kept going on and on. Breakdown. Emergency placement. Court order. Squalor. State of the place. And then, right in the middle of a sentence, the lady told the zebra to go home. He heard the front door open and heard her saying, "Yep, Judy, yeah, I've got it. Off you go. Yep, you can do all that tomorrow. All right, yes, off you go. Bye." The lady had given him a jammy Dodger biscuit from a golden tin and asked him if he wanted another one, so Leon had 3 altogether with some hot chocolate, and when he went to bed, he didn't even dream. The smell of breakfast fills Leon's nose and cramps his belly. He doesn't want to make any noise because Jake is still asleep. He must be asleep because he's not crying. Leon is in a soft, warm bed and there are black and white footballs on his quilt. Wooden aeroplanes hang off the ceiling and turn in a cool breeze from the open window. Even the curtains have got a football pattern on them. The wallpaper is made up of lots of soldiers in red army jackets with black rifles and, best of all, Jake isn't crying. The smell of food is so strong it pulls Leon downstairs. You can hear the lady singing a nursery song and Jake is laughing. He can hear plates and knives and forks clattering against each other. He tiptoes to the door of the kitchen and listens outside, but the lady must have heard him. In you come, sleepyhead. Bacon sarnie with red sauce. All you can eat. Leon sits at the yellow kitchen table and the lady puts a massive bacon sandwich on the plate and cuts it in half. Then she plunks the red sauce bottle down next to him and says, "Tuck in, sweetheart." Jake is wearing a bib with a dinosaur on it. He looks clean and fresh, sitting in a high chair by the window, and the lady goes over to him and starts pointing at things in the front garden. "Bird," she says. "Bird. Lovely little bird." She keeps talking to Jake, and he's trying to talk back so Leon can eat his sandwich in peace. It tastes like the best thing in the world, with soft bread and lots of meat and the sauce that drips on the plate, and he's got an enormous glass of orange juice which tastes sweeter than Coke, and he has a bite of the salty meat and a swig of the sweet orange juice, and he keeps doing it until everything is gone. Then the lady just puts another sandwich on his plate. "Growing boy like you." Bet you can't eat all of that. But Leon does, with another glass of orange juice, though during the second sandwich he pays attention to the lady and what she's saying. He's waiting for her to ask questions about his mom. "Now, not everyone will be able to see the resemblance between you two," she says, folding her arms over her big chest. "But Maureen can." She smiles and points to her forehead. "That's me, Maureen, and I've got an eye for kids." Leon licks the sauce off his fingers and looks around. Maureen's house smells of sweat and toast, and when she stands near the kitchen window with the sun behind her, her fuzzy red hairstyle looks like a flaming halo. She's got arms like a boxer and a massive belly like Father Christmas. On the kitchen wall there is a giant wooden spoon and it says "Best Mom," and next to that there is a painting of Jesus with all his disciples, and he's showing them the blood on his hands. "So you're mine," says Maureen, taking his plate and filling his glass up with orange juice again. Leon nods. "And he's nearly 5 months." Leon nods. "And you're the quiet one." "Yes, but he's the boss." She smiles so Leon smiles back. "I get a picture," she says, "but I bet he's had you up and down like a yo-yo. He'd be giving you orders if he could speak Monohi." She goes over to Jake and gives him a plastic mixing spoon. Jake starts banging its way on his high chair. Leon and Maureen put their hands over their ears. "Have I made a mistake?" she says, and Leon laughs. "So what's his routine then?" she asks, and she sits down opposite him at the yellow table. She picks up a pad and a pencil and writes Jake at the top of the page. "You tell me what he likes and doesn't like so I don't get him wrong." "He gets up too early," says Leon. She writes it down. "And if I'm having something to eat and he wants it, he has to have a bit, but only if it's good for him because sometimes it's chewing gum." "No chewing gum." She writes it down. "He likes the Pink Panther, but he doesn't understand it. But I do, so I tell him what's going on." "Pink Panther with Leon," she says and writes it down. "When you put his top on, if he gets stuck, he goes mad and starts crying, and then you can't get it on him at all, so you have to wait until he's forgotten. But sometimes if you have to put him in a pram, you can't wait, so you have to just... Leon doesn't know if he should tell her about the times when he loses his temper with Jake and shouts at him. You have to just tell him to be quiet. Yes, says Leon. I get the picture, she says as she writes down pest. Leon tells her everything. How if you want Jake to go asleep, you have to keep stroking his head or the side of his cheek. How Jake puts everything in his mouth and you have to keep both your eyes on him all the time, so sometimes you can't even watch the telly. And sometimes it's too hard. Eventually when Maureen has 2 pages of writing, she sits back in her chair. Thanks, love. You've been really helpful. I might ask you 1 or 2 things as we go along, but I think I've got the basics. Now what I'd like you to do is leave me to see if I can manage with his nibs while you go off and have a bath. She takes Jake out of his high chair and kisses him again. What a pair of eyes. She turns Jake round so Leon can see his face. He wants to say thank you, Leon, love. Thank you for looking after me so well. That's what he'd say if he could speak. They all go upstairs together and Maureen pours some blue stuff in the bath and the bubbles come right up to the top, so fluffy Leon can't even see the water. He sits in the bath listening to Jake shouting and laughing and Maureen telling him the names of all the things they can see. Chapter 40. Leon knocks the door. He tries to think how long he has been away, but he doesn't know. It must be a very long time. The door opens. It's Sylvia. It's him. More. It's him. More. She stops suddenly and looks at Mr. Devlin and Tufty. Bloody hell, what happened? She grabs Leon and holds his face, turns him around, checks him back front. You hurt? More. Quick. Who's this? Sylvia takes hold of Mr. Devlin's arm. You better come in. Sorry, he mutters. Careful, this way, says Sylvia, helping him inside. Damn Maureen cuts. She's got her coat on and her purse in her hand. Her face is red and her lips are moving, but there are no words. Leon stares next to Tufty because he doesn't know if she'll be angry that he left or angry that he's come back. So he stands next to Tufty. If she says anything, he's going to ask Tufty if he can stay with him for one night until he can find Dovedale Road. He still has his rucksack, wet and dirty, and his money, but he will need a new map. Maureen shakes her hand, opens her mouth to say something and closes it again. Tufty puts his hand to the back of his head, and when he looks at his palm, it has blood on it. He groans and starts walking down the path. You need to keep your eye on your boy, he says. And you are? Shouts Maureen, shoving her personal pocket. Here's Tufty Burrows, Leon says. He's the gardener. Maureen looks hard at Leon, then beckons Tufty back. Oi, wait, where do you think you're going in that state? Come on, get yourself inside. Let me have a look at that head. Where did you find it? No, don't tell me. I don't think I can bear it. She keeps talking all the time while Tufty steps inside and she leads him to the kitchen. Been seeing it all over the news. I've never seen the like. Terrible. A policeman's half dead and someone's been beaten to death in a police cell. I don't know what else it done. She sits Tufty on a kitchen chair and wakes out a cloth. Silver War it is. What happened? Were you involved? No, don't tell me. She stands at the back of Tufty's head all the time talking and not looking at Leon. I over my things. I don't have that much. You brought him back and that's all that matters. She says nothing to Leon. She's not telling him off, not noticing him. Sylvia is looking after Mr. Devlin, talking, dabbing and worrying about stitches and doctors and A&E and getting the police involved. Don't, says Mr. Devlin, one of his eyes almost closed up. I don't want the police. I saw what they did to him. He turns his head to Tufty. Thank you, he says. Leon stays in the doorway. He slips his rucksack off and puts it on the floor. He knows Maureen has seen it. Can I go to the toilet? Please? He asks. I don't know, says Maureen. I don't live here. You better ask Sylvia. But Sylvia doesn't answer. She's acting busy and bossy as usual, and she keeps shaking her head and looking at Maureen and then looking at Mr. Devlin and filling a bowl with hot water and fussing a bit more. Leon walks along the hallway to the toilet. He washes his hands and looks at himself in the mirror. Where he was cut, there are little tracks on his dirty face. He has a few leaves stuck in his hair, and there are scratches on his back and arms where the brambles caught him. He's even got blood all over his chest. Tufty's on Mr. Devlin's. Maureen will have noticed, but she hasn't said anything. He does a lovely long V and then flushes the toilet. He closes the lid and sits down. One of his legs moving and shaking all on his own, and he can feel the tears again just behind his eyes waiting to come out. It's too dark to leave now. He might get hit by a rock or a policeman. It was very easy to get lost, even with a map. His bike is at the allotment and he's too scared to go and get it. He walks back to the living room. Maroon is shoving Tufty onto the sofa. Sit, go on, sit down. I'll make you a cup of tea. Go on, sit. You're in no fit state to be walking in the streets. Go on, sit down. You're safe in here. Tufty holds a cloth to his head and leans it back. Maureen stands over him. Good, that's it. And you, she says finally to Leon, you go and sit next to him. Have you had a wee? You'll need a sandwich before bed. Bet you're sorry, aren't you? You can't see her face because she's on her way to the kitchen, but her voice sounds shaky and thin. Yes, he says, and suddenly she steps back into the living room, stands in front of the television, and puts his hand on her hips. What the bloody hell are you playing at, Leon? They all go quiet. Sylvia has shut up, and Tufty puts his head down. Do you know what I've been through tonight? Not knowing where you were. I've been out to the police 50 times, but they're too busy. Apparently. Too busy to bother with a 10-year-old runaway. I haven't found social services because I don't want you ending up in a bloody home, do I? I don't want them coming in here and saying I can't look after you. She mops her face with a tea towel, her chest heaving, and her breath ragged and torn. Where were you going and why? Why are you half naked? What in the name of God has got into you? What's it all about, Leon? Sylvia walks out of the kitchen and puts her arms around Maureen. No, love, calm down. You just come out of hospital, Maureen. Calm down. But Maureen wiggles away from her. I'm fine, she says. I'm calm. I am. He's home now. They both go into the kitchen. Tufty raises his eyebrows. When Maureen comes back, she has a huge plate of sandwiches that she puts on the coffee table, a can of Coke for Leon, and a cup of tea for Tufty. Sugar's there, she says. She sits in Sylvia's chair and closes her eyes. You're back. That's enough for now. Tufty nudges Leon and nods in Maureen's direction. Say sorry, he whispers. Leon has a mouthful of cheese sandwich. He looks at Tufty because he doesn't want to say sorry, and anyway, Tufty doesn't know about Maureen and Sylvia's plans. Tufty nods him again and frowns. Say it, he says. Sorry, Maureen, says Leon. She half opens her eyes. Off to bed when you had that. No, actually, get a wash, a good wash all over. You're sleeping in my room on the floor. The window's painted shut and I'll move my dressing table in front of the door. Think you can move that in the night, Leon? He shakes his head. Bloody right, she says and closes her eyes again. A sharp sliver of sun cuts through the curtains and into Leon's eyes. You can see the pinky back of his lids, dots of color and light like a kaleidoscope in one's hand. He can hear porcelain pans clanging in the kitchen and the radio on with Sylvia's music. He hears Sylvia laugh. He remembers getting into the bath and hearing the grown-ups talking in the kitchen. He thought he could hear Tufty and Mr. Devil and Sylvia and Maureen all laughing together, but maybe they were ugly. He doesn't remember getting into bed. He didn't dream. He opens his eyes and sees that he's on the floor on some cushions at the bottom of Maureen's double bed. Under the bed is dusty where Sylvia forgot to vacuum. He scrambles up, squeezes past the dressing table and opens the door. He is starving. Chapter 41. Something's different about Maureen. She's not exactly in a bad mood, but she's not talking a lot. She's not sick because they're still living with Sylvia, and she makes Maureen sit down all the time and eat salads. Maureen says that lettuce will kill you slowly instead of cakes that will kill you fast. She woke up Leon up very early and told him to get dressed in his best clothes. She put rolls in her hair and made it very see-through and white. She put on a fluffy cardigan with diamonds for buttons and a new pair of old ladies' trainers with Velcro fasteners. Then she went quiet for the whole day, and when she did speak, she just said, maybe, or let's see how the day pans out. But the day's been quite boring so far. First they had a very long train journey, which was just fields and fields for miles. Maureen said he could have a bar of chocolate from the trolley and they played cards, but she wasn't paying attention and Leon won easily. After a while they settled back in their seats and Leon must have slept until they got to Bristol. At last the train stops and everyone gets off. Maureen actually takes his hand like he's a little boy, but when they get out of the station she lets it go. They had to wait in for a queue for a taxi, and when they got one, Maureen keeps looking at the map. Have to keep your eye on this lot, she says. They'll take you around a long way if you let them. They cross a bridge and then walk down some steps to a wide walkway overlooking a river. On the opposite bank, there is a massive battleship, and Leah asks Maureen if they can go and have a look. Later, she says. That's the favorite word of the day. She stops and looks up and down, left and right, and then turns around, then turns back. Is this the right place? Maureen asks. She looks at her watch again. Must be. They sit on a bench by a concrete building so Maureen can catch her breath. She opens a Tupperware box of sandwiches. Here you go, ham and cheese. Leanne can see in her bag. She's bought chocolate and crisps and 2 cans of Coke, so they're going to be here for some time. Maureen isn't eating anything, says she's not hungry. Go and stand over there and have a look at the river. Go on, it's lovely. She pushes him in his neck back and Leanne walks off. He leans on the low wall at the river's edge. Some of the grey and white seagulls bounce on the waves while others swoop up on the way, losing themselves in camouflage against a low cloud. A scuffy barge, wide as a house, slugs through the water carrying hundreds of yellow cottages stacked up like gigantic Lego. On another boat with lots of windows, people stand on the deck pointing at buildings and taking pictures, but compared to the battleship, everything else on the river looks like a toy. It has massive flags and huge guns, chimney and chains, and 2 massive aerials sticking out of the funnels. Every sailor must have his own tally. If he was a sailor, Liam would live on to that battleship and sleep in a hammock suspended from a ceiling. He would have an anchor tattooed on his arm and wear a white vest tucked into his trousers, and when the battleship went to war, he would be in charge of leading the weapons. He saw it on a film. First of all, the torpedo drops down from the store. They slide it along to the next person, and he loads it into the firing cylinder. Then you have to tap it in so it doesn't come backwards and kill you, and then you have to press a button and count down from 5. But there are 2 of you to do this because it's important you don't make a mistake. Leon sees himself slightly covered in black wool in the belly of the boat. Then you open the loading cylinder again and repeat this until the enemy submarine is destroyed. You know it's destroyed when the captain sees the radar or looks at it through the periscope. Leon closes one eye and brings the periscope down. He holds his fist either side of his head. He sees the green of the side and the blinking green smudge of light of the German U-boat. Then pow, nothing. The green light disappears and up on the waterline metal debris bursts up into the air. Hurrah! In the engine room and in the torpedo room and in the torpedo room and in the control room and everywhere, all the sailors cheer and the other men slap Leon on the back because they are safe. When he opens his eyes, Maureen's standing next to him. Someone here to see you, love. She moves all the way and Leon sees his mom sitting on a bench. He looks at Maureen and she licks her finger and wipes something off his face. She's waiting for you. Go on. He runs. It takes him 4 seconds. He runs and stands in front of her. God, she says, look at you. Carol stops her cigarette out and gets to her feet. You told me. She measures them both, maybe across the top of their heads. Like my dad, that's where you get it from. She takes his hand and squeezes it, but as soon as they sit down, she puts both hands flat on the bench next to her. She starts to stroke the wood with her yellow fingers, picking out splinters and smoothing them out again. Her arms are skinnier than before, so are her legs, her face a ponytail. Wispy fronds of hair stand up all around her head like the seeds of a dandelion, and she has freckles, brown marks on her face he's never seen before. Are you alright, Mom? He asks. Me? Great. Yeah, of course I am. Anyway, it's me that should be asking how you are. We're going on that battleship later. Good, she says. How's school? It's summer holidays. Did you have a nice holiday? Yes. Yeah. Yes. That's good. I remember the other day, Woke up and remembered straight away. Told my friend, it's my son's birthday today and I got you something but I forgot to bring it. I had to put it in the post. Leah sees Maureen try not to watch. Girl lost her thought. Is she nice to you? She went into a hospital but she's better now. We had to leave with Sylvia, that's her sister, until she's back to how she was. Or even better. I never come here, Carl says. It always make me think about dying. It's always cold if you live by the sea. Or by a river. Water makes it cold. Did you know that? A few degrees colder. While Carl is talking, Leon takes her hand again, sometimes squeezing fingers as if in the talking. Leon, says his mom, I want to tell you something. He squeezes her hand, but she doesn't squeeze back. Her voice becomes muffled and scratchy. I can't look after you properly, you know that, don't you? Why not? I don't know, I just can't. Why not? I really don't know, Leon. Please, I just can't. Cole has got smaller since he last saw her. Nobody's looking after her, and he wonders why she doesn't come and live with him and Sylvia and Maureen. She could share his room and have lots of dinner and have some sleep and get better. Maureen could wash her clothes and show her how to look better. Maybe Sylvia will lend her some makeup. He knows he shouldn't say it, but it just comes out. Me? With her? She jerks her head back and pokes herself in the chest. Me? Live with her? And me, says Leon. She wouldn't mind. Kids have foster parents, Leon, not adults. I don't need a foster family. Is that what you think? That I need to go into care or go into hospital? Is what you think? That I'm sick or something or incapable? Is what people say about me? Her head is shaky and wobbly and her shoulders are jerking up and down. I mean, we can live together. That's all. You and me. Maureen walks over. Everything alright? You alright, Carol? Carol tucks her hands under her legs and walks forward and back 3 times. I'm great, she says. Maureen smiles and pats Carol on her back. Carol clears her throat. I was just telling him I can't look after him. I told him what we agreed. You got it, don't you, Leon? So you're not to go running away, alright? Cause you can't live with me, but the lady says you can come and see me whenever you like. If you give me enough money, I can meet you here in another day, alright? Carol stands up and looks around quickly like she's lost. I've got to get back, she says. She puts her hand out and Maureen shakes it. Thank you, Carol, she says. It means a lot. I'll be in touch. Carol bends down and kisses Leon on the cheek. She smells of cigarettes in the house they used to live in, where Leon had to leave some of his toys. He's too old for them now, but he still wants them, just to see if they're like he remembers. He watches her walk away and stays sitting down. He watches her pull her hand back onto her shoulder and he stays sitting down. All over the concrete walkway there are white splotches of chewing gum stuck to the floor, and Leon wonders if Maureen will let them have some on the way home, because she usually does when something important happens. He loses sight of his mother for a few seconds and he stays sitting down, and then he runs and runs, grabs her from behind, holds onto her so she can't turn around, can't see him crying. She doesn't speak, but she stops dead. She seems to go from hard to soft without moving a muscle. Then Leon asks her finally, Do you know where he is, Mom? No, love, I don't. Do you still love him? She says nothing, but he feels a little gasp of air leave her body. She peels his arms from her waist and turns around. And you, she whispers, I still love you. She smiles then like she used to and scrabbles her fingers on his chest. She kisses him and walks backwards for 3 yards. She gives a little curtsy like he's a king and she's a servant. She turns and is gone. After the battleship, Maureen buys 2 ice creams and they walk a long way through lots of people, get a little bus, and off by the train station. They're much too early for their train, so they have to wait on another bench until it comes. Eventually, they're sitting opposite each other in the carriage, a beige melamine table between them, jutting into Maureen's body. Snack, says Maureen, pulling out a bar of chocolate. She breaks off 2 small pieces and pushes the rest across the table. Leon can't believe how many sweets she brought from Joe and how she isn't telling him off for eating them. He's had toothache all day and the sweets make it worse, but he still takes the chocolate. As Melcy presses his tongue against the molar at the back, and the pain becomes nice pain and slinks off to the back of his mind with all the things he doesn't want to remember. Something I've been meaning to tell you, says Maureen. Leon looks out of the window. They're passing the backs of houses, graffiti on walls, skinny trees growing out of concrete, knickers and vests strung up in the gardens, partly pools, abandoned fridges, scrubland, old factories, houses again. He wonders what it would be like to live so close to a train station or a train track, and if he lived in one of those tall narrow houses. But on lunch he could run to the end of the garden, climb over the fence and jump onto the train as it sped past, and thinks again about running away, running on the roof of the carriages with his rucksack. You're listening? She says. Leon nods and Maureen leans forward. You are not going anywhere, she says. She says it slowly like he's 5 years old. You're staying with me. She repeats with her heavy chest flat on the table. At the seaside, Leon, says Maureen with a little shake of her head. I'll tell you about the danger is in hearing half a conversation. She waits for him to say something, so he says, Yes, you're likely to jump to conclusions. Know what that means? Being wrong. Exactly. I'm not going to the seaside. Sylvia's not going to the seaside. You're not going to the seaside. I'm not getting a bloody dog. Do you believe me? Yes. So for the 10th time, we are not going to the seaside. Except for a day trip, maybe. When? I don't know when. She leans in the back of her seat and goes quiet. Leon sits right inside her head. He sees her thinking of what to say to him, and it's going to be something bad because she looks like she's going to cry again, and he's sick of ladies crying all the time. He only cries when things are bad, but they cry all the time, sometimes for ages, and their lips go fat and their faces go blotchy. But this time, Maureen's tears don't come out. Instead, she looks at him and winks. When I was your age, well, 15 actually, I broke my arm and I had it in plaster for ages. It was the summer holidays. We had the school playing fields at the bottom of our garden, and I used to be a bit of a tomboy. Yes, use your imagination, Leon. I would climb over the railings, kick the sand out of the box where they did the long jump, bend the branches off the trees and try to break in. Couldn't wait to get out the place when it was open. I was always on my own, up to no good. Anyway, I broke my arm swinging from a tree, fell over, landed funny. God, it was bloody itchy in the heat. I used to get one of my mom's knitting needles and shove it down the gap and scratch it, but I couldn't quite get the right spot. Know what I mean? I couldn't quite reach the right place, and I would squirm and wiggle trying to get a bit of relief. Sylvia used to have helped her up so that she would knock on the plaster, but that would hurt as well. It used to make me cry sometimes with the frustration of it and the pain and the way I was trapped in this bloody plaster of Paris and I couldn't go out exploring it. Oh, I know it seems like nothing to you, but I was so unhappy. I hated that summer. Hated it. Yes, says Leon. What I'm trying to say is this, Leon, and that was a bad example, but never mind. This isn't the whole of your life, love. This is a bit of your life. It all seems bloody awful, I know, with your mom and Jake, and she takes the tissue out of her handbag and puts it in his hand. She undoes a family bag of mint imperials and tips a handful on the table, and they roll all over the place. The thing is this, and you have to believe me, I made arrangements with the social. I've been working on this for weeks, but I didn't want to tell you until it was official. It's taken ages to get it all organized. So the point is, you'll be with me until you leave school, and even after if you like, I get you. You get me. That's the deal. But it's got strings attached. Do you know what that means? Yes. What? It's got to be tied up. No. Well, yes. It means that to tie the deal up, to make it a proper thing that you can't undo, you have to make a promise to me. And if you make that promise, you can't go back on it. 2 promises actually, Leon. Yes. Wipe your face. She sniffs and holds 2 fingers up, but not the swearing ones. 1, she says, you have to tell me when something's wrong. Don't matter what it is, and it don't matter if it's me that's done it. I'm not saying I can fix it because I can't fix everything. I'm not a magician, am I? No. 2, don't run away. Yes? Sorry? I won't. Good. That's the deal for them. Yes. No more space for a week. Not for me and not for you. You got overboard today and I get married tomorrow. She pitches some fat on the top of her arms. Bugger. Chapter 42. On the day of the royal wedding, Mr. Devlin comes out really early in the morning. He rings the bell before Sylvia and Maureen are out of bed, so Leon has to run to the door. Good, he says. Someone's awake at least. He walks in and puts the candle on. Sylvia said, come early, says Mr. Devlin, and Leon runs and knocks on Sylvia's door opposite the niche. Sylvia, he says. He's here. Victor? Shit, she hisses. 10 minutes. Leon runs back to the kitchen. So, Mr. Devlin says, we've got a lot to do for your party. It's not my party, says Leon. It's not my either, he replies. She's not my queen, he is not my prince. I don't believe in royal anything. Why not? That's a long and complicated explanation, and I haven't had my coffee yet. Leon takes a mug out of a cupboard and shows Mr. Devlin where the coffee is. Sylvia always makes Mr. Devlin's coffee, so she won't mind. Leon takes a bowl for himself, and Spiggles is conflicting. Is your queen in Ireland? He asks. Leon needs to be at the sugar stage before Sylvia comes in at the kitchen and catches him. Mr. Devlin leans on the kitchen units and folds his arms. There are no kings or queens, Leon. There are people. This marriage is a marriage between 2 people, a man and a woman, nothing more. Maybe they love each other, maybe they don't, but it is not a fairy tale. It is a wedding, and today we're making a wedding party, a celebration for people who believe in witches and wizards and princesses rescued from towers. Are you still coming? Yes. Why? Because I was invited, he says, and nods at Sylvia, who's standing in the doorway pulling the belt on a dressing gown. Morning, Vic, she says. Bit early, isn't it? Sylvia has creased on her face, and she keeps fluffing up her hair at the sides. She looks like she's still asleep. Mr. Devlin stands up straight. I'm sorry, I thought I'd make an early start. I can come back later. Make me a coffee and I'll think about it. She brushes past him and opens the back door. She lights a cigarette and blows the smoke up the garden path. Don't say anything, she shouts behind her. I'm not having that conversation again. I'll have to have one first thing. The worst one is the one you can't do without, Mr. Devlin says. That apply to man? She answers and he laughs. Mr. Devlin is clean these days, and he's found some other clothes. Leon has seen him washing his hands in the water pots by his shed before he comes to see Sylvia. While no one is looking, Leon sprinkles extra sugar on his cornflakes. Mr. Devlin won't notice anyway because all he does these days is look at Sylvia and she keeps saying what he thinks about things like Victor thinks there will be more riots, or Victor thinks Northern Ireland is merely a symptom of a greater disease. And Maureen always looks at Leon and raises her eyes to the ceiling. Sylvia saw a leather jacket on the telly and she said she was going to buy it for Mr. Devlin so he didn't have to wear his army coat anymore, but Leon thinks he will look silly in it like he's borrowing from Tufty. Mr. Devlin finishes his coffee and puts the mug on the side. Right, me and Leon can start. Mr. Archibald is bringing the trestle tables in his van. I need the triangles from you and the flags on string. Sylvia laughs. Triangles? Bunting, you bloody fool. Bunting. How many times? Ah, yes, bunting, he says, but Leon knows he's teasing her. Maureen shoves into the kitchen in her new purple slippers. Well, they fit, she says, smoothing her dressing gown over her belly. Thank you, Leon. Though how you manage to get the money and go to my favorite shop and get the right size, I don't know. It isn't coming from me, says Mrs. Devlin and winks. Once we got the go-ahead from the committee, we had to get the place ready for the party, so he helped me. Says Maureen as she shoots him out of the way and puts the kettle on. Didn't realize that I was moving into a house of conspirators. Sylvia decided to stop buying cake, biscuits, chocolate, and anything that tastes nice. Thank you, Sylvia, she shouts. Leon's never in the house and couldn't get dirt from under his fingernails if he washed with carbolic soap. And as for you, what about him? Says Sylvia, coming in from the garden. He's got you like a 16-year-old, that's what. Belt up more, you jealous. They elbow each other and start sniggering like little girls, but the kitchen's too small. So Leon goes and gets his rucksack and puts it up by the front door. Then he goes into the lounge and presses a button on the television. No, you don't, mister, shouts Maureen. Not today. From then on, it's up to the allotment, and job after job after job for Leon. No one seems to realize he can't be in two places at the same time. Hold this, carry that, wait here, duck under there, balance this on that, fetch me this, hold that straight, little to the left, higher, raise my this, have you got a that? It goes on all morning, until the wedding itself. When everyone else disappears to watch it on the telly, Leon, Tufty and Mr. Devlin decide to stay where they are. They sit on the folding chairs while Mr. Devlin's barbecue heats up and Tufty takes some cans cork out of his tub. May I ask if you remember the right music, Mr. Burroughs? Says Mr. Devlin. Please have some regard for your neighbors. We don't all like African music. Reggae, man, roots, rockers, dub. Precisely. We don't want that today. At least the ladies won't want it. I don't mind. Yeah, right. Leon likes it when they pretend to argue like they used to. He gets up and pokes the charcoal with the metal tongs. What do you think, Leon? It's nearly ready. Good, says Mr. Devlin, and don't forget to water your plants before the guests arrive. It's going to be hot. Leon finishes his drink, takes his rucksack, and walks over to his plot. It's taken weeks and weeks, but finally some of his Scarlet Emperor beans are ready. They are so tall they hang in twisted plaits off the top of the wigwams, and tiny little bean posts are sprouting everywhere. Leon fetches his watering can and fills it up. He waters his Scarlet Emperor plants until he's sure he have everything they need. He's always been good at looking after things. Then Maureen comes, he's going to pick all the best beans for her, but he'll let the tiny little ones stay out in the sun for a bit longer. Tufty told him that he had to leave some of the beans on the vine to grow long and fat. Then at the end of the summer he has to pick them, hang them up to dry in his shed, and put them in a jar for next year. Mr. Devlin said that next spring he can have half a plot instead of a quarter. One of the young pots hangs low right next to Leon's face. He pushes it out gently and breaks it open. Inside there are 5 tiny black seeds, smaller than his little fingernail. He picks one out and holds it up to the sun. It's glistening and damp from its bean pot bed, and so light he can hardly feel it on his palm. It's as black as the middle of Jake's eyes, and just as sparkly. If Jake was here, Leon would let him hold the little seed for a moment, but he would have to be careful in case he's still putting everything in his mouth. Leon rolls the seed between his fingers and feels it here on his skin. It's strange to think that this little black bean will grow up to a big plant, and that plant will have its own seeds to make another plant and another seed, and this will go on over and over again for years. And he remembers what Maureen said about Jake. He hasn't gone forever. He unzips his rucksack and tips everything out, his gardening tools and his packet of seeds. He scratches out a straight line in his cover and makes 10 little holes. He picks up the packet of Take a Chance and tips the seeds into his hand. They're small and brown with wrinkled skin, and no one knows what's inside. He places them carefully in the soil and covers them over. He'll water them and look after them and hope for the best. There's lots of more seeds to plant, but he's got too much to do today, and anyway, he can hear Maureen calling. She'll want him to do another job or carry something or fetch her a chair. Leon! He turns and runs. Coming. The end. Chapter 7. Sometimes, even though everything is really nice at Maureen's house, Leon can't sleep. Him and Jake are in the same bedroom. Jake goes to bed first, and then Leon goes to bed after a bit of telly with Maureen, or after he's had a play with his toys. He always has a bath with bubbles, and he always has a biscuit, and then he has to clean his teeth. He's never hungry, but just sometimes he can't sleep. Jake is in his cot, breathing soft and low, but Leon stares at the ceiling and the patterns of light on the wall. It gets later and later, and eventually he hears Maureen come up to bed after the news. He tiptoes in. "What's this?" she says. "Can't sleep?" Leon nods. "5 minutes," she says, and passes space beside her on the bed. Leon circles next to her and asks her for a story. "I don't think so," she says. "No good at stories, me. I don't see the point of half of them. All wolves are giants on things that don't exist. Memories are what I like. Things that really happen." Leon says nothing, and Maureen nudges him. "Go on then. Tell your auntie Maureen a story that really happened." So Leon tells her the story about when his dad found out about Jake and never came back. It was night time, and his dad had put him into bed and tucked him in, and just when he was having the best sleep he kept yelling, "Bitch." Leon tried to stay in his dream, but the voice from downstairs kept getting in the way. He was dreaming about being a soldier. He had 2 medals for bravery and 1 for being the best shot. He was strong and tall, taller than his dad, and he was wearing a bandana and army trousers with lots of pockets and a double stack of bullets across his chest. He was creeping through the jungle with his man and with a rifle and a gun and a secret knife in his sock. If he had to use it, he knew what to do. A twig snapped and they all dropped to the ground. Someone shouted "bitch" and "fucking hell," and Leon knew that he wouldn't be able to move and his man would go on without him. This had happened before when he'd been in a good dream. The walls kept pushing in, and Leon kept trying to move ahead and catch up with his man. He was in charge, and he had to tell them to avoid the clear where they could get picked off one by one. He had to tell them to use hand signals and keep quiet, but all the time he could hear him shouting, rushing up from downstairs, sliding under the door and flying around the room like angry bats. For fuck's sake, Corral! That was the sort of thing that could get his troops killed, and Leon couldn't decide whether to wake up or stay with his bed. If he stayed with his bed, he would carry on hearing the walls, and eventually he would wet the bed. But if he woke up and went to the toilet, he would have to hear what his dad was saying, and the last time he got caught listening, he was slapped on his legs. Enemy soldiers were hiding in the jungle. It was their jungle, so they knew one of the best places, under leaves and between rocks. One rushed out, "Aye!" They threw a grenade. When it landed, all Leon's men flew up in the air. They were all killed. And Leon was dead as well, and he looked down at his khaki green uniform and his sweaty face from the jungle heat, and at the trail of sticky blood that ran out of the corner of his mouth, and he stepped over himself and got out of bed. He crept out into the hallway and went to the toilet. He didn't flush it because then his dad would have heard him. He tiptoed back into his bedroom and half closed the door. Sometimes it used to be Carol doing all the shouting, and sometimes it was his dad. Halfway through the argument, his dad started laughing and saying that his mom was a crazy woman. His dad always has to say things 10 times like crazy, 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 and then he starts talking fast West Indian that no one else can understand. Once when they were at Tina's house, Leon heard Coral say, "If it wasn't for Leon, I would tell him to fuck off," and then she started crying. Leon wanted to tell Coral that he'd heard swearing lots of times and she could say fuck off if she wanted to. But in the morning, the sun was rising through the curtains, the radio was on downstairs, and it wasn't a school day. Everything might be okay. He got out of bed, opened his door, and listened. He could hear Coral singing, so he went downstairs. He kept listening all the time, just in case his dad was in. He looked in the kitchen, but there was no one there, so he pushed open the door to the living room. The switchy blinds were closed and the room was full of smoke. His dad was gone and Coral was standing by the gas fire looking in the mirror, singing with her voice all broken up. Her blonde hair was sticking up at the back where she had been lying on it and all her curls were flat. Everything was too loud, the music and her voice and the sharp feeling in the air. Coral's face was red on one side and her eyes were puffy and half closed. It was like she'd said many times before, just because she's singing doesn't mean she's happy. She waved her cigarette at him. "Get some breakfast, Leon, and get dressed. I'm tired." Leon can't remember what happened after that, so he has to stop telling Maureen his story. He's warm and comfortable on Maureen's bed, and he feels like falling asleep. "Up you get," she says as she leads him back into his own room. She strokes his forehead and pulls the blankets up over his ears. "You'll have lovely dreams tonight, Leon. Love. Shh, lovely dreams. I promise." Chapter 8. It's impossible to choose a favorite dinner at Maureen's house. Everything has a funny name like shepherd's pie or toad in the hole or spotted dick, and she always has a different sauce with every meal like mint sauce or apple sauce or bread sauce, but Leon doesn't like bread sauce because it reminds him of when he saw a cat being sick. And apart from the dinners, Maureen likes Leon to eat snacks. So if he's playing or watching the telly, she just comes into his room with a plastic plate with a sandwich and 2 biscuits or a cold sausage cut into pieces and a donut. And she always says, "There you go, pigeon, that'll keep you going." But around Christmas time, the snacks get out of control and Leon can't keep up with them. Even before Christmas, Maureen starts making mince pies and fruit cake and Christmas pudding and buys extra fruit on top of the fruit they already have, which is spilling out of the cupboards. And there's tins of biscuits and chocolates everywhere. Maureen doesn't even notice if there's one missing. On Christmas Eve, Maureen sits down in the kitchen opposite Leon where he is eating his dinner. She puts 2 slices of bread and butter next to him. "Lancashire hot pot," she says. "You'll need that for the gravy." Leon doesn't say anything because he has his mouth full and Maureen likes him to have manners. "Now, you know what it is tomorrow?" Leon nods. "And you've written to Santa?" Maureen thinks he is Jake's age and that he still believes in Santa Claus. Everyone knows that the parents buy the presents. Leon knows that Carol has disappeared because every time the social worker comes, he hears her speaking to Maureen in the kitchen. She still says things like, "Still no word," or "We've heard nothing." And once she said, "Legally it's abandonment." And Leon knows what that means. The social worker never talks about Leon's dad. She just said when they catch up with him, he won't be seeing Dayla for a long time, so that's him out of the frame. So Leon knows that he won't be getting anything for Christmas from his parents, and tomorrow when he wakes up, there will be nothing for him to unwrap. Leon puts his spoon on the table. He wipes his mouth with the kitchen roll and pushes his plate away. "Hey, what's this? Don't like it? I'm not hungry." "Since when? I don't have to eat it." "No, you don't, and you don't have to be rude either." Leon says nothing. Maurice's dinner is sitting in his belly like a bag of sand and he's getting angry with her. "You won't want any pudding then?" "No." "No?" "No, thank you." "No, thank you. Trifle?" "Yes." "Yes, you don't want trifle, or yes, do you want it?" After a while, Leon uses a piece of kitchen roll to dab his eyes. "Do I have to guess, or do you want to tell me?" "I don't care about my presents." "Oh, I see. And you think I'm a baby?" You think I believe in Father Christmas, and I don't. Everyone knows it's the mom and dad that have to buy them. I'm not stupid. Molly pushes her chair back and lifts her eyebrows because she's surprised that he knows about Father Christmas. She hasn't told him he can get down from the table, so he has to sit and wait. Instead of speaking, she eats his bread and butter. When she's finished, she folds her arms over her belly and takes a deep breath. So, she says, you guessed about Father Christmas. I was wondering when that would happen. What should we do about Jake? What do you mean? Well, shall we tell him? Shall we tell him he hasn't got anything for Christmas? He has, says Leon. I bought him something with my pocket money. I bought him the Babytrons. Yes, you did. Even though I said you'd regret it. You still bought the Babytron kit and come Boxing Day you'll wish you hadn't. What else do you think he's got? I don't know. What about me? Do you think I bought something for Jake and his social worker? Do you think she's bought Jake a present? Leon looks at her and nods. Right. Eat your dinner and tomorrow morning we'll see what's what. In the morning, really early, he hears Maureen calling him and Jake started calling to him. Yay, yay. Leon runs downstairs to the living room. Maureen is holding Jake and Jake is holding a big present in silver wrapping paper. Say thank you, Leon. Thank you, Jake. Leon sits on the floor and opens it, but even before he gets the paper off, he knows it's an action man. He just doesn't know which one. It's Sharpshooter. Look! Maureen turns Jake around to face her. Jake, you clever boy, how did you know? Then they open Jake's present for Maureen, which is a big red bear. Then it's Maureen's turn to open a present, so she chooses a big box with lots of stamps on that came by airmail. It's from one of her children and it's a book about cooking cakes. Lovely, she says and kisses it. Then Leon opens the present for Maureen, which is a Dukes of Hazzard racing set. Then another one for Jake from Girl Next Door, which is a baby piano that needs batteries, and Maureen says she will never, ever buy them. Girl Next Door has bought Leon a jumper with a stripe around the chest. It's red and blue. Then Maureen has another cookery book for somebody else that she says is for slow cookers. Then Leon has a present for his social worker, which is a Meccano, and then another completely different Meccano set from the whole team at Highfield Family Services. And then, just when he thinks he has finished opening presents, Maureen pushes something out from behind the sofa. And that's the last one, she says. It's an Action Man Chevrolet amphibious Jeep with a trailer. It's the exact one he saw on the advert. The exact same one. When he jumps up to hug Maureen, he nearly knocks her over. Steady, Pigeon, she says, but she hugs him back and kisses his cheek. Merry Christmas, Leon. Love. Chapter 9. Right below the bottom of his skull, right where his knuckly backbone pokes up toward his brain, Leon has a little dent. It's a groove that dips in between two heartbeats, and Maureen made it. She must have made some kind of mark by now after 6 months of living with her. It's where she pushes Leon with her thick fingers whenever he has to do something, to go somewhere, to pick something up, to watch what he's doing, go to bed. She never pushes him hard, but it's always the same place, same spot, right on his neck. Leon's dad used to use spotted walls, and he would have called that place his neck back, and then it would have been clear where it was. But Leon hasn't seen his dad for such a long time that he's nearly forgotten the things he used to say and the funny way he talked. Leon's dad used to say "Chiara" instead of "Cool" and say "soon come" every time he left the house. That's when Leon's mom used to get annoyed with him because he never came soon and he never came back when he said he would. And now she's doing the same thing. Leon's sitting back on the sofa with Jake asleep on his legs. Jake always gets hot and starts to sweat when he sleeps, and beads of water on his forehead sparkle in the light from the telly. His curly blonde hair goes brown, and 2 round pink spots appear on his creamy face. Leon likes to watch Jake breathing. Jake breaks through his tiny, tiny, perfect nostrils and lets the air out either side of his dummy. Then, just as the dummy is about to drop out, Jake, in his sleep, draws back in, sucks out 3 times, and starts all over again. Breathe in, breathe out, catch the dummy, suck 3 times, breathe in, breathe out. But sometimes if Jake's dreaming, maybe he mutters something or cries out and the dummy falls onto his slipsuit and Leon has to be there to catch it and plop it back in for the 3 sucks before Jake notices and wakes up. Because if Jake wakes up before he's ready, nobody gets any peace. Least of all Leon, because Jake always messes up Leon's games and Maureen nearly always sides with Jake and that's that. Up becomes sweetheart. Maureen carefully lifts the damn baby off Leon's bare legs and as soon as she has Jake in the crook of her arm, she pushes Leon towards the stairs, pushes him in his neck back. Leon realizes that all his toys have been tidied away and the cushions have been rearranged while he and his brother have been staring on the sofa. Someone is coming. Leon knows who it is. The air is different, and they're having phone calls. And Solly, or whatever her name is, has come and bounced Jake on her lap and said how precious he is and that he has to have a chance. Maybe Carol is coming back. Maybe she's got better. And Solly has given Leon lots of sad smiles like he's sick or like he's fallen over and cut his knee. It's not pretend sad either, and Maureen keeps shaking her head and saying it isn't right. Maureen has been quiet for days and keeps looking at him and saying, I don't know, I honestly don't. It's a bad, bad world. The air has been different since yesterday. Upstairs with you, Leon, love. Upstairs and give that face a good going over and put a nice top on. Up you go, quick as a flash, and wash your hands. She flattens the cushions he's been sitting on and sits herself down in a spot which is near the door where she can get up quickly and let the new social worker in. He watches her from the stake and snuggling her nose against Jake and he knows what she's doing. She's smelling the baby's smell of him, the baby life of him, his perfection. Maureen's brought back outweighs the whole of Jake and because she's just washed her orange hair, it runs like wet snakes down the skin on her freckled back. It's hot in the house and Maureen's wearing a pink denim dress with no sleeves and one huge pocket at the front like she's a massive kangaroo. Leon comes down with a new face and a new top. He sits next to the social worker because every other social worker always says, come and sit next to me, and this will say to everyone the bother. Remember me? She says. Salma, I came yesterday to talk about you and Jake. Remember, Leon? It was only yesterday and since then nothing has been the same, so of course Leon remembers her. She has a sad smile back on her face and also the look of fear. Maureen also has a different face. Leon knows that if the social worker wasn't here, Maureen would have wronged her sister and said, no what, Sylvia? They pissed me right off again. They have. Social services? Waste of bloody space if you ask me. But she never swears when the social workers are around. Neither does Leon. Then Salma starts talking while Maureen bounces Jake on her lap. Maureen keeps shaking her head like she would like to say no, 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 but she doesn't say anything at all. Leon agrees with everything Salma says. Jake is still a very young baby. Yes, says Leon. He needs to be in a family. Yes, says Leon. Lots of families are looking for babies. Yes, says Leon. You do love Jake, don't you, Leon? Yes. Everyone knows how much you love your little brother. Even though you look very different, you can say you're brothers and that you love each other. Maureen's always telling me how you let him play with your toys and he will only sleep on your lap and no one else's. And that's lovely. Leon nods. Wouldn't you like Jake to be in a family with a mom and dad of his own? Yes, that's what we want as well. We want every child to have the best. You and Jake and all the other children who can't be looked after by the first family. Salma takes one of Leon's hands out of his lap and he's glad he remembered to clean them. You're not a little boy now, Leon. You're 9. You're 9 years old and so tall that you look about 11 or 12, don't you? Yes, or 13. A lot of people think you're older than you are, and you're very sensible as well. You had a long time looking after other people, didn't you? And that made you grow up very fast. Oh, I know you still like your toys and your games, but still. Someone looks at Leon's hands and puts it back very once. She then folds hers together in cuffs. Leon sees her look at Jake. Then she looks at Maureen and he wonders if she's asked a question because no one speaks for quite some time. So Leon says, yes, Leon, we've got a family that want to look after Jake. They want to be Jake's new parents. Isn't that good, Leon? Jake is going to have a new mommy and daddy. Yes, And soon, one day, a family will come along that will want you for their little boy. Leon nods. Do you understand, Leon? Jake is going to be adopted. That means he's going to have a new forever family. But even though he won't be living with you anymore, you will still be able to get letters from him and find out all about him. Leon looks at Maureen before he speaks. Jake can't write. Salma laughs very loud and Leon knows she's pretending. Of course he can't. He's only 10 months old. No, his new mommy and daddy will write the letter to you and probably even send a photograph as well. See? She has his hands again. I know this is hard for you, Leon. Very hard. Maybe she thinks we're different, but if Jake is going to have a chance, Maureen is up. Thanks, Salma. He understands, don't you, Pigeon? Maureen taps his neck back and inclines her head to the kitchen. Curly Willy. Leon gets up and goes into the kitchen. It isn't Saturday. It isn't Christmas and his room is very untidy, so why he's getting a curly Willy is a mystery. Then again, he has been very polite. He hasn't interrupted, answered back, or tried to be too clever by half. There are 3 other curly Willys on the cupboard, and as he's the only one in the house who eats them, Leon smiles. Maybe every time Salma comes and he doesn't lose his temper, he'll get a curly Willy. He eats it in the kitchen, but before he's finished, Maureen calls him back to say goodbye to Salma while she changes Jake in the bathroom. Salma puts her hand on his shoulder and shows him her sad smile again. You're a good boy, Leon. I know this is hard and you were a good brother to Jake, but we have to think of his future. Yes. Later, when Jake's in bed and Leon's watching the telly, Maureen asks him about what Salma said. She means it, you know, love. Did you understand that, Leon? Jake is going to be adopted. What's adopted? Jake is going to have a new mom and dad. Why? Because, love. Just because. Because he's a baby. A white baby. And you're not. Apparently. Because people are horrible and because life isn't fair, Pigeon. Not fair at all. And if you ask me, it's plain wrong and... She stops suddenly and winks. Tell you what. Now his lips is falling asleep. Let's you and me get the biscuit tin out. She comes back with a massive mug of coffee and the golden tin, which everyone knows is never allowed in the front room, but this is, after all, a day of sad social workers and spontaneous curly Willies, so Leon says nothing. As she squashes a cushion into the small of her bag, Maureen lets out a sigh that to Leon sounds a little bit shaky, and he can hear something in her throat when she speaks. You stay here with your Auntie Maureen, love, eh? We're happy enough, aren't we? You stay here with me.